So we're going to start with Moon in Aries.
Can I actually cut you off and start here?
Yeah,
Since we're starting with Moon as the first one, when you were doing the report, what was your primary criteria for the Moon in terms of the symbolism of the Moon? Like, what were you working with?
it's the nighttime sun. The moon's the nighttime sun, so you'll get all the symbolisms out of night. We go inside houses at night and we shut down at night. We go to sleep at night. We dream at night. So nighttime is the time when you become aware of your internal feelings. That's one of the key roots of the moon's symbolisms, all with emotions and self-reflection. You're going inside your house at night, so that's why the moon is very domestic. It has to do with things that happen inside private spaces or inside a home. You relax at night. So the moon isn't very passionate. It likes to have things already done. It doesn't like to do things. You might be wondering then, how do you get desire out of the moon? Because the moon has a lot to do with desire. So it has to do from the mind. Because it's when you go to sleep at night. So you're withdrawing into your mind. Anything that has to do with the mind, the moon will represent that. Another way to root it would just be to root it to mind.
Mhm.
But the actual root of all the astrological symbols is in the world, in nature and how it looks. So if you just want to root it to the root symbol, it's mind. But if you want to figure out how you get that symbol, how did they get that symbol? Why did they pick mind for the moon? Because it's the nighttime sun. So it's like the inner sun, inner consciousness.
The light of the night. Yes. Okay.
So that putting the moon in Aries, which is very individualistic and ambitious, will create an interesting soup. You got two interesting ingredients putting together.
I think you connecting it to the mind right away, so we'll see why it's a fiery mind. It's that type of a mind as an Aries mind.
Yeah, the fiery mind. So one thing will be, how do you deal with other people? Because moon is domestic, so it has to do a lot with relationships. And the other one would be, how do you act on your desires? Because the moon has a lot of desires because it's your mind. And then Aries is about taking action. And then also, how energized is your desire machine?
Explain, energized.
Yeah, because Aries, being a Mars sign that is fire, right? Being the first sign of the Zodiac, it's cardinal, it's Mars, it's fire. It has tremendous initiative. It wants to get things done. It wants to get things started, actually. Now you put the moon in there, it's going to energize the moon. It's going to make the moon more active. It's going to make the mind more active. So that's a fiery mind. How do you act on your desires? And also what is the strength of your desires? How often are you getting new desires?
Yeah, it's igniting new desires. I want to do this, I want to do that. Right.
People might not always know this about the fire element, but in Sanskrit, the word for fire is Agni. And the etymology of the word Agni means the initiator, or the one that goes first, the thing that comes first. So all the fire signs they have a lot of initiative. They don't sit around much. They take action right away. So it will be interesting to see how the moon does in an initiating sign. Because moon is more passive by its nature.
Yes. And fire consumes. So desires here can indicate a consuming mind too, because you just want to have.
Yes, that's great. Yeah. So that we could also see the third theme in that way, how hungry are you? What's your consumption metabolism? But especially not really physically, but emotionally. How emotionally hungry are you? So let's take a look at the first theme, which is how you deal with people. If it's positive, we called it independent. But if it's negative, we said you're isolated.
Mhm.
You don't really need partnerships. You don't really need relationships. As of course, every human being needs those. The human being is a social animal. But compare it to the average person. You'll be happier with fewer, or you don't rely as much on the support that you get from others. So that's if you're independent, then that's positive. But if you're isolated, then it's negative. So for independent, we said you follow your own rules and think your own thoughts. keeping the liberty to follow your heart wherever it goes. Free from herd mentality, you don't seek group approval and acceptance. So here's a person that's very, like their independence and individuality is a very positive part of their life. Everybody appreciates it, they appreciate it, works great. That's what I love about doing astrology. It's doing people's charts there's not that much to love in that, to be honest, because it's stressful. Because you want to it's like serving food to somebody. You want to make sure that it tastes right. But just learning the constructs and mechanisms that go on in reading a chart, that's the part that's really fun. Because it gives you just so much more clarity about the human existence. So you have a principle like independence. It's not positive or negative. But if it's positive, then you get a certain kind of image in your mind. And if it's negative, you get another kind of image in your mind.
It's poetic in a lot of ways. And at the same time, it's like the average person reads time by looking at the watch, and astrologers like being underneath the mechanism. How does this move?
Yeah. And also, I think the beautiful thing about astrology too is people think like, oh, wow, you guys are geniuses. How did you figure this out? It's just sort of if you just get yourself out of the way, astrological symbolisms speak to you. Like it's not that hard to figure out what's the negative version of independence and what's the positive version of independence. It's just unfortunately there's not a lot of education about astrology, so people don't know the steps. But once you know the steps of how you combine symbolisms, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
So the negative version of this is to be isolated, feeling competitive. That's interesting, right?
Mhm.
Feeling competitive, craving personal freedom, and humiliated by group acceptance. You isolate and self-fortress yourself with few friends and partners. You feel competitive. That's why you don't like to partner up with people. A moon in Aries going wrong feels like everybody is a rival. It has to get to the finish line faster than everybody else. It's kind of like Squid Games, where they're trying to partner up, but also there's only going to be one person who's going to survive at the end.
And it's going back to what you were saying that in Aries, the fire is leading. So it's like if you refuse to also look back to see who's following, then you can't connect. So if you're all ahead of the pack, yeah.
Yeah, and another way that it goes wrong is because of the leading. Just a moon in Aries just wants to be the leader, but it's different than a moon in Leo. That statement, wants to be a leader, would be accurate for Leo. It's not exactly accurate with Aries, because Aries doesn't really care if it has followers or not. It just wants to be able to lead itself. But with the moon in Leo, it wants followers as well. It wants to lead other people, which is not positive or negative. You could put it in a positive way, put it in a negative way. Same thing with Aries. What we just said, it doesn't care if it has followers. It just wants to lead itself. That can be great. You're completely independent. And you're not egotistical either. But it can be bad because you just want to lead yourself. It means you just don't want anybody else to help you. You just don't want anybody else you feel humiliated. That's a weird sentence that we wrote in here. Humiliated by group acceptance. It just feels humiliating for somebody else to help.
Yeah, I have this placement. So it's something I had to learn the hard way. Ask for help. It was kind of coming from some place of arrogance too before, that I can do everything myself. But then to learn how to ask for help and to do it nicely, and yeah, it's a moon and Aries dilemma.
Yeah. I think I have 3 people in my 5-people family that have moon in Aries.
Do you find the same thing as a theme?
For sure. The one good way to learn astrology, like to really learn it, not to, to really get it mastered as far as that's possible, is to work with the people that you know and then figure out the mechanisms to get from like moon and Aries to what are the logical steps that would get you from these 2 symbols to this person? Because you have a living example. It's like painting from a model. You have a living example of moon and Aries, and then here's this theory of moon and Aries, and to learn the steps in between is really helpful.
Mm.
But don't forget, there's not just one version of moon and Aries. There's a very positive, a very negative, and then a whole spectrum in between. And people also change. Astrologically speaking, in the beginning of life, you might be dominated by planets that aren't favorable to the moon, and that's not going to help you learn how to deal with your moon placement. It's going to bring up the problems about it.
And then we got nauseous too. They bring another flavor. So yeah, so many components going throughout a lifetime, different phases. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So another trait of Moon and Aries people is we're the friends.
Mhm.
It's because like, you feel okay without people, actually. You're okay without people. People that have a lot of friends, they value those friends because they really need them. They're dependent on them. Moon and Aries has this feeling of I'm okay by myself. In fact, I kind of prefer to be by myself. And so therefore there comes a bigger distance from the friends. It doesn't mean you won't have a great friends, or it doesn't mean that the friends that you have aren't important. It's just that they're not really on top of you or in your life every day.
Yeah, a lot of it is the feeling of I have so much to do that I don't have time, for instance, for this thing. So yeah, a lot of it gets attached to I gotta do this other stuff. Yeah.
Should we go to the second theme? Discuss that?
Yes, let's do it.
We said that was how you act on your desires. If the moon in Aries is positive, we say you're ambitious. And then if it's negative, we said you're risky. So again, that's just an interesting thing about life. Oh, studying astrology lets you connect those two themes, ambition and risk.
Mhm.
Ambition is the good version, riskiness is the bad version. For ambition, we said adventurous, bold, daring, unhesitating, all in, fond of challenges and contests you learn by experience. All in is a good one. How do you deal with your desires? Man, you go for it.
Like a ram head first. And
And adventurous means you're not afraid of desires. Some people, they're kind of afraid of their own desires. They don't want to get pushed out of their space. They don't want to get pushed out of what they already have or what's already comfortable. So you don't find them doing a lot of new things or trying a lot of things. But positive moon in Aries is like, I'll try that.
Mhm.
And then when they try that, they don't just try it like, try a little bit, like just try a taste. They do the whole thing.
Craving for new experiences.
Yeah. And that also is related with the third theme, the craving for newness.
Mhm.
But in this one, it's just like, how do you like desires? Moon and Aries person likes desires, but yeah, they like to have some kind of a passion or something that they have to do. Like you said about friends, how it impacts on friends. Moon and Aries feels like it has a lot of stuff it wants to do. So where's the time for just sitting around and eating potato chips, watching Netflix?
Yeah. Spontaneity is like a huge thing. Even till today, if someone calls me and says, out of left field, let's go climbing, like, okay. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh my God, why did I just commit to this? Yeah. Spontaneous. Yeah, it's being spontaneous.
So then let's talk about the negative version of ambition. You're too risky. What? Hey, Parisa, you want to go climbing? Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're out there climbing like on a rock face, 100 feet above where you're going to fall and maybe break your bones.
Exactly.
So it's like getting into things without forethought.
It's act now, think later, after the injury.
Yeah. And I wonder why. It's because of how much the mind likes desires. So this is the same thing. Like it likes desires, but it's not working out well. So it doesn't really screen the desires to which ones are reasonable and which ones are dangerous.
Yes.
Oh, this was interesting. Without intensity and a sense of danger, you find it hard to feel emotions. But it's a classic trait in the people that I think are in our scene outside of astrology, the kind of circles of friends that we have. We like intense things because otherwise it doesn't even feel like anything. I like spicy food because otherwise, it doesn't taste like anything. Spice it up. Let's go.
Yeah.
But that's risky. So because that will escalate, always escalate, and that's what leads to addiction, or that's what leads to just excessiveness, excess.
But the extremes can also feel like it's bringing a sense of normalcy. I can't explain it because I've done martial arts for many decades. Getting punched in the face, it brings a sense of oneness and calmness with the moment. It's like me defending myself in that moment. I don't feel anything else, and that feels good. I can't even describe it. And I feel like that's coming from the moon Aries kind of placement, like resting and getting into a flow where I'm actually normal now.
Yeah. Yeah. What did we say? Fond of challenges and contest. So maybe it's not that obvious, but that's what also leads Moon and Aries to kind of like athletics or like sports or like fighting.
They have different energy, I feel like. People who do the fighting arts, there's an intensity, whether they want it or not. Yeah.
Yeah. And also I find there's a calmness.
Yeah.
So this is interesting to illustrate positive or negative Moon and Aries, right? You could be aggressive. You will be aggressive with Moon and Aries. You'll be aggressive, but that's not necessarily bad or good. So aggressive, positively aggressive person is actually quite calm. They're not worried what you're going to do to them because they can take care of themselves. If you try to do something to them, that's your mistake.
Mhm.
So why they don't try to escalate anything? They don't try to provoke anything. They don't try to prove anything, disprove anything. They're just calm.
Yes.
But negative would be like risky. They're always wanting to test themselves because they're not sure about themselves. So they're always like precipitating agitations. That's the negative aggression.
Yeah, I think the evolution of immaturity with Moon and Aries is to constantly letting your actions speak so loud. So you're expressive emotionally, physically. But I think as you get older, you let your inactions be the loudest part of you. And I think it's an extension of what you're saying. Like there's a confidence, you don't need to constantly project yourself, you know? Yeah.
So the third one is very similar to how we like desires, but it's more like you said, like emotional hunger. How much emotional hunger is there? Because Mars will always increase metabolism. Now you put the moon in there, so it's increasing emotional metabolism. If it's positive, we said newness loving. I had a different word for that, but we edited it out. I invented a word. Do you remember it?
Neophilic, was it?
Yeah, neophilic.
Neophilic, yeah. I had to look that word up.
Is it in a dictionary?
I couldn't find it. I was like, what?
Yeah, I think I invented it. But I didn't want to put people's brains into a pretzel, so I just changed it to newness loving.
Yeah.
And then negative is newness obsessed.
Okay.
The newness loving means, this person's exciting. They like new stuff. They're, like you said, spontaneous. We said inventive, innovative, explorative, or we said exploring, seeking new experiences, outlooks, and sensations. Feeling renewed by change.
Mhm.
Here's the person that is not freaked out or stressed out when things are changing. They like that. But if it's negative, it's newness obsessed. Like we said, you have to have intense experiences to even feel anything at all. This is another version of that. You need new things to be interested at all.
Yes.
Bored easily, tired easily, losing interest in things that do not continue to surprise you.
Yeah. And moon representing the body rhythm and timing. And I feel that's where the burnout comes from. It's like not understanding the rhythm and timing of your body, but having that desire for adventure, newness, energy expenditure, and then complete burnout.
Yeah, that's really good. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. The moon's exaltation sign just makes so much sense. It's because the moon, by its nature, its weakness is that it changes its shape all the time. So it should be exalted in the most stable of all the signs. Why is Taurus the most stable? So it's Earth. That's why. It's an Earth sign. But you have 3 Earth signs. What are the other ones? Virgo and Capricorn. So then you might say, why isn't it Capricorn the most stable? Because Saturn is so slow and thorough and deep. It's because it's cardinal. Capricorn is a cardinal sign. And same thing with Virgo. Why isn't Virgo the most stable? It's because it's a dual sign. So in Taurus, that real estate of Taurus is Earth fixed. So that's why it's the most stable. But the second place would be Capricorn. And then coming up third would be Virgo.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the moon is going to be happiest in the most stable sign. And also, it gets along. It has a basic affinity for the ruler, Venus, because they're the 2 female planets. So it kind of understands how Venus is running her stuff, how she's running the show in Taurus. Moon has a natural understanding or affinity for it. Yeah. So it's quite likely to have positive outcomes, but it's not guaranteed.
Yes.
So as we've explained before, maybe it's in a degree in Taurus where it has a lot of negative subdivisions. Maybe it's hemmed by planets that it hates. Like maybe, it's crowded in by planets that it hates. Maybe it's really heavily aspected by planets that don't like it. In the moon's case, there's this added thing of like, what's its relationship with the sun? How is it phasing? And how does that fit with the house that it's in? So it's all kinds of things.
Or the ruler is unhappy, Venus is unhappy in another sign.
Right. The ruler of the sign is also a big thing too. But generally, because you're getting a good head start by the fact that the moon is generically exalted in Taurus, so generally it helps to usually see more positive outcomes. But it doesn't mean that the negative ones don't also happen. And also, when we talk about positive and negative, it's not binary positive and negative. It's how positive and how negative. If you have moon in Taurus, very positive, you're still going to have some of the negative traits. They're just not going to be very dominant. They're not going to overcome the positive traits, and vice versa. If you have a negative moon in Taurus, you'll still have the positive traits, but they're not the primary ones. The first theme is stability. So like emotional stability. Second theme is creativity. And the third theme is prosperity. So for emotionally stable is if it's positive, and stubborn is if it's negative. So for emotionally stable, your opinions, desires, and emotions are firm, deep, and stable. We said deep. If you do construction, then you understand the connection between deep and stability. If you want something to be stable, you either need to, put the nail all the way in or put that post deep into the ground. If you dig a 6-inch hole in the ground and try to put a post in it, a lamp post, it's going to fall over. If you want something to be stable, it has to be deep. So moon in Taurus has the stability to it, but that means that the emotions are quite deep.
That makes sense, yes.
This makes your affections and ambitions strong and enduring. So this is what it means to have an exalted moon, basically. It's not just that you have strong desires, but these desires persist.
Right.
So it gives you the chance to really apply a lot of your energy and emotion to a thing, to a subject, consistently over a long period of time. So it's likely that you're going to get great results, because that's the key to getting good results, is consistent, dedicated work.
The moon having so much fluctuations come into an environment that can also hold all of that fluctuation and you don't fall apart is an important thing for that, having stability, a sense of it. Yeah.
Now, if it's negative, if emotional stability is negative, it means you just are stubborn. You don't give up on anything, or you don't change anything. Remember, emotions don't just mean feelings like happy or sad. They mean opinions. Because it's our opinions which give us our feelings. When our opinion is that's good, then we feel happy when it comes and we feel unhappy when it goes. So emotions are based on opinions. So moon in Taurus has a huge impact on the depth of your opinion. if it's a positive moon in Taurus, then great. Your opinions are very reliable. People know what your opinions are, and therefore it's not confusing. But if it's negative, you just won't change your opinion. Even when it's so clear that it would be better to have a different one. Emotionally inflexible. You find it hard to relate to the opinions, wants, and feelings of others. That's another interesting thing about this. The desires, the feelings, the opinions become so deep that they take up all of your attention. You can't imagine that there's any other way of thinking about it. And you therefore seem unwilling to compromise or adjust your own. You cling instinctively to what you already feel and know. Complacent. It's interesting how this contrasts with Moon in Aries. It's like the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Yeah. There's another factor too, I feel. Tell me how you feel about it. Moon in Taurus, when it's leaning towards a negative, it's actually dealing with a lot of control issues, I feel. Because a healthy moon can have that sense of flexibility and fluidity and still have a sense of stability. But I feel when it's leaning towards a negative, they try to control the environments to have that sense of safety and security. When they lose that control, then it's like that's where a lot of the stubbornness is coming from, I feel, with this placement. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it kind of relates to at least two of the three themes. Relates to this theme. Stubbornness. This means you want to keep the things the way they are. You want to control it, hold it. It's a conservative stubbornness, though. It's not like a progressive stubbornness. Like some people are stubborn in that they want things to change.
Right.
But Taurus doesn't have that flavor to it. It wants things not to change. And it wants to control things, prevent things from happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, I think it also is going to have to do with the third theme, where the negative version of our third theme is greed.
Right.
So it's like trying to acquire power because it's so afraid of change.
Right.
That's so interesting. This whole thing is so interesting. The moon is supposed to be so good with change, like you said, it's so naturally flexible. But here it is in the most stable sign. Well, that should be great. But if it's not great, it causes these kind of issues.
Mm-hmm.
So the second theme, the creativity. Because moon being the mind, it's the source of the opinions, which is the desires which motivate us. So the desires motivate actions, and therefore the moon really determines what you're working for, what you're trying to create, what you're trying to bring into the world, what you're trying to bring into existence. It's also mothery, what you're trying to bring into the world. So the more the moon is positive in Taurus, the more it feels like here's a person that's so creative. But if it's negative, it's like this person is weird. They're unusual, we said. Let's see why. Let's read the bit that we said about creativity, the positive side. Your fertility, that's the thing. There's a lot of fertility with the moon in Taurus. Your fertility causes things to grow. From ideas and art to relationships and family. What you care for flourishes. You bring life and beauty into form. So from ideas and art, the fertility will cause it to grow. The ideas will grow into something, become an action, and then become a reality. The art will actually get made. It won't just disappear in a dream. It will actually come out and become a product that people can see.
Mm-hmm.
Relationships and family will grow too, because the desires are active. So it's going to push the person to interact with other people, and that's going to form relationships. Interaction with people, when it comes with the intimate relationships in the family, then that makes the family grow. What do you say? What's the right word for like healthy sexuality?
Healthy sexuality.
That's the right word. That's the thing with Moon and Taurus. Like, people have a very healthy sexuality. They're okay with intimacy. They do good with it, and it makes products.
Yes.
So the negative version of creative, like fertile, it's just like imagine a plant is like growing a lot. Oh, that's also another thing. That this creativity actually, have a green thumb. Moon and Taurus people have a green thumb, which means they're very good at like gardening.
Oh, okay. Like get the hand in soils and actually garden.
Yeah. They really literally like to make things grow. And they're good at it. Actually, I was realizing that, you know how there's different criteria that people have for their prospective mates and things? I think one really great criteria is how the person deals with plants.
I can see that.
So now look at the moon in Taurus. Moon in Taurus is kind of like your ideal partner, like your ideal mate. So what is it good at? It's good at intimacy. It's good at expressing desire. It's good at fulfilling desire. And it's good at making things grow. And it's good at gardening. It's good at plants. Because the way a person will feel about growing a plant will show you a lot about their mentality, about any kind of nurturing that they need to do at all, and how much they care about other living things, and also their steadiness. One of the big problems with plants is you have to stay on schedule with them.
Mm-hmm.
So moon in Taurus, it really has a steadiness to it. It has a rhythm that's reliable. And so they do good with plants.
And the attentiveness, like sometimes you don't know how your partner is feeling because you're not paying attention, but the plant, it's like it's growing the other way. So you got to move it towards the light. So yeah, to know how the thing feels, to be able to accommodate. Oh yeah, I see it.
Yes. Plants even more than animals, because animals kind of talk to us in their own languages, but plants don't. You have to really be attentive to the plant.
Oh, that's a great analogy.
So I'm thinking of making a new matchmaking app where the primary criteria is you have to upload pictures of your plants.
Plants, how well do you take care of your plants?
Okay, so imagine a plant growing. That's like a good symbol of positive moon in Taurus. It's just a lush plant is growing like mad. But also imagine just something growing haywire. That's the negative version of moon in Taurus, how the creativity just gets out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
There's like so much stuff growing. Like imagine if one part of your hair grows really long, but the other part doesn't.
Imagine with the eyebrow.
But, yeah, people have different problems of asymmetry. That's kind of what we're talking about. One thing will grow too much, the other won't. And then it looks weird. And you feel weird. So that's the thing. Sometimes a negative moon in Taurus is a little bit odd, like it's a little bit weird. We said your creativity takes you places fewer people venture towards.
Mm-hmm.
So here it's kind of becoming a little bit like moon in Aries.
Right.
You therefore seem to be in a different world. The depth of everything, it's pulling you into your own depths, and you're like, don't realize how far off track you are from the rest of the herd.
Mm-hmm. And this is from the moon, that interiority, the emotional, internal aspects, right?
Yeah.
You were saying in the Aries video that the moon represents the night. So it's kind of the unseen part of it too.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Third theme, the prosperity. Desires are going to produce action, and then action is going to produce results. So the moon has a lot to do with your prosperity, your results.
Yes.
If the moon is in Taurus, then you're probably going to get very stable, fertile results. So for the positive version, we said you're very prosperous. But for the negative version, we said greedy, wanting prosperity a lot. For prosperous, we said your fertility also results in attracting good remuneration and rewards, stable, tangible wealth. So it's like I said, you get a lot of success out of the moon in Taurus, because one of the most important keys to success is consistency. What are the two keys to success? I don't know. I'd have to talk to one of the self-help people, but I think it's consistency and intensity. And even in the Yoga Sutra, that's what Patanjali said. If you want to be successful as a yogi, you need intensity and consistency. So that's what you get from moon in Taurus.
Intensity? How do you mean the intensity?
The strength.
Oh, you're thinking strength. Okay.
Like a bull. Sometimes I feel like it's odd to have a bull symbolize Taurus, because a bull is male, but Taurus is definitely female.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's the strength. Taurus has a tremendous amount of strength. Taurus is so strong, so it's bullish. It has the power of a bull. Bull is an immensely powerful animal. So that's what I mean by intensity. Moon in Taurus is going to create motivations and desires and opinions that are bullish.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of power to them. They're not weak. They're not wishy-washy. They're also consistent. It's unlike Aries. Aries also produces these strong inspirations to action, but you might not have the same one the next day.
Right.
Moon in Taurus is you can pretty much count on it that you'll have the same inspiration tomorrow morning.
Emotional forbearance.
Emotional forbearance, emotional persistence.
Right.
And that's really the key to becoming prosperous.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's negative, we said greedy, possessive. Your interest in growth and prosperity can lead towards greed. And you introduced a nice other angle on this earlier about the controlling nature. Greedy, wanting more power, wanting more control because of the resistance to change.
Yes. Also hoarding. Let it accumulate more and more. Comes heavier and heavier.
Taurus moon people, like we said at the outset, it tends to be positive. They're pretty delightful people.
Mm-hmm.
It's occasionally when you get into a conflict with them, if for some reason you don't agree with their opinions and things, they can be immovable. But basically, they're pretty delightful. They're pretty nice people because they're so deep and not confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're the same every day.
And that's such a beautiful thing in people who are consistent, especially emotionally consistent, not having crazy fluctuations emotionally. It's very nice.
Yeah. I just got reminded of one thing we left out.
I was actually going to bring something up, but I was going to bring something up, but let's see if it's the same thing. What do you think?
I think we tried to write these very independent from whatever house it might be in. And so what I'm about to say is much more relevant if it happens to be in the first house. But Moon in Taurus has one of the big trademarks is like physically beautiful.
All right.
What was your thing?
It's kind of related because Taurus has a lot to do with health. The moon has to do with mind and body. So again, that rhythm and timing, health situations. One thing that I've noticed with moon in Taurus, when it's negative, it creates hypochondriac people. And to me, it's coming down again to the need for control over the body, to stubbornly keep it in one state of being. And a little bit of fluctuation, they feel like they're sick. Things are totally off. And then the mental health starts gravitating towards a negative side.
That makes a lot of sense. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. Moon in Gemini.
I don't know, but you're going to have to explain this one. Moon and Gemini people are really confusing sometimes.
How dare you say that?
I know. I just said it.
First thing we're saying is, guess what? Obviously, it's going to be how you talk. So if it's positive, if the moon is positive in Gemini, then you talk really well. You're communicative. But if it's negative in Gemini, you have a talk problem. And we describe that as being talk dominant.
Right.
Let's talk about the positive one first. We wrote, you're communicative. You express ideas and feelings prolifically and very well because you can relate well to other people's subjective viewpoints.
Mm-hmm.
Articulate, expressive, verbal, easy to listen to.
Right.
It's not too hard for the moon to make use of Gemini's traits. I mean, Gemini supplies a lot of information and moon loves information. Gemini supplies a lot of interaction. Moon loves interaction.
Right.
A lot of people don't know what makes a good speaker. Isn't the way you speak, but it's the position that you put your mind in.
Right.
Yeah, to be a good speaker, you have to put your position in the mind of the person that you're talking to, not in your own position, not in your own spot.
Right.
If I explain the topic to some punk off the street, it will sound totally different than I'm explaining it to like some professor in the university, because you have to adapt your phrasing, your styles, the vocabulary, everything to be something that the person you're talking to is going to understand. So that's the thing about Gemini. It's got a knack for switching its position.
Yeah.
It's got a knack for changing. So a Gemini moon has a knack for not being itself, for being able to like mirror somebody else or put itself in somebody else's position. And that's what makes it a good communicator.
And picking up emotional nuances too in other people. So knowing how to respond to that relational component of both, well, sign of Gemini for sure, and moon can be relational too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice addition. It's not just a verbal thing, it's an emotional thing. You're picking because it's the moon that's utilizing Gemini.
Right.
With a positive moon in Gemini, you have a sixth sense for what other people are feeling. And sometimes it's stressful because if somebody else is feeling stressful, you can't shrug it off.
And I feel there's that other thing too, the receptivity of the moon, that channel of communication. There's a speaker, there's a listener. The listening part's very important. And with a moon, they have the capacity to create that space to take in and to listen. And that creates a more dynamic conversation too.
Yeah, I think that's a nice thing to mention too. What we said was moon in Gemini is a very good communicator because it puts its mind into the other person's position. But it's not only that, like mysterious and abstract. A really practical way to put your mind in another person's position is just to listen to them. Like you said, it's receptive, it's open to cues. In Japan, they say you read the air.
Read the air. I like that. And this is Gemini, air. That's totally, yeah. Yeah.
Those very fortes will be the things that don't work if the moon is negative in Gemini. The thing that will still be there, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, is like a feeling like, oh, I want to talk. I want other people to know what's going on inside my head. I want other people to know what I'm thinking. It's going to be universal for moon and Gemini, positive or negative. But if positive, they know how to talk in a way that the other person actually wants to listen.
Yeah.
If it's negative, then we call it talk dominant.
Right.
Which also kind of screws up one of Gemini's great traits. One of Gemini's great traits is equality.
The balance.
When things are negative in Gemini, moon or whatever, it often tends to screw up that good trait of Gemini, the equality of it. So you get an inequality in talking where you're just loud, you're just talking, you don't notice that the other person is tired or wants to talk about something else or doesn't want to talk right now.
Yeah, I think this is what I was referring to in terms of moon and Gemini sometimes being very confusing because they just tell stories, like irrelevant stories. You're talking about something, but they have to use an example. They're drawing on something else. And you're just in this convoluted story and you don't understand, like, how do we arrive here?
Yeah, I can see that also in myself. But what I try to do is leave a trail of breadcrumbs.
Right. But you're very concise. I don't know where that's coming from.
Maybe it's a good moon in Gemini, so you don't get that problem. Or maybe it's because it's in a context of a Saturn-y chart, a Capricorn rising and stuff. But what I try to do to combat that tendency of moon in Gemini is leave a trail of breadcrumbs. So once I realize I've gone off on a analogy to explain a different analogy and everything, I realize this person must feel like they're out in left field. Let's retrace the track back to how we got here and then pick up, go back to the main bus terminal and then get back on the bus going the same direction we were going before.
Yeah. Another thing I've noticed with the negative moon in Gemini, emotional processing through speaking, but there has to be a limit to that, especially in the context of communication. You can't just bring everything, it can overwhelm the conversation, the other person, the person themselves, they'll feel overwhelmed because they just disclose so much of their internal content.
Wow, that's very revealing too.
But they expose themselves, their emotion, their internal self through the communication process.
Yeah, that's one of the ramifications of over talking that I didn't even realize when I was writing this. But that's one of the ramifications of over talking. Like all of a sudden you're saying stuff that would have been better not to have been said.
Do you feel that your moon dynamics change over your lifetime or no?
Everything changes constantly, but I don't think there's a specific pattern. Like, some people try to say like, oh, at such and such age, your moon thing will become more at another age. I think it's much more complex than that in reality, just depending on what on all the different astrological circumstances, something is going to be a prominent astrological theme for you on that day, during that week, on that month, during that year. And the way that your moon sign and your moon house interacts with that prominent theme is going to give you a different feeling about yourself and the way your moon works.
Right. Yes. And can I ask you a question before we move on? Because I think this will apply for the rest of Moon in Gemini. So the relationship of Moon to the sign of Gemini and the ruler is not the greatest. Like Moon is okay with Mercury, but Mercury is not okay with the Moon.
Yes, let's talk about this.
Yeah. Can you explain that?
In Vedic astrology, or probably any classical form of astrology, the relationship between planets is a very important thing for interpreting how they're doing, whether they're positive or negative. Planets have feelings towards each other. It might sound weird, but it's not, because the planets symbolize different things. And so the way, the comfort or discomfort that those symbols have with each other is what we're really talking about when we say planets have relationships. So moon symbolizes your heart and your emotions, but Mercury symbolizes your intellect.
Mhm.
The two of them are very close together, but they can really get in each other's way also.
Right.
Your emotions can really screw up your intellectual processing, and your intellectual processing can really mess up your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
You can over-intellectualize, you can overthink, or you can just like underthink and just be compulsive.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, the moon and Mercury have a very complicated relationship in astrology, where on the one hand, they're very close to each other, and on the other hand, they don't like each other.
Right.
So the way that that's expressed in the mythological terms, Mercury is an illegitimate child of the moon. So that means that there's a parental love involved, which gives them the closeness, but there's also that discomfort or embarrassment or just unresolved feelings of being illegitimate.
For Mercury.
So that's the deal. It would be simple if all the planetary relationships were bilateral. If I feel some way about you, you feel the same way about me. We could also say reciprocal. It would be simpler if all the relationships were reciprocal, but they're not. A lot of them are reciprocal, but some of them aren't. In the case of Moon and Mercury, it's the most extremely unreciprocal.
Yes.
So the Moon, being the parent of Mercury, really likes Mercury.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see there's less of a problem of intellect screwing up emotions. It doesn't really happen too much. As the Moon in Gemini really illustrates, most of the time the Moon really likes intellect because emotions are always trying to find a way to express themselves and be felt and be understood and be shared. So it needs Mercury for that communication ability. So the Moon really needs Mercury, and hence it really likes Mercury. But Mercury has much less positive feelings about the Moon.
Right.
And you can see that that's just a practical thing too. The intellectual process and the evenness and the balance gets very disturbed by passion and emotions and desires.
Right.
When you're assessing the positivity of a planet, you want to figure out how that planet feels towards its host. That's the thing. Just imagine, like, if you go to somebody's house, your happiness in that person's house is going to be how you feel about that person.
Right.
It's the guest's feeling towards the host that determine the guest's positivity in the sign. So in this case, it would be how the Moon feels about Mercury, which is why it tends to be a bit more positive. The Moon in Gemini has a positive handicap towards positivity because it likes Gemini, versus if you take Mercury and put it in Cancer, it has a negative handicap.
Yes. We should do a video one day and you describing these planetary friendship and the mythological narratives, because then Mercury and his dad too, Jupiter, Mercury got a problem with parents. So yeah, it would be interesting to put that into some sort of a context. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this weird triangle of Mercury, Jupiter, and Moon.
Yeah.
This is a weird mythology, but
It was very interesting.
yeah, very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
So do you want to move on now?
Yes. Yes.
The second trait of Gemini is the ideas, how the ideas work. So basically, we're just following the hallmarks of Gemini. One hallmark is how you talk. Another one is how you think.
Mm-hmm.
If the moon is positive here, we say you're a free thinker. Your opinions are flexible, adaptable, and open. You come to your own personal conclusions by remaining open to everyone else's. You're curious and connective. Okay, so a couple of key things. If Gemini is positive, it won't prevent you from being conclusive. But if it's negative, it will. So here we're talking about a positive moon in Gemini. You have this trait of being free thinking, broad-minded, open-minded, very flexible in your opinions, very flexible in your ethics, etc., but not inconclusive. So it's a kind of a synthesis. I don't want to say synthetic, but technically that's the right word. It's like a synthetic person. They're able to synthesize ideas into something real. That's what we meant by connective, actually. I think instead of synthetic, I use the word connective. You connect things, you connect different ideas, and you connect two things easily. So a positive moon in Gemini. This is the kind of person that could go to church and relate with the people in church, and then also go to a strip club and relate with the people in the strip club.
Right.
They connect to anybody. They see it. They see a similarity. They see something to connect to.
I was going to say this is actually a virtue, but then you use the word strip club. I'm like, how do I say that word now? But it is a virtue considering what the moon is about. It's so desirous. It can have such strong opinions, but then to be able to moderate itself in that way, to be inclusive, that's but the virtue in itself, to be able to have your own desires, but to also consider other people's and to be able to communicate and share ideas is huge.
Yeah. What actually happens for a positive moon in Gemini is you're able to see that the thing that looked like it was different isn't so different.
Right.
Here's a stripper and here's a priest, and they look so different, but actually their motivations or the way that they're seeing it, there's something that's very much the same in both of them, and it's also the same in you, and that's how the connections get made. Gemini's friendly.
Yes.
A positive moon in Gemini picks up that trait. It gets friendly.
Do you think empathy has a role to play here?
Yeah, I think we could use that word.
Okay.
That would be a great word. Then the negative version of free thinking is preachy. You feel that your own opinions and ideas are universally relevant and useful, which often comes off as preachy, as if you expect others to benefit themselves by listening to and agreeing with you. Like look, I have these great ideas.
Right.
Let me share them with you. It's great for you. You should just listen. My ideas are so universal. My thoughts are so flexible. Here, swallow them whole. So it's this weird thing where there's still this Gemini sense of being universal and open and liberal thinking, yet somehow it turns into this preachiness.
Because of that communication aspect of it. Now it needs to say it.
I think so. It's saying it without the sensitivity to the person that it's speaking to. Sometimes people go quite far to the left, but somehow wind up feeling like they're on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day when the animal activism was very new, but it's very left wing, but the way that they would express it was so intolerant.
The moral righteousness with it.
The moral righteousness of it was so right-wing flavor, yet it was a left-wing thing. So this is a weird thing that happens with negative moon in Gemini, is it still has this like universality and openness to it, but somehow it winds up being preachy about it.
Right. So do you think this person is believing their emotions so much that they become preachy, or are they believing is it their thoughts or their emotions? Because that's latching onto it and thinking it's universal. Is it coming, I have the best idea or I have the best emotion?
They just get very excited. The moon is the planet that we're talking about here. So their emotions get aroused by these ideas that they have.
Right.
It's like when you get really excited and you do some, like you don't realize that, you just touched the hot water. You just touched boiling water because you were really excited about something else. Like sometimes you lose the other details when you're really excited about something else. So moon in Gemini, if it's not careful, you get so worked up about talking, communicating and expressing these opinions and these ideas that you don't realize you're the other person hasn't said anything for 15 minutes and you're not talking with them anymore. You're just like showering them.
Right.
To you, you're thinking, this is such a great conversation.
Right. I think you just explained the other weird part that I had in my mind. Yeah, because there's a sense of flexibility in the sign of Gemini, but when it's negative, I've seen a kind of a fixation on an idea or a viewpoint. And you're describing it right now in terms of how that happens.
Yeah, I've also noticed in my life, I think it's because of the juxtaposition. So I don't just have Moon in Gemini, but I have it in the 6th house, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition. And then I also have it in the context of a Saturn ascendant, which is another weird juxtaposition. So I don't know if this would be universal for most people with Moon in Gemini, but I noticed that one of the more negative aspects of it is sometimes you just don't talk at all.
Right.
I don't know what it is. And then all of a sudden you just find yourself talking. Like you cannot stop,
Mm-hmm.
So this is sometimes when it's not working so well, Moon in Gemini will lose control of the brake pedal.
Mm-hmm.
And either the car stops or the car is going 100 miles an hour in terms of how it's expressing its feelings and its opinions.
I could see that because the moon being more private too, it could go to that extreme of just holding it all in, or then the Gemini aspect gets augmented. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And also, since the moon changes its shape, can't really expect any moon sign traits to really be rock steady.
Yes. A question since you brought that up. So considering, because everyone has a moon phase in their chart relative to the sun, it's saying it's a new moon, full moon, whatever it's got. Will that matter in terms of how this moon in Gemini will express itself?
For sure, it's very important to moon interpretations to bear in mind what phase your moon is in. The darker the moon is, the less that you'll see the traits of your moon sign going out towards other people. Like the less the externalized traits will be there, the more they'll be internalized. So like a dark moon in Gemini would have these traits in a more introspective way. Maybe they have a lot of great internal dialogue, or they talk with people privately or quietly.
Yeah.
Whereas the brighter the moon is, the more comfortable they are in extroverted situations.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Third trait, and diplomatic if it's positive, and elitist. So this is the quality of Gemini. The first quality was how you talk. The second quality is how you think. And the third quality is how you network. Those are the key aspects of Gemini. Network meaning like, how do you balance all these different people in your life? If the moon is positive in Gemini, you're very good at balancing them. You balance well with people. You adjust well to your situations. So we could call that diplomatic because that's what a diplomat does. They assume different demeanors and say different things and do different things depending on who they're interacting with.
Yes.
Tactful adaptation of language and tone makes you able to express things in ways that people can relate to. That's an interesting angle on diplomacy. It's really being able to explain something in a way that's not going to make somebody misunderstand or get turned off.
Yes.
You naturally mediate and combine diverse points of view into a unified, mutually agreeable form. So this is a great specialty of Moon in Gemini that I think makes it very valuable to society.
Yes.
It's this ability to bring things together, bring ideas together, bring people together, make everybody see that they're not so different from each other or that they have commonalities.
Yes.
So it's like translating something from one social milieu into another one
Right.
is diplomacy, really.
It is. This is like the best of Gemini, the best of the dual, the air, and then the flexibility, the fluidity of the moon, all of it coming. It's making a very flexible environment for things to move and connect.
Yeah. Moon in Gemini has a kind of a nice ring to it because of that.
Yeah. It's an asset for sure to have that kind of quality.
Or maybe you know some moon in Gemini people who are annoying or something. They're just annoying, but it's kind of like, it's not like some other moon signs can really be seriously bad traits,
Harmful.
people that you don't want to be around. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if moon is negative in Gemini, instead of being diplomatic, that trait is ruined. So just like instead of being a free thinker, you wind up being preachy. Instead of being diplomatic, you wind up being elitist.
Can you explain that? I had to think about that when I was doing the read over.
Yeah, let's read it and then see how to explain it. Assuming you understand, this is the thing. Elitist, assuming you understand everyone's viewpoint instead of patiently taking the time to make sure you actually do. Dismissive of suggestions to the contrary, you strike people as a self-made know-it-all. That kind of elitist. So here's the explanation. The universal trait of Mercury in Gemini is that it really connects the dots and it really understands kind of quickly. It's very agile in being able to understand all kinds of different things and connect the dots and make sense out of everything and make it all relate. But if that's negative, then it has a trait of being kind of cocky or self-confident.
How?
About its ability to understand people.
Got you. Okay.
I just met you, but I'm going to finish your sentence.
Mm.
What compounds that problem is that 4 or 5 times out of 10, the moon in Gemini would actually be able to finish the sentence. Somebody they just met. So it compounds the feeling like, yes, yeah, that's me. I understand people before they understand themselves. I understand people better than they understand themselves. I understand the situation already. I understand everything so fast. So it comes up feeling elitist. Like this person feels like they already know everything. They're not even really listening that much anymore.
Right.
Because they assume they picked up on all these subtle cues and the sixth sense is so strong that they feel like they know, and then they don't even bother any conventional communication, and they just act as if they knew. They know everything. And sometimes they don't. 6 times out of 10, they don't.
But where's that coming from? That's what I feel like my brain's not kind of like, is that coming from Moon's opinionatedness, the desires? Where's the the underlying cause of it? What's causing it?
Yeah. One thing is with the moon is the planet of opinions, right? But the other thing that's causing it is it's just a negative trait, right? So it's just a negative outcome from the natural traits of Moon in Gemini. The natural trait of Moon in Gemini is this ability to synthesize things very quick, balance everything out, figure out the sum. That sounds great, and it's usually great, but how could that have a negative effect? That's what we have to imagine to be able to interpret it. Well, it could have a negative effect of you just balance everything so fast without checking.
Okay.
Because it's light. Gemini is a very light sign, and Moon is a very fluid planet, so it's not going to sit in one spot for very long and be very. It's difficult to get the Moon in Gemini to be thorough.
Right.
It comes to its conclusions really fast without thorough investigation, but assumes that it's got it.
Right. Okay. So this is a moon that doesn't sit on the fence. It's picking a side and it's saying that this is the way.
It's a little bit more, like you said, actually, in the beginning, Moon in Gemini can be very confusing. The people with Moon in Gemini can be quite confusing. Mm-hmm. So one of the weird things about us is on Monday, we might be on the left side of the fence, and on Tuesday, we might be on the right side of the fence. We're not going to be 100% negative Moon in Gemini. So sometimes we're going to be listening, depending on how negative it is. You spend some amount of time in this zone where you think you got everything figured out and you're treating people as if it's not really necessary to listen to them.
Right.
If Moon in Gemini is working positively, you never have a feeling of like locked in. Nothing is locked down. Nothing is locked in. It's always light and open. That's a trait that will be lost if a planet is negative in Gemini.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think Like you said, Gemini processes by speaking. So I've just been processing. I've just been doing my own therapy, talking about Moon and Gemini.
You just clarified so much about Moon and Gemini for me because you guys are a bit of an enigma sometimes. Yeah.
I apologize about that.
No, it's good. It keeps us on our toes.
I think I might be more of an enigma than most people because of the weirdness of my particular Moon and Gemini. You know, we're just doing a series on the planet and a sign, but also, and overall, you have to also think about the house and then the context of the chart. So like a Moon in Gemini in the 5th house or Moon in Gemini in the 11th house, it's kind of got all the ducks in a row, like things are pointing in the same direction. But in other houses, like maybe Moon in Gemini in the 6th, where I have it, the 12th, maybe the 8th.
And the ruler in the 8th.
Yeah, that's mine. Yeah, so the ducks are kind of like pointing in all different directions, so it's pretty difficult to pin down. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. All right, so now what are we up to? Cancer. It's so interesting. When I didn't know anything about astrology, I just thought, why is there a zodiac sign called Cancer? That's horrible.
Right? Yeah, at the beginning you do think that, yeah.
So eventually, when I got into studying it, I realized it's a Greek word, kartak, kataka, or something like that. And then in Sanskrit, karka means hard. Same thing in Greek, it means hard. So it became the name for the disease because the disease is characterized by hard tissue, tumors. But the word cancer itself just means hard. And so the older languages, before that disease was named, they used to call creatures with hard external shells karkas. So crabs, scorpions, and hence the sign got named Cancer. So the first theme is the tendency to go inward.
Right.
If the moon is very positive in Cancer, which it usually is, then the person is very deep. They have a good ability to go inwards. But if it's not positive, then it feels more like they're fleeing, like they're withdrawing within themselves. So we called it self-protective. So for going deep, we said that you have strong convictions, deep feelings and motivations. You're in touch with emotions and you have preference for privacy and domestic settings. So this is some of the things about being deep. This is one of the confusing things about Cancer in general that is really something that you have to discuss with the moon in Cancer especially. It's an extremely emotional sign, but it doesn't mean that it looks like an emotional person.
Right.
Because it's just like the ocean, you don't see what's in the ocean.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just like asking a fish, what is water? They're already in it.
They're already in it. Or it's like trying to judge how deep the ocean is.
Right.
You can't judge how deep the ocean is. The part of the ocean that's like 9 miles deep looks the same as the part of the ocean that's 20 feet deep. You can't tell. So that's really the key for understanding Cancer, and especially moon and Cancer people. Don't expect that they're going to present themselves as very emotional people. That doesn't mean that they're not extremely emotional. It's because their emotions are very deep and they have, because of the depth, they like to be inside.
Right.
Right. So they like to be inside themselves. They like to be inside a structure. They like to be inside a blanket. They like to be inside a house. They don't like to be exposed. Just like crabs. That's why it's symbolized by a crab. So, but if you watch the behavior of a crab, you'll understand Cancer pretty well, because there's a reason why the sages picked a crab to symbolize the sign. So they scurry back into the sand.
Mm-hmm.
You walk over, they feel your footsteps, they hear your footsteps, they scurry back down into the dirt. So that's what we mean by Cancer is deep and it likes to go inside. It likes to be inside places. And it's not really going to show you. It's so strange because you expect an emotional person is going to be gushing.
Yes.
But it's going to be hard actually to get a Cancer moon person to gush. You really have to prove to them that you live in the same house that they do. You know what I mean? That you're family, that you're trustable.
Penetrate that exoskeletal of theirs.
Yeah. That makes it tough for Cancer people, really. It's odd. The moon in Cancer is great, right? It's domicile, but ironically, it produces a kind of feeling of emotional isolation.
Yes.
If the moon is positive in Cancer, you won't be bothered by it. You'll like the fact that you're emotionally isolated. It'll feel more like emotional insulation.
Mm-hmm.
But if the moon is negative, it's like emotional isolation. You have all these deep feelings. And feelings don't just mean feelings, it's opinions too. You have these very strong opinions, but you're not very comfortable sharing them with people.
Right. So the negative attributes coming when they are in relation to the external world. In their own internal world, they're comfortable, but how do I bring them in or how do I give out? That becomes the problem.
Yeah. Hence, it can lead to a feeling of being isolated or alone. Cancer in general, whatever's activating it, moon or whatever, one of the ways that it can go negative is making you feel isolated. So for the negative thing, we said self-protective. It's like you're not just insulated, you're like isolating. You're not just self-contained, you're like separated. You separate yourself because you're afraid of interacting. Positive moon in Cancer isn't afraid of interacting. It just doesn't feel a need. Why should I share my opinion with this person? Is there a reason? I don't need to. It's so different than moon in Gemini. Moon in Gemini is like, yay, let's talk. Moon in Cancer is like, why? Why do you want to talk? First, let's get to know each other, then let's talk. But the thing about moon in Cancer is once you're talking, you're in that deep space with the moon. The relationships with moon and Cancer will be very deep, but slow to form.
Right. And that's coming from the private component of the moon too, right?
Exactly.
Do you think that they feel emotional overwhelm at any time or no, they're attuned and they're familiar with the emotional landscape?
Yeah, if it's negative, then they're feeling like I'm stuck in this emotion. This emotion is preventing me from connecting with other people. I don't want other people to know that I feel this way. And so that's isolating me.
Yes. So life is perfect for them so long as they are by themselves.
It's not like they feel perfect when they're by themselves because that Cancerian element is always looking for the domestic space. But the domestic space doesn't really feel domestic when it's alone.
Right.
So that's the tough thing about Cancer. It's to be honest with you, Parisa, this is the tough thing about emotions in general. Without them, there's no point to living. But with them, it's so difficult to live.
Yes.
So Cancer has got these really deep, strong, beautiful feelings that it's protective of. And it wants to share it with other people, but it's so picky about who it's timid. It's timid about who it's going to share it with.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is so liberating to people who have moon in Cancer, because everyone thinks that moon in Cancer, you're just so comfortable with emotions and you share it. But there is that pressure on the person who has a signature that they have to negotiate with such a difficult thing.
Yeah, and I would say it's not just the positivity of the moon in Cancer that you have to bear in mind, but the other context of the moon in the chart. So like a moon in Cancer in the 4th house might be very comfortable being quiet, being alone. But moon in Cancer in the 11th might be constantly feeling like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I interface with people better?
Yes.
So yes, self-protective, afraid to share emotions and opinions with others, and easily overwhelmed by anyone's strong feelings and convictions. You withdraw into a safe, introverted shell, excessively private and concerned with safety.
Right.
So the 2 new things that come out from this that we haven't discussed yet. A moon in Cancer positive has like a emotional insulation. So if it goes next to another person that's being very emotional, it's kind of okay because it's got an insulation and a barrier that it can deal with other emotional persons well. But if Moon in Cancer is negative, the emotions of other people feel so intrusive. So they get easily overwhelmed in emotional situations.
So they're absorbing the emotions of other people.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's difficult for a human being. You have a certain amount that you can tolerate. So they quickly reach that tolerance limit and then they have to withdraw. So then they'll look like a crab going back down into the sand again. And then they also have a lot of fear.
Explain.
Yeah, because domestic places are safe.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the key things about a domestic place. It's safe, and that's why you can sleep there.
Right.
So Moon in Cancer, when positive, because of the insulation factor, has an ability to feel safe. But if it's negative, it never feels safe. It's always feeling like, where's the safety? Where's the safety? Where's the safety? It lends to paranoia or anxiety.
Right. And it'll be probably augmented because they're expecting safety, but there is no safety. Because sometimes we're in unsafe places and we know, so it's okay. But yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Or some people don't have a high need for safety.
Mm-hmm.
They're comfortable in relative danger, but not Moon in Cancer.
Does this create dependency, do you think?
Yeah. You can explore anything when you just bear in mind that Moon in Cancer is giving a preference for a domestic space. Then you can explore all kinds of themes off of domestic spaces, and you probably won't go off the mark. You'll probably be drilling down in the right direction with understanding Moon in Cancer.
Right.
So the next trait, on the positive side, we say fertile.
Mm-hmm.
On the negative side, we say inhibited.
Mm-hmm.
So this theme is like, how does it look on the surface? The positive Moon in the Cancer on the surface looks very appealing. It's enticing. Last time we were talking about martial arts.
Yes.
So one of the things that I loved about the styles of martial arts that I looked at, that I studied a little bit, was the concept of opening an envelope or a space or a void where the other person will fall into it. And or also like in music, you do that a lot. You open up like a little space and the ear falls into that. So that's the thing about Cancer, the deepness of a Cancer native. It can be so attractive because it's like it's this big depth that you want to go in and see like what's in there. So Moon in Cancer people can be fantastically attractive because they're pulling people in and they look alluring. That's what alluring means, right? Like you're pulling it in.
Yeah.
For some reason, we summarize it as fertile because like they're getting people attracted to them. So all of that relational, all that dynamic that comes from attraction and love and romance is flowing. So they're getting their health is working, their fertility is happening, they're getting productive, they're feeling creative, they're feeling like, oh, I have something to do, I'm attracting this attention, let's do something with it.
I feel like the fertility is also coming from that water component of the sign and the moon. If you want to grow something, you have to water it. And that becomes your environment too. So it's a fertile environment. It's like putting a flower in water. Alas, it's giving it what it needs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be feminine, like healthy, beautiful, productive, nurturing. So again, it's like that concern for safety and domesticness means that they like to make things and people feel safe and be safe. So it's nurturing, protective, prosperous. Prosperous, why prosperous? Because if you take care of something, it grows.
Yeah.
So the negative version of it, though, is...
But what about beauty? I think that's worth discussing for a sec.
Okay, so there's two things going on. There's a physical beauty that's coming from water and moon.
Yes. Because moon's considered beautiful in every culture.
It's just so beautiful. It just is. Like, I think you have to be blind not to think that the moon is beautiful. The sun, I mean, you can think the sun might not be beautiful. The sun is only beautiful at sunset and sunrise.
Yes.
I mean, it's not true. The sunlight is beautiful, but it's like the indirectness of the sun is beautiful. Like when it comes in through a window or it comes through the trees, then it's beautiful. The sun itself is just overbearing, whereas the moon is just beautiful. So that's one thing. The moon is just beautiful. So it's very likely that a moon in Cancer native is going to be good looking.
Right.
But then there's the other kind of attraction and the other kind of beauty, which doesn't necessarily correspond to physical traits. And that was what I explained about the depth opens like a hole. It opens a vacuum that sucks your interest in.
The night is romantic, like a full moon. You get drawn into the feeling, the mystery of it. It's enchantment.
The moon, the shadows from the full moon and the light from the full moon is so beautiful, the silver. It's just, I think the amount of the moonlight is more subdued or something, and it's just perfect. And, you know, that relates to the moon in Cancer. Because it's a person that has these very deep emotions, but isn't really gushing them. When that's in the right balance, that's perfectly attractive. Because you know the person has a lot of feelings and emotions and has a lot of love. But you need to do some work to contact it. But that's positive because that draws you in, and then you get the interaction between the two. So that's another way that it's attractive. So the negative side of it, though, is inhibited, guarded, and repressive of your own emotions and affection. We never said anything like ugly.
No.
And it's not just because we don't want to be mean. It's just because that the moon in Cancer is not really going to give you an ugly outcome. It's just going to be like one of those situations where, wow, this person doesn't realize how attractive they are, or they're not utilizing it, or they don't want to be attractive because they're scared of attracting people.
Yes.
That's what we mean by inhibited.
It's like hiding vulnerability in some ways too here. Not that receptive nature, not being able to open up to receive or...
Yeah. So you can see this when people hit puberty. Some people become very outgoing. But other people, they become inhibited. It's very similar to the negative Cancer. It's like, you're beautiful, but you don't really want to attract that attention because it's dangerous. So you wind up just hiding it or hiding yourself even more.
Right. Could this be like there's a sense of shyness in some people that makes you even more attracted to them? You want to get to know them, but there's a kind of a shyness that's very standoffish. Like
that's exactly what we're talking about right now, the positive and negative theme. There's a shyness that's like coy and like, you know, alluring. It draws you in versus there's a shyness that's just too much. Like, all right, you don't want to talk. You don't want to look at me. Okay, I'll go somewhere else. Like I said, it's like people and emotions and everything. It's so weird because life is useless without people, but also it's so hard to interact with people.
So hard, yeah.
It's so dangerous and scary to open yourself up to another person. And now that we're talking about moon and Cancer, I can really sympathize with that. But yet that's all you want to do. So that's why it's called a negative trait, you know, because it's frustrating to be that private. It's not like they're happy, yay, this person went away. I didn't talk to them. I didn't look at them. They got tired of me. They went away. They feel like, darn. So that's why it's negative. It's because it's not really what they want to happen. Even if you don't have moon in Cancer or whatever, sometimes it happens to everybody. A lot of what we're talking about moon in Cancer is just a trait of a moon, really. Because you're just talking about moon in its domicile sign. So we're really just talking about the moon, essentially. Of course, we're talking about moon in water and cardinal. But everybody has the moon somewhere in their chart. So every human has this dynamic to some extent.
Right. So you just mentioned the cardinal. From all of the qualities that we talked so far about, nothing is indicating that directional orientation of a cardinal sign.
Well, I think it is.
It is. Explain.
The first thing we said about moon in Cancer was deep.
So that's the directionality inwards.
Cardinality is when the sun crosses into a new quadrant. So it's either crossing the east marker of the equinox or the north marker or the solstice or the west marker or the southern marker. So it's entering into a new quadrant. So it's the root symbolism is picking a direction. and going, and it's like a new direction. So cardinality basically is, like you said, directionality, going in a direction, decisively in a direction. You made up your mind to go in a direction. So deep requires that. You got to go down. Yeah, you have to go down. And crabs, they dig down, right? Like we said, Moon and Cancer's emotions are deep. They have strong emotions. They're strong. Their opinions are strong. When you get to know the person and they open up to you, they're not wishy-washy. They like this music. They like that food. It's clear. They like this person. They don't like that person. That's cardinality.
Right. So they have that deep emotion about things.
Yeah, deep and decisive. That's the trace of cardinality. It has made a decision. The sun has made a decision to go north. But the odd thing about Cancer, this is a beautiful way to analyze signs, is just to compare the modality, the cardinality, etc. Is just to compare that with the element. To compare the modality with the element. You could practically understand all the nuances of every sign just by doing those comparisons. So in Cancer's case, it's the comparison of a cardinality with water. You're not going to get fiery decisiveness, earthy decisiveness. You're going to get watery decisiveness, which is emotional decisiveness, but it's like below the surface.
Oh, it's a beautiful way of saying it so concisely.
Thanks.
Moon and Cancer people, please leave your experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Also think about mothers too. Mothers have strong opinions.
Right.
And they're decisive. Mothers are making decisions for kids and for themselves.
Yeah, because everyone associates water with that fluctuation so that they're not decisive, but Moon in its own sign is actually becoming decisive with emotions.
Yeah. But the comparison of the modes and the elements, you'll find some zodiac signs are like simple and other ones are complicated. Like a good example of a complicated one is Virgo. Dual earth.
Yeah, that one is, yeah.
Shaky earth. Or Cancer is another example of a complicated one. Cardinal water. Decisive water, decisive emotions. But some examples of simple ones like Taurus. Fixed earth. Or Aries, cardinal fire.
Yeah.
Or I would even say Gemini. The first three signs are very like archetypical, right? Gemini, dual air, perfect. It matches so easy.
Yeah.
But how about Aquarius, fixed air?
Yeah, that one's weird too.
So that's really giving you a head start on understanding each sign when you do those comparisons. What else did we have to say? Empathetic versus insensitive. So this one is talking about how emotionally attuned you are.
Right.
So the whole thing with Moon and Cancer really is dealing with emotions, isn't it? The first one is how deep your emotions are. The second theme is how your emotions interact with other people.
Yes.
Whether they allure other people in or whether they just isolate you. Now, the third theme here is how you attune to other people's emotions. So if it's positive, we said empathetic. If it's negative, we said insensitive. Empathetic, emotionally aware and naturally attuned to cadence and cycle. Perceptive of the emotions and thoughts of others. Responsive to affections. That's kind of great in the whole recipe of Moon and Cancer, positive Moon and Cancer. It's important to be responsive to affections. Synchronicity of body, mind, and emotion, granting somatic intuition. Was that a Parisa phrase?
Yes.
So that's a great phrase. Synchronicity of body, mind, and emotion. You want to explain what somatic intuition means?
Body intuition is some people don't understand the rhythm of their own bodies. It has a cycle, it has a rhythm, all of us. Like we go through these fluctuations in a day, in a week, in a month. And I feel like Moon and Cancer people understand this from day to day, the month. And life cycles too. That's very important to understand how the body's changing and how we need to change our rhythm. That in tuneness with it is like an amazing quality to have in this life because we're always changing.
Great. So you mean somatic intuition means like intuitive to your body?
Yes. To the feel of the body, to the intelligence of the body. Yeah.
Great. And then intuitive also towards other people, I think. So we said perceptive of the emotions and thoughts of others. This is like, I think you really need to see the moon really positive in Cancer to get this, because otherwise Cancer is staying in its shell. But if the moon is really positive in Cancer, it's so intelligent about emotions because it's so much depth in the emotional field that it's able to transcend that shell and notice the other person's mind, feel the other person's mind.
Right. When I was reading the definition that you gave for the positive, the thing that resonated with me a lot, that is the definition of a good mother, because you're becoming so in tuned to another person's rhythm, emotions, and you need to have your own well placed to be able to figure out the child's too. But to be able to do that, that's, to me, that was a definition of a perfect mother.
That's great. And also I mentioned responsive to affections is really important for the whole recipe. Think of like a timid creature like a crab going into the sand as soon as you come along. But if you say, hey there, little crab, how you doing? I bought a little, tiny shrimp for you to eat, or whatever it is the crabs eat. And the crab comes out. Then it's going to be, you're going to be able to forge such a bond.
Right.
So if people with moon and Cancer are listening, one of the things to really work on to make the best use of your moon and Cancer is to try to be responsive to affection. Because of the amount of insulation you keep around yourself, you run the risk of ignoring affection. But you should be a little generous in determining that it's a sincere affection and then respond to it, like let the person in. That will cure a lot of the problems that moon and Cancer people tend to have to face.
That's a beautiful advice. Yeah. Right. It's pretty much a solution to all the negative traits.
Yeah. We're not saying like, don't be a moon in Cancer. That kind of advice is so bad. People are who they are and we should be who we are. But what we're saying is, hey, I know you want safety and I know you want your privacy to your emotions, but when there is a person who's safe to bring in, make sure you bring them in and keep them in and hold them in and let them know that they're welcome.
Right.
The negative version of that is there's just too much insulation. So it's like a shell. It just became like a cocoon around the soul, around the mind. You're insensitive to others. You can't really, we said emotionally encapsulated, unaware of emotions and thoughts of others, and unresponsive to affections.
I think that word you used just a second ago about bonding is such an important word. And then here too, it's again coming up because you got to know how to bond with another person. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if moon is negative in Cancer, it's karka. In the Sanskrit word for Cancer is karka. It's you just get hard. You get calloused. Oh, you have all this nice, soft stuff on the inside, but what use is it? Nobody can access it. You've walled it off from everybody. And all it's doing is painting you, that it's so beautiful. And you can't share it with anybody. You're unwilling to share it with anybody.
Do you think there's the ability to feel one's own callousness, though? Or is that something that other people feel about moon and Cancer?
Your question is like, would they know that they're callous?
Right.
If it's super extreme, then they're not going to know.
Not going to know.
Yeah, they're not going to realize it because they're not perceptive. They're so unperceptive of themselves from the outside.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're unperceptive.
They're perceptive of themselves from the inside, how I feel from the inside. But the way that you would realize that you're callous is if you have some ability to see what you look like to another person.
Right. See, I love these psychological analysis of like, where does it come from? And then what is it causing? And okay, I see what you mean now.
But like we said for the moon, if the moon is really positive, then you get those great traits of being very empathetic. So to get like a fully narcissistic person, you have to have a very negative moon in Cancer, where it's so deep and it's so insulated and it's so shut in that it just never senses a non-subjective opinion of itself. It never senses anybody else's point of view.
And what's the general recipe that we would have to have in a chart for the moon to become callous? Because that's so hard to imagine, like a callous moon in the sign of Cancer.
Callous moon in the sign of Cancer. Well, you just, first of all, do some research on the degrees. Right. I don't know offhand which degrees are which, but there's going to be some degrees in Cancer where it's just like it's in Scorpio a bunch of times in the subdivisions of Cancer. Maybe Scorpio isn't even the best example, because maybe it would be even worse if it was in Capricorn a lot.
Okay.
Although technically the dignity is lower in Scorpio, you get more callousness and coldness from Capricorn.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. And then the other thing is, what if it's with K2? And then what if it's also with Saturn?
Okay.
And then what's the context of the chart? What house is it in? What's the context of the chart? Is the chart hard? Is the rest of the chart hard? Like, does it have a malefic ruled ascendant that would make it harder? Where is the ascendant lord? Is it in a hard house or a soft house? If everything is really hard and the moon's in Cancer and it's in bad dignity, then you get this really calloused moon that's only sensitive to itself.
So if I were to, let's say I have this placement, when I get your report, am I going to be able to see why the moon is acting so negatively?
Some reports are tailored to be more for people that are, I don't want to say easier reading, but that kind of like easier to understand. Not so many details, not so much technology. But other reports, they're more technologically oriented.
But the report would say that this moon is struggling in the chart. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes. That was the main thing to do, is to figure out what's the positive traits of a planet in a sign, what's the negative traits, and then to analyze the person's chart and then highlight for them which interpretation is which. Like, how much are you having these positive traits versus how much are you having these negative traits?
Right. Okay, this video totally surprised me, especially with the last one that we just did, and it made me realize a number of things. But let's say someone who's watching this and they do feel it, they've gotten the report and says the moon is struggling. What can a person do?
Knowledge is the answer. The reason knowledge is the answer is because it affects behavior.
Right.
So you just get knowledge and then you start to alter your behavior accordingly. So the knowledge is already there. Like, you got this report and now you're aware that maybe you're over-insulating or you're turning people away that were actually safe to bring in. Now that you have that knowledge that maybe that's happening, then now you have a better chance to sometimes behave differently because you have knowledge. Knowledge increases the amount of freedom that we have in our behavior. So just getting the information itself and accepting it, and embracing it, is the thing that will improve your life.
This was deep.
Yeah.
I emotionally felt a lot with Moon in Cancer in this one. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. Okay, we're going to talk about the moon in Leo. I don't know. I feel like the moon in Leo is very easy to interpret. So the moon is very luminous and it's so much brighter than any other planet, right? It lights things up. It's not as bright as the sun, right? But it's not trying to compete with the sun. It comes out at night. So moon is really bright. And when you're putting it in Leo in a positive context, you're going to get a lot of nice, soft, like cool illumination into what Leo is all about. The first theme is the confidence, right?
Yes.
Confidence or power or something like that. If moon is really positive in Leo, then people have a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
They're very lunar about the power, so it feels graceful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like an overbearing power. It's sort of like a soft, warm, fluid power. So we describe that as gracefully powerful. But if it's negative, then it's it's the negative version of a lunar power, right? It's like a lot of self-consciousness about their personal power. So they would, therefore, we said sensitive pride. They would be very sensitive to infractions to their dignity. If it's negative moon in Leo, if it's positive moon in Leo, they have a lot of power, but they're very gentle about it. They're very graceful about it. Make sense?
Yes.
What we said in more detail for the positive one, gracefully powerful. You're able to accomplish great things without typical displays of power, might, and force. Your dignified emotional confidence gives people confidence in you. It's like you have this moon symbol and it's in Leo. It's kind of interesting. You know it's going to get along well because moon and sun get along well. But on the other hand, they're sort of opposites. One is night and one is day. So what you have when the moon is positive in Leo is a person that doesn't have to be very Leo-like in order to get very Leo-like things actually accomplished. So they don't have to go around like proving their authority and displaying their self-confidence and everything.
Yeah, I see those placements, when let's say you put the sun here, you get a vertical power. You know who's at the top, who's at the bottom. This is more like horizontal power. So there's a sense of softness because of the feminine nature. It's receptivity. It's more inclusive, I feel. There's a lot of self-respect, but you also know how to respect others. That has that kind of a feeling.
Yeah. So imagine that horizontal power thing not working well.
Right.
So with the vertical power, the nice thing about it is the person on top is the person on top. They step forward, they take responsibility for the things, and you know who it is that made the decisions, and right? You know who it is who gets the praise, and you know who it is who gets the blame, because they're on the top of the totem pole. No. With horizontal power, one of the weak reasons why somebody would prefer a horizontal power to a vertical power is because you can hide. Right. You can say somebody else made the decision. You can put the blame on somebody else. You can make other people kind of go out in front and give the speech to say the things you told them to say. And then if everybody hates them and throws tomatoes at them, that's on their face, not yours.
Right.
Then if we have a negative moon in Leo, then instead of having a horizontal graceful power, instead what you have is like uncertainty. What we wrote about it is not wanting to risk injury or disgrace. You try to accomplish things subversively through others, without direct, forthright confrontation. When attacked, you shift blame.
Originally, you had this one titled as passive aggressive, right?
I forgot that, but it sounds right.
But it's very fitting to what you're saying right now because the person's taking on that kind of equality. The forthrightness is not there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's it, really. That's a very clear thing, I think.
Yes.
So then we can go on to the next theme.
Okay.
The first theme here is about how you're really expressing your power. The next thing that we'll talk about is how you feel about yourself. They're, of course, very related. Positive moon in Leo, you have a lot of clarity about who you are. And the negative moon in Leo, you want people to have a lot of clarity about who you are. You're really like demanding their attention. Right. So for the positive variant, we said you're very self-aware. For the negative version, we said you're very demanding. So for self-aware, we wrote, you have a strong, clear self-identity, which enables you to tolerate disapproval and criticism without becoming discouraged. And for the negative one, demanding, highly aware of your own desires, you become irritated quickly when they aren't sufficiently acknowledged and fulfilled. Which one should we talk about first?
Talk about the positive.
Okay. See, the nighttime is so scary. I moved into this apartment and it's like a cheap apartment. There's no like lights outside. That's the thing about the night is it's terrifying. It's so dark, but the moon is the thing that lights up the dark. That's what makes it kind of even more lovable or appreciable than the sun, because it's actually bringing the light into the place where you really need it, the night. So yeah, having that in Leo means like the moon's presence means the mysteries are removed or the mysteries are revealed. That's what the idea of lighting up the night is. When the moon is in Leo, there's no mystery about who I am. And the beautiful thing about that is you don't mind people's insults. This is the thing that I really appreciate about punks. Punks don't care about the fact that everybody hates them. They're still going to be who they are, and they're still going to be what they want to be. Another kind of person would like actually change or hide who they are. But that's a strong sense of identity when you believe in yourself strongly enough that the criticisms of other people doesn't depress you.
Right. And can we say that it's because the moon has emotional sovereignty here? It knows how it feels, so it doesn't need to project on other people, manipulate even to get a kind of feeling. It knows how it feels, right?
Yeah, that is such a good term, emotional sovereignty. That term is really showing what is going on here with the moon in Leo. And the ramifications of emotional sovereignty is that, like, you don't mind if somebody else has a negative opinion about you because you're emotionally sovereign. You have your own source of happiness. But, and also you're not very weak either. You're very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that term.
And for the negative, you said?
Demanding. So it's the opposite. It's where you're really dependent upon other people's, what do they call it? Confirmations.
Mm-hmm.
Confirmations that you're acceptable. Oh, we wrote something interesting. Highly aware of your own desires. Because that's another thing. Because the moon is the mind, it symbolizes all the desires. Now it's in Leo, it's taking those desires really close to the ego.
Mm-hmm.
So a negative moon in Leo has a lot of desires that are really not very integrated with the people around them. Like a lot of self-oriented desires that sometimes don't match with the people in their lives. So there's a lot of awareness of my own desires, what I want. And then because there's not a lot of sovereignty or ability to do things on one's own or do things without other people's help, you get very affected when there isn't enough feedback from other people and when there isn't enough assistance from other people. So we wrote, you become irritated quickly when those desires aren't sufficiently acknowledged and fulfilled.
And this is giving me what you're saying is just like evoking that image of a person who's very entitled. Like you're supposed to feel how I feel. You're supposed to want what I want. And then would you say that, how displacement has a reputation for being dramatic? Do you think it's coming from this part of it? Like the drama queen.
Yeah, drama queen is such another good phrase for a negative moon in Leo. Do I think that it's coming from this? Yeah, I think so. But what I would say is, I think we actually described that already. It's like this overreaction. It's somebody that always wants to be on the stage. It's somebody that always wants to be on a spotlight. A regular person would think, oh yeah, she understands me. I don't have to keep displaying. I've shown it and it was acknowledged. But a weak moon in Leo is like, I'm not sure if they really appreciate or understand what I am and what I'm doing and what I'm giving and what I'm bringing to the situation here. So I have to show more. And they keep showing more and more, and then it becomes over dramatic. Right. So then they look like, a drama queen. A very important spiritual and religious figure from India has the moon in Leo and the Leo ascendant.
Who?
That's Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya. His contribution was extremely feminine.
Mm.
It was bhakti, love and devotion. And also his personality was extremely humble. They're very horizontally powerful.
Okay.
Very horizontally powerful. And a very interesting way of being a drama queen, like and not in a negative way. So extremely dramatic, but not because you needed anybody else to see it. Just because the emotions were so intense.
So they could display the emotion.
Yeah. I think that will happen a lot if you take a moon and put it in the first house, which was the case with Chaitanya. There's going to be a lot of display of emotion. So that's a different way of getting drama that doesn't feel like a drama queen.
You know, I like to get into the nitty gritty of like the how. What do you think is the subjectivity of the moon here that would give it this negative slant? Like, what is it feeling internally that would make it gravitate towards being so demanding?
It's just because moon is feminine, right? So it needs input, it needs feedback. If it's positive and it's like, oh, I like this feedback, I'm happy, I'm so satisfied, I got this nice feedback, that's positive moon. It finds the feedback and it gets. But a negative moon was still going to need the feedback, and it's just like, you know, when you eat and then you just feel like you still keep eating. It's not done yet. I want more, I want more, I want more.
Right.
And I think that's the loop that makes them become overly expressive, overly demanding, overly assertive, overly everything. They don't recognize that they already did enough. They already said enough. They already felt enough. They already got enough recognition. Third theme.
Yes.
This is about the loyalty of Leo.
Mm-hmm.
In one sense, the moon and the sun, the owner of Leo, are like totally opposite. So it's going to have an interesting effect.
Yes.
If the moon is positive in Leo, then you get a person who's very loyal. We describe that as dedicated. But if the moon is negative in Leo, you get a person that's like not loyal. We described it as impulsive. They'll flip.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of guess the symbolic origin of that interpretation is because the moon is so changey, but Leo is very fixed, really. Leo is kind of competing with Taurus as being very loyal.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. The positive one, we said, dedicated, your affections and opinions are firm. Because we're talking about the moon, so we mentioned affections and opinions are firm. And so your devotion and dedication is enduring and profound.
I really like the word devotion for this combination.
Yeah, I like that too. And that's interesting with Sri Chaitanya, the person I mentioned, because that was their contribution. Bhakti means devotion. Yeah, so this is the kind of person that when you knew them when they were 14, they had a particular opinion about the world. And then when you go back and you meet them when they're 43, they have the same opinion. When you were in high school together, they said they wanted to be an artist. And guess what happened? That kind of person. On the other hand,
This is such a huge deal. I don't think a lot of people might realize it because it's very hard to have emotional consistency. A lot of people don't. It's like as the emotions fluctuate, so do the desires, the opinions. But to actually be able to have that strength to understand the deep emotion of something is a big deal. And the moon's able to do it and remain devotional. This is not a small thing in life.
yeah, I want to say that this is kind of the bonus or the plus or the advantage of putting a moon in a fixed sign. It promotes that emotional stability. So what did we say? We did the positive one. The negative one, negative version of moon in Leo on this theme of loyalty is impulsiveness. Your enthusiasm, affection, and opinion shift and flip with mood, and with the prospect of gaining attention and admiration. You lose interest in any action that doesn't result in your being validated and valued. The loyalty isn't really to anything in particular. The thing that is firm is the interest in getting some kind of respect. So then if you're with somebody that likes Donald Trump, then you'll be all about Donald Trump. It doesn't feel like you're betraying any ideals because you're not idealistic, except about the fact that you need people's attention and you need people's love.
Could we say this is fickle-minded or fickle is more Gemini moon?
Yeah, it would work. A lot of words work, but aren't maybe possibly the most accurate, you know,
Right.
because they have connotations. The fickle works because it means you're changing. But yeah, like you said, fickle is more like a lighthearted word. Yeah, so That's Moon and Leo. I feel pretty simple to interpret. In a positive sense, it's making a person that's, very strong and doesn't need to be loud about it. And in the negative sense, it's a person that is very loud about how strong they are and how admirable they are, which makes them actually not that strong and not that admirable.
Right. So with this placement, it sounds like this is when it's positive, that masculine and the feminine can work really well together and be very complementary.
Yeah, exactly. That's another way of sorting out the DNA of this whole interpretation. Really, you have the feminine Moon and a masculine Leo. And if you work together, then you get this very interesting balanced thing. We have access to the positives of both the masculinity and femininity. But if you have the feminine symbol in this masculine sign in a negative context, then you only get, they ruin each other, they spoil each other. You get the negative aspects of both. I mean, loud and like overly assertive, like a male, but also at the same time very needy and like demanding, like tiring, exhausting, like the negativity of a female. So yes, that is one way of sorting out what we're talking about.
Yes.
So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days.
As I was saying, Moon in Virgo people can be pretty complicating.
Complicated.
Yeah, they're complex.
Like we discussed with the Gemini thing, we discussed the complicated relationship between the Moon and Mercury, because one of them is intellect and the other one is emotions, and there's a complex relationship between those two things. Emotions tend to confound the functions of the intellect. So therefore, the intellect doesn't really like the effect of the emotions, and that's signified by Mercury not really liking the Moon. But on the other hand, the emotions really love the intellect because the intellect gives access to language, words, and expression, and that's exactly what the emotions are trying to find. They're trying to find expression.
Right.
So that's signified by the Moon liking Mercury in astrology. So now we have the Moon in Mercury's sign. So we're a little bit on the safe side of that, not an unreciprocal relationship. We're on the safe side because we're taking the planet that likes the other one and putting that planet in that other one's house.
And this is a feminine sign of Mercury, so they have something in common.
Yeah, there's the feminine sign too, and it's earthy.
And it's earthy, right?
Or earthy is good for a Moon. It grounds it, stabilizes it. So the first theme, Virgo, is pretty much about your intellect. That is the thing about Virgo. I don't know if it's well known anymore, but the intellect of young girls develops very quickly compared to young boys, and it's much more accurate. Sometimes people argue that the greatest geniuses in history are all men.
Mm-hmm.
They did this very interesting statistical analysis on males and females with IQ tests. And you could say IQ tests are not the most accurate thing in the world, but actually IQ tests are more in favor of men. Male intellect functions better to testing and to performance. So even if the IQ test is not really the best way to measure intelligence, it's actually going to favor the male more than the female. What the statistical analysis found out was males have much bigger variance in how smart they are. The dumbest people in the world are men, and the smartest people in the world are men too. Like there's this huge variance. You get these super genius people with incredible intellect that tend to be men, and you get these really dumb people too, like the really thickest headed people. Whereas women are more averaged, they're more consistent with their intellect. And then when you take the averages of the males and the female, the women are consistently higher IQ. So that's one of the things that's important to realize about understanding Virgo in general, because Virgo is symbolized by a young woman, and it's Mercury's sign, the planet of intellect. And that is really the thing that you have to understand about Virgo if you're going to be anywhere near the right ballpark for doing any kind of interpretive work with Virgo, is that it's smart.
Very.
And it's not that kind of spiky intelligence that you get with Einsteins and things like that, where they're hyper intelligent on one specific thing. It's this big, wide, broad, averaged up, high intelligence, practical, wide-based intelligence. So then the moon is the mind, right? So if we're putting the moon in Virgo, obviously the first thing that we're going to talk about is that how well is the intellect functioning? If it's positive, then we said a unique thinker. And if it's negative, we said a perfectionist.
Mm-hmm.
For unique thinker, we said your openness to many possibilities allows you to come up with new ideas and synthesize existing ideas in new ways. You have a strong ability to verbalize things clearly. So those are two different concepts. One of them is this kind of openness to ideas, openness to new ideas. And then the other one is about communication. Let's discuss this openness thing first. Why openness? Because the moon is desirous. So if you're taking a desirous thing and putting it in an intellectual environment, then you get a lot of desire for ideas.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real key characteristic of Moon and Virgo people. They're sapiosexual. They have desire for ideas. They like intellect. They're attracted to intellect. And desire also has to do with, consumption. You want to get things, you want to get things, you want to get things. So that's that sense of like, they don't just like ideas, they like new ideas. The existing information that they have or the older information that they access, they synthesize it to make new patterns, to make new things, because that's what they're desirous of. They're desirous of the new experience. So that's how the genius comes in.
Right.
They come up with new approaches. They come up with new solutions. They come up with new ways of thinking about things.
But here's one of the complexities about them. So yes, they come up with new information. They can synthesize ideas, but then there's a sense of practicality about it too, where they can also go under the radar in some ways. There's complexity in the way how they came up with the thought, but then the presentation of it can be very straightforward and practical. So it's taken for granted how much has actually gone into it.
And that's also so consistent with the theme of Virgo itself as being a woman.
How does that connect? How do you connect it?
It's just that women are so underappreciated for things like intellect. It's the same thing, like these people with Moon and Virgo, they come up with these great ideas, but because their presentation of it isn't very boisterous, and because the presentation of it is very practical and simple, and their application of it is very down to earth, then like you said, it goes under the radar, which is really what happens with a lot of female genius. It just goes under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really notices it. That's one of the reasons why the greatest everything in history, you got to do these male figures, because they're loud. They get themselves noticed. They want to be noticed. Yeah, so I agree with that too. It's a complexity, is that there's a lot of genius and there's a lot of intellectual creativity going on, but the application of it is so practical and down to earth that they don't really come off as like this big scientific academic genius.
No, and they're pretty humble. I've noticed about their demeanor and their self-presentation also, even though they're contributing a lot and doing something spectacular. Yeah.
It's another important thing about the basic symbolism of Virgo. It's not just that it's a young woman, it's also a young woman bringing wheat. So she's cooking. So that means she's like taking care of people's health, and she's doing things that are practical, and also she cares about other people. That's another trait, really. When you get the Moon in Virgo, in general, there can be a lot of devotion, willingness to work, a practical sense of devotion, willingness to work for others.
Right. Yes.
Depending on your astrological recipe, you could look at a person with this kind of an astrological recipe and just have no clue about how they tick. How can you have these great ideas and just contribute them so anonymously?
Right.
But they would look at somebody with a different astrological recipe and think, wow, how can you be so noticeable? How can you put so much of your own self into these ideas?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the second thing about that positive trait was verbalization. Mercury always has a great amount of dexterity, so Mercury signs will always have a lot of dexterity. I mean, both of Mercury signs, Virgo and Gemini, are very wordy, but Gemini's wordiness is more witty and light and like humorous. Virgo's is more practical. They can really explain things well, especially processes. They really explain processes. How do you do this? They're good at writing instructions or giving you instructions about how to do something, directions, how to get someplace.
Yeah, I see the moon in Gemini being more about connecting very random ideas and then synthesizing in that way. Moon in Virgo is about method. Like they can show you their methodology, the step by step of how they're coming up with this argument, this thesis. Yeah, I can see that.
However, moon negatively in Virgo, you'll get this same kind of like clear intellect, but what would happen if the intellect is, let's say, too clear or something?
This will make me laugh when I was reading it with the word that you used. I don't know if you kept it. I was like, this is good.
Okay, let's see what I wrote. I wrote perfectionist, fixed on organization, efficiency, and order. You're easily disturbed by slight deviations, fussy, critical, demanding.
Originally, you had weird.
Yeah, I think people will think that you're weird. Why is this thing so important to you? It's weird. They're so fixated on this detail. Why are you so weird about this? That kind of thing. Yeah, so if the intellect is like too clear and too practical, then you get this perfectionist flaw. It just, everything has to be organized so perfectly. They waste their time organizing things. It becomes inefficient. And then they get like just irritated or they don't want to work with people that can't live up to that unnecessarily high standard of organization and cleanliness and perfection and clarity.
But that is because that's what gives them emotional stability and security, to have that sense of order, to have everything so methodically stated. That gives some people a feeling of safety. There has to be a reason as to why they do it.
That trait of being empowered by order and clarity is, if when it works really well, then you have a great ability to give instructions. You have a great ability to come up with very clear ideas and plans, right? But if it's not working very well, then you're just overly instructing, and the things have to be followed to the letter. I think the governments of the world have negative moon in Virgo. You know, that government-y kind of paperwork thing.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Could we say in the same breath that moon in Virgo is a bit controlling as a negative attribute here?
I think you would have to have something else, give it the power to be controlling. It would want to be controlling. Whether or not it could actually be controlling, I don't think would come from the moon in Virgo.
Okay.
You could get it from, if you have moon in Virgo with, say, like a Leo ascendant or something else strong, you know, strong going on, then you can get a person that's quite controlling. Next one is also kind of about how you think, but we specifically tailor it to problem-solving thinking. So for positive, we said strategic, and for negative, we said calculating. Strategic, we wrote, you have attention to detail, efficiency and organization, and ability to elaborately plan things in advance. That's the new thing, really. They can elaborately plan in advance, and that's what we mean by strategic.
Mm-hmm.
They know their moves. This is why I can't win in any board games, because I can't elaborately plan in advance. But the people that can plan like 2 or 3 or 4 moves ahead, those are the ones that win in chess, or they win in the board games or the strategy games. So that's a strong moon in Virgo. But the negative version of the same thing, we said calculating. So emotionally strategic. So you're getting a strategy applied into the wrong area, really. The moon in Virgo is bringing emotions into this very clinical setting, or it's a very practical setting. So emotionally strategic, afraid of emotional uncertainty. You seek precision even in things that are naturally and intentionally imprecise, like emotions.
So it's emotionally tactical.
And not just emotion, but it will bring this tacticality and this strategy into any kind of area where it doesn't really benefit. Like maybe they're too strategic about their relationships. They overthink love. They overthink romance.
Oh, okay, I just got it. So what you're saying is that the thinking process can overtake the emotionality of things. This is why they're doing, okay, okay. Because I was trying to think, what's the mechanism underneath all of this? Okay.
Yeah. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier in this video and also in the Moon and Gemini video about that weird relationship between the Moon and Mercury, between emotions and intellect. Usually the emotions like intellect because the intellect gives it the tools to express itself and be shared. However, it's not always a rosy relationship that the moon or the emotions feels towards Mercury, the intellect, because the intellect isn't really cut out for emotions.
Right.
What do I mean by that? I mean, intellect is cut out to be objective. That's why science needs objectivity, not subjectivity or bias. You have to eliminate bias from science, otherwise it's not science. But the moon is all about bias. I like chocolate better than I like vanilla. That's a bias. So yeah, the intellect is objective by design. Emotions are the opposite by design. Emotions are subjective by design. So that's what you're getting here is this clash between the subjectivity of emotions and the objectivity of intellect. If it works very well, then subjectivity doesn't get in the way of your objective thought processes. Mm-hmm. And that's a positive moon in Virgo. It's very strategic. You're very clear and you plan ahead really well. But if it doesn't work well, if it's a negative moon in Virgo, actually it's the objectivity getting in the way of the subjectivity. You're bringing in all this like coldness. You're bringing in all this like impartiality and precision and practicality into areas that are supposed to be organic and fluid and mushy and subjective.
Right. We had an original word in there, which I think it takes it kind of far, but it could be accurate because someone here could be tailoring their words to fit a particular circumstance. They're being calculating, and that's being cunning. That was the original word. So, yeah, so that can be on the very negative spectrum of displacement.
So they could start to use emotions strategically. That's what I mean by cunning. And then the third theme is about the kind of the cleanliness of Virgo, more or less. So, and by cleanliness, that has to do with organization and like the rituality. Virgo can be very ritually. It pattern. By ritual, we mean like a pattern, a way of doing things the same way every time. If the moon is negative in Virgo, then we said over-formalized. It's similar to this calculating thing. There's just too much objectivity into these subjective areas, too much precision where you're allowed to be sloppy. So over-formalized, overly clean, unnecessarily clean. It gets in the way. If it's positive, though, then there's a lot of refinement. There's a lot of precision. So for refined, we say precise and detail-oriented. Your appearance is orderly, clean, graceful, and intentional. Precise and detail-oriented, your opinion is orderly, clean, graceful, and intentional. Mm-hmm. You know, every fold, every hair, everything is the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
Your instinct towards balance also keeps your health well maintained. And so that's a good moon in Virgo. The patterns are there. Mm-hmm. The patterns are very strong in a positive way. So everything looks like it has a reason for being where it is. And in fact, everything does have a reason for being where it is, whether it's in your physical appearance or in your room or in how you schedule out your day.
Is this a sense of neatness about the person? Like everything's...
Yeah. That's really what neatness is, really. Neatness and organization are identical.
Right. And they are Mercury's qualities.
If the same thing is negative, then it's just like said over-formalized. Too much patterning. Ignoring your emotional state, you fake an I'm fine external facade. This makes you seem scripted, predictable, or insincere and is dangerous to your emotional and physical well-being. So the positive thing we said is good for your physical health and well-being. This kind of patterning and the structure in your life is very healthy. Isn't that's the interesting thing with this world, really? The interesting thing with this world is that it's not really something that's good and something that's bad. It's the balance of this thing and that thing together in the right balance that is either good or bad. So here you have an issue like formality. The same issue, formality, can be super healthy or super unhealthy.
Could we say something along the line of, you know how the moon represents rhythm and timing? This is a person who doesn't necessarily understand their own rhythm and timing, so they're overimposing some order, some structure, routine, habit that they have to perform. And that just comes out as being superficial, tedious, too much.
Yeah, that's great. You explained it really well. Whereas if it's very positive, they've got their timings down. They're scheduled, you know?
Yeah.
And they're on time. They're punctual. That's another thing I love about Virgo is the punctuality.
Yeah, Virgos are punctual.
So what are we talking about? Ignoring your emotional state. You fake an I'm fine external facade. So this is the thing about the formality too, is this form over substance. They value form enough that they sacrifice the substance. I'm fine, I'm happy. See, I paid my bills. You know, or see, I have a new car. Or I kept my car clean. These people are obsessed with washing their cars and never get the point of washing a car. It's meant to get dirty. You drive it on the street, and you know, it's constantly in contact with dirt. Why are you bother washing it all? But they're so obsessed with washing their cars. It makes them feel happy when the car looks clean. I'm not criticizing it. It's just not my way of thinking. But if it's negative, it's like, yeah, your car looks so clean, but you're crying inside of it.
Right. Have you ever seen that movie Fight Club?
Probably. I think so. It's such a famous movie.
Yeah, at the beginning of the film, it's like exactly what you're describing. He's buying things from IKEA, making sure everything's clean in place, but his soul is dying inside of it.
Yeah, so that's a great illustration for negative moon in Virgo. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. Libra is Venus's air sign. So a lot of the resource of Libra is about your sensual acuity. That's the first issue with Moon in Libra, is how kind of subjectively attuned are you to the information that you're receiving from the world through your eyes and your ears and your nose and so forth.
Right.
If Moon is positive in Libra, you're very artful. It's because you're hearing all these details, you're seeing all these details. You're very attuned to the colors and sounds. If it's negative Moon in Libra, it's hypersensitivity.
Right.
So to read a little bit about what we wrote for the positive trait. Artful, we said, artistic flair and sensibilities. Able to express things in attractive ways. High-minded, refined, and interested in divine and spiritual experiences.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. This comes out from classics, medieval classics. It's this attunement to nature. When that happens, you get very attuned to the divinity, and you appreciate the beauty that exists in the world, and that's divine. That's a very practical sense of God and divinity. So there's that. There's that high-mindedness. The refinedness means like if you spent $4 on a bottle of olive oil versus if you spent $15 on a bottle of olive oil, you can tell the difference.
Right.
And then there's also we said able to express things in attractive ways. So that's the side effect of having being very attuned to the experiences. Mm-hmm. So if you know the difference between cheap olive oil and expensive olive oil, then also when you're cooking, you know the difference if you cooked something that tastes good or if you cook something that tastes bad. If you should have used 1 tablespoon of salt or half a tablespoon of salt, it'll be evident to you when you taste it And so that affects your ability to create.
Yeah, I think with this, as an extension of what you're saying, to have sensation of the world is one thing, but to be able to feel them is another. And displacement is getting the opportunity to keenly and deeply feel it. Yeah, it has a discerning thing about it too, like the way you're saying, like in the culinaries, it knows the difference of that sense, that taste between different things. It has a feeling for things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now the same thing, if it's not working well, if the moon's negative in Libra, it's the same issue, this sensitivity to the experience, but it's just negative sensitivity. So it's like if a loud sound is very loud to you, sweet taste is very sweet. It's too much sensitivity. Sometimes it just makes life burdensome.
Again, they're having a feeling about it. They're having a strong feeling about the sensation again in a negative way.
Yeah. And then another ramification of this negative specificity is you're just too specific. So like somebody cooked something with three-quarters of a tablespoon of salt instead of 1/4 tablespoon of salt, and it bothers you.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody used $4 olive oil instead of $12 olive oil, and you feel insulted. You feel annoyed, you know?
They just ruined the whole dish, the whole thing.
Yeah. So a negative moon in Libra has a lot of expectations, a lot of demands that aren't easy to satisfy. So we said high expectations and demands make you difficult to please and easy to disappoint.
How would you connect that to the moon symbols? From which aspect of the moon is this coming from?
You desire.
The desire.
First of all, desire, and then just basically mind. Mind is the input. It's the master input to the consciousness. So you're taking the master input to consciousness and putting it in Libra, which has a lot of air and Venus. So it's very attuned to sensual data, sensory data. It's a lot of focus on the incoming sensory data coming in through the mind.
And do you think this also has something to do with the fact that Libra tries to keep the equilibrium of things, the balance of things? So when something's not balanced, they pick it up and that becomes a point of irritation.
Yeah. And we'll also talk more about the balance thing in the third theme.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all about the balance.
But going back to the positive, can you explain, you explain what you mean by artful, but is this the same as being artistic or just having a certain intelligence about something with the word artful? How do you mean artful?
So the difference between different types of music, different types of notes, different kinds of flavors, different kinds of smells. That's one thing about artful, like high artistic tastes.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, the moon in Libra by itself doesn't guarantee that a person will be artistically expressive. I think it does guarantee that they have a lot of attention to detail on how they're experiencing things. That part's guaranteed. Then one of the side effects might be that therefore when they create, they can really tell if they're creating the thing that they wanted to create or if it's tasty. But it's no guarantee that they're going to be able to express. I think it just needs a little help. The moon in Libra needs a little help from some other artistic stuff happening in the chart. Like something nice in the 11th house or the 11th, maybe the moon's the 11th lord or something. Maybe it's in the 11th house, 5th house, some other place that's creative and expressive. And then you'll definitely get this artistic person with the moon in Libra.
I agree. Yeah. Second positive?
Second is money.
This is so true.
Really?
Oh my God, yes.
Why money? It's because Libra actually has a lot to do with money. Why does Libra have a lot to do with money? Because it has to do with stuff coming in and out. That's what we were talking about with the sensual information coming in and out. But now also it has to do with anything going in and out. So that's what commerce is all about. Buying, selling, trading, exchanging. And that's why Libra, one of the reasons why Libra is symbolized by a scale is that it's very sensitive, right, to balance. Another reason why it's sensitive, why it's symbolized by a scale is because that's what you use. That's an old-fashioned cash register. The scale is an old-fashioned cash register. So Libra has a lot of connection with money. And then the moon is also, we call it Vaishya in Sanskrit. It's the 4 different archetypes of human beings. It's a business-minded planet.
Right.
the reason why the moon is a Vaishya planet isn't really that it's, let's say, business-minded, but it's desire-y. So it's oriented towards stuff. It likes to get stuff. It likes to produce stuff and obtain stuff. So putting the moon in Libra, it's going to definitely bring out some kind of important information about the person's relationship with money. If it's positive, we said wealthy, and if it's negative, we said wealth dependent.
Yes.
For wealthy, we explained earning money by commercial skills. Commerce. Intuitive with supply and demand. Knowing what a market wants and how to supply it. You might not always see this play out in a very formally business manner. It can also be very favorable to an entertainer. Knowing what a market wants and how to supply it. But that's the basic mechanism here. With the moon in Libra, you understand the flow in and out of things. So you know what people want to take out from the store, and therefore you put that in your store. And so you sell well and you buy well.
And I would argue they know how to create needs in order to create a supply and demand type of thing happening. To like having someone who's in marketing with this placement will work really well because they can create the need because they understand emotion, subjectivity, desires. So they'll create that commercial where you need this detergent, otherwise you'll die.
Right. So and then the negative one, the negative version of wealth. Wealth dependent, evaluating success too exclusively on the financial return it generates. So it seemed like you had strong feelings about this. You were like, this is so accurate. Is there some information you want to share?
Yeah, there's strong, also self-identification with the material aspects of life. And like your feelings balanced if you're financially secure, you're completely just out of tilt if the money situation is not right. There's a lot of identification with that aspect of life in terms of how one feels and the desire for it. The sense of feeling right comes through the finer things in life, not just having things, but the finer things in life. So expensive things.
I think that's a good clarification of what we mean by this wealth dependence. All right, and then the third issue is the equality of it. One of the beautiful things about Libra is equality, egalitarianism. So yeah, if the moon is positive in Libra, then you're equitable. And if it's negative in Libra, then you're inequitable. For equitable, we said you're able to balance personal desires and aspirations with those of your partners. Let's unpack this a bit. There's actually a lot going on underneath that simple sentence. Yes. So it's the moon. So that means what I want. That moon is my desire, my own mind. And then there's Libra, which is the seventh sign, Libra, which is the air sign, Libra, which is Venus's sign, right? Mm-hmm. So Libra is a lot about interaction. And that is not just with objects and money and senses, it's with people. So Libra has a lot of impact on how we relate with other people. Moon in Libra, there's going to be a question mark of how much your, let's say, greed or your personal ambitions or your personal desires, how well do those interface with how you treat other people and what you do with other people. So by equitable, we mean like you're able to balance yourself and others. You're able to equate another human being with yourself. You know, I have desires, I have wants, I have needs. This other human being must also. Just like I would like them to pay attention to mine, let's pay attention to theirs as well. Let's be equitable. Let's treat each other fairly. So these people are very fair. That's in the positive sense, right? Yes. But in the negative sense, it's inequitable. It's that moon symbol getting in the way of the Libra symbol. The Libra symbol is about the sameness of myself and others. But moon is about the importance of my own subjective feelings. So you struggle to balance your personal desires and aspirations with those of your partners.
I've noticed when the moon is negative here too, that balance being lost, it can cause a lot of dependency too with the sign, because there's always the sense of cooperation here too, that I do want to make you happy. I do want to agree with you. So it's like giving up some of your own sense of agency too in this with this placement when it's going haywire a little bit.
Yeah, that's good to mention that. What we wrote is you struggle to balance your personal desires with those of your partners. It doesn't necessarily mean that yours are more important.
Right.
You might be under-importancing them, because of the natural tendency of Libra to want to please the other person.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the amazing thing about the positive moon in Libra is it gets the balance. It understands the balance between the self and the partner.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that take care of themselves because they love their partner.
Yeah, going back to the money part for a second, could we start to extract the fluctuation of money too with this kind of a placement? Because moon has that fluctuating quality here. So, and money has its nature. Sometimes it comes into people's lives and then it leaves.
Yeah, I was going to actually say exactly that. Like money itself, money flow itself is rarely steady.
Exactly.
Some people, they get a salary. To get a salary isn't really like a business thing, So with Moon and Libra, those people don't really get satisfied with salaries. They like to do things that actually can earn money directly. It doesn't mean that they don't have salary jobs, but that's not the thing that's really their passion, and that's the thing that's really their ambition. They're hoping for the bonus that's coming out of it or the commission that's coming out of it.
This is an entrepreneur here that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's very favorable to entrepreneur, although I want to see Mars also. For a real entrepreneur, I want to see Mars and I want to see the third house to help this. But yeah, I was going to say the moon is fluctuating by nature, but that's another reason why it's so financially oriented, because finances also fluctuate by nature.
So we could extract that from this kind of placement. Okay.
Yeah, especially because there's nothing very grounding about Libra.
Right.
It's not fixed sign. It's not an earth sign. So the moon isn't really anchored to anything. So, okay, we say it indicates that you have great commercial skills if it's positive. But that doesn't mean that you have this like steady income. In fact, those people that are very wealthy, they often have the most unsteady income because sometimes they just make heaps of money.
And then they get sued and then they lose heaps of money.
And then they lose heaps of money, yeah. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. So we're getting to the famous Moon in Scorpio, the crowd pleaser.
Yes, this is a big one.
I often wonder for like half a second why Scorpio is so, why does it attract people so much? But it's only like a half a second of wondering because it's so obviously the nature of Scorpio that we're going to talk about right now. It's very favorable to astrology.
Very.
Yeah. So like, it's just natural that a lot of the people who are interested in astrology are specifically interested in Scorpio because they have a lot of active Scorpio. That's why they're interested in astrology.
Yes. And they're the most outspoken ones too. They don't just watch, they will comment.
Yeah, that's interesting too. That's another fact. And it's particularly interesting with the moon because moon debilitates in Scorpio. And that's also kind of hilarious because one of the things of a debilitated moon is like a problem with opinionation. That's one of the traits of Scorpio, highly Scorpio moon, very opinionated. They're going to speak out.
So if you were to take one of the exaltations or debilitations as your favorite, which one would it be in terms of talking about it? For me, it is moon in Scorpio.
Yeah, I think it's Moon in Scorpio for me. And the debilitations are more interesting. I wonder why. Because, self-hate and self-ridicule is worse. Honestly, it's worse than, too much pride or too much ego.
Yeah.
So it seems like I feel more inspired to talk about debilitations because they can easily lead people to like self-loathing, self-hate. I have a debilitated planet C. That's why everybody hates me. I deserve to be hated, so forth and so on.
Yeah, it is more complex for sure.
Yeah. So we're going to have three themes, as always, and a positive and a negative version for each theme. So the first theme of Moon in Scorpio will be about secrecy. And that is just an inherent trait of Scorpio because that's why it's represented by a scorpion, because the scorpions, they hide. I remember the first time I ever encountered an actual scorpion, it popped out of a bag of rice.
Mm.
And then the other times I've seen scorpions, they've been coming out of holes in the desert. One of the reasons why Scorpio is represented by a scorpion is because scorpions they go deep into the ground. They hide. But it's not just Scorpio, it's also the moon, which is private.
Right.
You see, but you can't really say privacy, right, for Scorpio? It's deep, but not necessarily private. It's very opposite from Cancer, which is deep and private.
Yes.
And that the reason for that is Cancer is a water sign ruled by the moon, but Scorpio is a water sign ruled by Mars. So you're not going to get privacy when it's ruled by Mars. Mars is outgoing. Now we're going to give a positive and a negative variant on secrecy. And I'm going to start with my typical phrase, if the moon is positive in Scorpio, but then it sounds weird. Right? What do you mean if the moon is positive in Scorpio? Didn't you just say it's negative? It's debilitated? So we regularly go over this, but it doesn't hurt to go over it again. Scorpio has 30 degrees, and it's not entirely the same. It's not at all the same throughout the whole thing. It's just like America covers that whole section of North America, but New York is not the same as Tennessee. New York City, it's not the same as Tennessee, nor is Wyoming the same as Los Angeles. They're all in America, but you better believe me, they're really different.
Right.
So the same thing with the zodiac sign. Yeah, the whole thing is one zodiac sign. It's like one country, but there's all these different states and towns and cities within it that you break apart by degree. And then the various subdivisions that are in the degree. So there's actually subsigns within signs. So the moon could be in a degree in Scorpio where it's completely in Scorpio. Or it's even in a mixture of you could even get like a more vile mixture. Like it's in like Capricorn, Scorpio all the time together. Those two mixed together, it could be really rough on the moon. But then again, you could have it in Cancer, Scorpio. So it's not guaranteed that the moon will be negative when it's in Scorpio. And that's why people have a hard time sometimes believing in the astrological concepts like debilitation or exaltation, because they might have an uncle or an aunt or a mom or a dad or a best friend who has the moon in Scorpio, who's such a wonderful person emotionally. And they don't have any of these classic flaws or problems that we're going to talk about. And so they think, see, this must be bogus. Maybe astrology is bogus, or maybe this concept of debilitation is bogus. But it's just that you haven't scratched the surface, really. You haven't gone past the superficial level of just the sign that it's in to look at what subdivisions it's in. So yeah, the moon can be positive while in Scorpio. It can be 100% positive.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be pretty significantly not negative.
There's other factors too, in terms of like, let's say the ruler, Mars is very dignified or it's exalted, or we have a Mars that's also debilitated. So all of these factors will go into it too.
Yep. And then also what house the moon is in Scorpio and what house. Some houses are nicer for the moon, some houses are more difficult for the moon.
You did the series based on Polydipika, and you were talking about how planets do in every houses. That was really good. I recommend people to watch that to understand that too.
Thank you. I think that is also in the engine that does the reports. The way that I wrote my readings is to modify the base dignity by the effect of the house that it's in, because I feel like that's very, very crucial and important. You can't overlook that. So the first theme of Moon in Scorpio is secrecy. And it has these two variants, positive variant and negative variant. If positive secrecy, right? It means secrets are good for you. And negative secrecy means secrets are bad for you. So one keyword that I really feel is apropos for the positive moon in Scorpio is occult.
Yes.
because literally occult means hidden or secret. So a positive moon Scorpio is very benefited by the occult. Yet the negative secrecy thing, secrets are not working good for you. The keyword that we came up with is obscure. Let's start with the positive. What we wrote about occult is adept in secrets, able to use mystery to your advantage, hiding what you want hidden. Intuitive, esoteric, spiritual, conversant with taboo and occult. So that's a great thing. Actually, moon in Scorpio, that's why you get a lot of traffic to YouTube from Scorpio people. Because they love secrets, they love occult. It works well for them.
Mhm.
The Scorpio moon is the type of person for whom astrology really does good things. They know how to interface with it. A lot of the reason why somebody might not like astrology is because they don't know how to interface with it. It doesn't like communicate with or mesh with who they are. But that's not the case with a Scorpio moon at all, because they're adept in secrets. They know how to work with mysterious things.
Mhm.
That also means that they know how to tell secrets. They know how to keep secrets. Now, what I mean, tell secrets, like they know how to give information in such a way that it won't leak out. They can receive they elicit private information from people. People feel okay telling them secrets. You get deep conversations with them. All of a sudden, you're pouring your heart out. Able to use mystery to your advantage too. You'll always see them. They look so exotic or something, even if they're not intentionally trying to do it.
Yes.
Mystery to your advantage, hiding what you want hidden. Yeah, it's just like there's a talent for being able to hide something without being deceitful.
And they do have a symbolic imagination. This is what I've noticed, or a symbolic self-concept. Like it's so normal for them to say that I feel like a phoenix, or I feel they have this symbolic language and symbolic self-understanding, which is very unusual.
Yeah, that's nice. Now that you mention that, I recognize that too.
Yeah. But I do want to ask you this. Remember when we were talking about moon in the sign of Cancer, and we were talking about that secrecy that's also there, the mysteriousness that is also there. How would you differentiate that mystery and that kind of secrecy from this one in Scorpio?
Right, so there's a difference between privacy and secrecy. Privacy is Cancerian and secrecy is Scorpionic. And secrecy, you're actually giving information, just not the information that you don't want to reveal. Like you said about the symbols, they're very comfortable saying, I feel like a phoenix. What the heck does that mean? What is it, right? They don't have to specify that, because if you don't understand exactly what it means, that's good. That's the intention. They didn't want you to know exactly what they feel like. That's private. But they do want you to know something about it, and they want to entice you into it. Whereas with Cancer, it's just they don't want you to know.
They're keeping it private.
Yeah, they're private. They're keeping it in. They're holding it in. They're keeping it safe. Basically, water signs will love to keep things nurtured and safe, but depending on the ruler, it will be a bit different. So Cancer is like very much so, let's keep everything safe, keep everything safe. Where Scorpio is the least like that because Mars is so comfortable with taking risks. It feels bored easily if there's no adventure and no risk. So what happens with Scorpio is they try to tease the secret a little bit. I have a secret, but you want to know it. I feel like a phoenix. Oh, well, I bet you want to know what that means. If you want to know what that means, you'll have to spend more time with me. You'll have to invest more in me, etc.
Could we say this is also coming from that penetrating nature of, let's say, Mars as a ruler here? So they're taking you into a depth that we're not familiar with it. So we're kind of dumbfounded in that depth, but to them it makes sense because they dwell there.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it too. Yeah, I wish I had more Scorpio people around me because it's fun. It can be exhausting, but it's fun. They kind of pull you into their black hole, and then you get taken on this wild ride with them, and then they kind of dump you off at the bus stop when they're done. A lot of Scorpio traits will be there regardless of what planet you have in Scorpio, but the moon is going to particularly highlight this love for secrecy and how they deal with secrets and everything. Because they're good with secrets, that also gives them this sense of ESP. It's not a Cancerian empathy, or it's not like a mothery empathy. It's like they know your moves. They predict your moves. in advance.
And they're more like the psychic type rather than the intuitive type, I feel.
How would you differentiate the two?
The intuitive type, I think that they're doing more pattern recognition and picking up on your emotions. But when you get that psychic sense or you feel that you do, you're trying to, for example, read the future, be a medium, talk to the other realm. It's a different ballgame.
Yeah, I think maybe that is also the result of having Mars rule a water sign, because like Mars will penetrate, like you were saying, right?
Right.
But penetrate what? Penetrate water. So water is mind. In Vedanta, there's a really baffling concept that the universe only has one mind, and it's like a cloud computer. It has one mind that people put their little memories on, and the memories are addressed to different individuals, but there's actually only really one mind. And that is why a scorpionic moon could penetrate the security system and the cloud computer and get into somebody else's mind. And that's how psychic mind reading and possession and all the kinds of, that's how that stuff works. By just breaking the security rules in the way the mind is set up. So I think Mars, because of its penetrative nature, it has the ability to go get past the firewalls, get through the firewalls and get into other people's minds. Yeah, and it would be less of an intuition and more of just like a mystical mind reading.
Yeah.
And we said spiritual, that's also kind of like given obvious.
And I think that taboo concept is very important in the sense that if there's one placement that represents taboos, it's probably this one.
Yeah, that was the last thing we were conversing with, taboo and occult. So water and Mars, right? Your emotions want to penetrate. Mars is like a conqueror. So he'll go to somebody else's country and take it over. Like conquistador. If you make the conquistador be your mind, that means that you don't want your mind to have limits. If you tell a Moon and Scorpio native you shouldn't feel that way, I hope you're trying to do reverse psychology, because it will just make them feel like that's why I'm going to feel that way, because you told me I shouldn't feel that way.
And that's coming from independence of Mars too.
Yeah. It's not that they're evil. They don't want to just take your word for it. They want to know and experience, why is this bad? And then after if they penetrate into that thing and that taboo and they feel that, oh, this is bad, then they'll get out of it forever. They'll never go back in there. But usually what happens is the taboos are not really that bad, because everything has pluses and minuses. So usually they'll penetrate into some place they're not supposed to go and they'll like it. And that's also why they're such interesting people. They're just off the beaten path. There was this one character in a TV show that I really liked. She used to curse a lot. And the other friend never cursed, but in the thought, they had like a thought monologue, and the friend was like, I wish I could just record my friend cursing and just listen to her when I felt stressed out, because it always makes me feel better. So the one that's like not scared to curse and everything, that's like a Moon and Scorpio type of character. And the one that's scared to curse, but maybe it's like Moon and Cancer or something.
Oh, that's so poignant because, yeah, Moon and Scorpio people love to curse all the time. That's a very strong language of self-expression, and that involves using heavy words like that.
Yeah, that's me. I can't get out of that. Yeah, don't forget, yeah, I do have Scorpio Moon. Scorpio Moon, 4th house of the Navamsha. So that's the positive side, right? They're great with secrets and they love mystery, and mystery is great with them, and they can get in, they can penetrate really any secret and work with it. That's great. Makes them very unusual in a great way. But if it's negative, then it's just unusual. It's not unusual in a great way, right? It's just weird. Like, where are you coming from? Where is your mind? So we called it obscure, and we said obsessed with and confused by secrecy. Paranoid and always finding a, quote, hidden meaning instead of accepting the obvious truths. Often resorting to deception, transgressive, and unwilling to adhere to norms. Now, also, it's not positive or negative. It's really how positive is your Moon in Scorpio, or how negative is it? And that's why even the person that's the most great with occult will sometimes have a little bit of obscurity to them. They'll be a little bit too obsessed with secrets. They'll be a little bit paranoid, thinking that there's things that are secret when there's really not. But the more that the moon in Scorpio is negative, the more that overshadows the advantages of having access to the occult.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the problems of having access to the occult is you're paranoid all the time. You always want to have your magical salt in your pocket that you could sprinkle around you, and you always want to have your tinfoil hat and stuff like that.
Crystals.
Absolutely unconcerned with any scientific evidence because the scientists are just trying to tell us lies and keep secrets from us. So that's the obsession with secrecy.
And the root of it, I feel, is paranoia.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you can trace that down to Mars's involvement as the ruler of the sign, because Mars fights. But fighting is easy. Let's say fighting is easy in a fire sign or even an earth sign. But fighting is not easy with a water sign because you're hypersensitive. Water makes you sensitive, and you can't fight when you're sensitive. I think that's the thing, is that they're always feeling like someone is going to attack them.
Can we also say the fixed nature of the sign is creating fixations on these paranoias too? Because they can't get their mind off of it either. It's just there. The conspiracy theory, what's happening, it's a constant.
For sure. No, fixed is going to come more into the picture, and I think the next trait that we talk about. But yeah, that's definitely, they don't want to give up on their feelings. That's a fixed water sign. If they have a hunch or an intuition or something, right, they don't give up on it. If it's positive, that's great. That's what makes a great detective. But if it's negative, then it's like, bro, we already disproved this to you 16 times. That's the fixation. Yeah, and then there's a difference between the positive thing with taboos and the negative thing with taboos. Positive relationship with taboos is you're not scared to try something. But a negative thing is not that you are not scared to try something forbidden, but that you're unwilling to do something that isn't forbidden.
Say that again?
Yeah, so like you're unwilling to be normal.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You're unwilling to be plain. You're unwilling to be simple. You're unwilling to be normal. Even when it's the best thing that you could possibly do in this situation is just be normal. Like, just follow the rules. A negative moon in Scorpio will just, if it's a rule, it will break it. Not because it has any interest in what it gets by breaking the rule, just because it wants to break a rule. Like, let's say the room is locked and on the other side of the room is cookies, and then your parents leave. So a positive obsession with the taboo would be to pick the lock and get the cookies because you want the cookies. But negative thing is you don't want cookies. You don't care about the cookies or anything. It's just the fact that this door is locked that just makes you pick it. So there's like no reason for you to transgress this rule, but you just do it anyway. The negative moon in Scorpio is injuring itself because you always get punished for breaking laws and breaking rules and breaking norms. Whether it's punished by police or whether it's punished by people not trusting you anymore, or people not liking you, you do get punished when you step outside the norm. So it better be worth it. Positive moon in Scorpio is going to evaluate is it worth it? Is the thing on the other side of this boundary worth the transgression? The negative one doesn't care if it's worth it or not. It just feels impelled to transgress because it hates that confinement.
They do like to be different in general, and I guess that could contribute to it and go really far. Just doing things different. Like Lady Gaga has a moon in Scorpio. She's different. She does things differently. Yeah.
Yeah, that is also this theme is going to come back again for us on the third thing that we talk about. How the individuality and the defiance works. All right, and that covers that first theme of secrecy, right? Second one is intensity. That's it. The second theme of the moon in Scorpio is intensity. Again, it's because Scorpio it's because of everything about this recipe. You have a water sign ruled by Mars. So you're going to get passion. That's what happens if you put fire in water. It boils. So you're going to get passion. You're going to get hot feelings. It's intense. And then it's fixed, right? So it's not boiling for a second. It's like staying boiling. It's very intense. And then you put the moon in that pot. The moon is all your opinions and your emotions and everything. So with the moon in Scorpio, it's not calm. It's sharp. It's intense. If that's positive, then you get a person that really can penetrate. That's what you need, right? You need sharpness to be able to break through things. You need passion to cross thresholds and get past boundaries. So a positive moon in Scorpio, that intensity lets it be very, very deep. But a negative moon in Scorpio, we've used the word excruciating. And so let's see what we mean about that. It's just like, it's so intense. It's like scalding. Like you spilled the boiling water on your foot.
Mm-hmm.
So for deep, the positive side, we said passionate affections, because you got moon. Moon is affectionate, and it's in this passionate sign. So you have passionate affections and also passionate opinions. Those two go hand in hand. You can't be completely in love with someone or something if you don't have an extremely positive opinion of that person or thing. So passionate affections and opinions, uniquely individual. You do not mind if the mainstream does not agree with you. All in and passionately committed to the things that attract you. So everything that the moon is all about becomes very intense when it's in Scorpio. And so the moon has a huge impact on describing our identity because it keeps our emotion, it describes our emotions and our opinions. So if you put that in this passionate place, then the sense of who I am is very strong. It's very deep and unmovable. You might tell me not to be like that, then I don't like you anymore. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm going to change. I'll change for you. I'll change for you. I'm not going to change for you. I can't change for you. I'm a moon Scorpio. And the more that you tell me that it's not right or something, then the more that I think that there's something wrong with you.
And there's that deep desires here too, because the moon's desires, and then the sign has that independence and that strength of what it is that I want. So yeah, it's gonna give it a very strong, yeah.
Yeah, moon Scorpio people are great candidates for being non-mainstream because they don't need public approval.
They can actually be very successful. When I was doing some chart studies, very ambitious in a lot of ways. They almost get one track minded for what they want.
That's another reason why people might be like, what is this debilitation theory? It doesn't work. Look at all these successful people with the moon in Scorpio. Yeah, because the moon in Scorpio makes you so passionate.
Yeah.
And most of these success stories, you don't, just because they're a success story doesn't mean you would really want to be them if you're interested in just being happy. A lot of people that are great successes really suffer a lot. Especially on the emotional side, and especially in the part that you don't see.
One of the ways I like to describe the moon, like in the sign of Taurus is exalted. So there's a lot of security there for the moon. It's like the security paradigm of life. In Scorpio is like the scarcity paradigm. The person is so driven because there are these deep emotions that I have to reach them, but somehow they're always out of reach. So the moon's kind of hungry in this sign. It wants more and more. So yeah, the emotions of what is driving it might not be pleasant, but the external result will be worldly success in that sense.
Yeah, so I think that covers really the positive aspect of the intensity. Makes you very, very deep and passionate and intense. And that also enables individuality, which is kind of another thing that we're going to talk about separately, so we don't have to go more into it right now. But the negative side of like this intensity, that like the moon is mild. It's, as a planet, it prefers to be mild. It's happier when it's mild, which is also enlightening. That's what yoga always talks about, is that it's better if the moon is mild. It's better if you don't have strong biases and strong opinions. But yes, Scorpio tends to have very strong biases and opinions. And so if that's very negative, it can become excruciating to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
And not just self-excruciating, but you can be excruciating to others.
Right.
So we wrote, quickly heated and scalding, often triggered to harsh defensive responses, overly reactive, and jealous. You recoil severely from situations that would make you emotionally vulnerable. And it's this sort of hypocrisy in the Scorpio moon where they're all about this like bravery and everything. But there's certain things that you're not allowed to, there's certain subjects you're not allowed to breach. You know, there's certain places where they're really black and blue and they do not want to be touched there, and they will run away from that. They get triggered pretty easy because there's things that they really want to keep secret. Let's put it that way. This is kind of like hypocritical, is that they're all into like penetrating and probing other people's secrets, but they're not really ready to return the favor.
And this is a placement for the moon that doesn't want to be vulnerable. So that's exposing a vulnerability, the belly of the Scorpio, if that makes sense. They don't like that. They'll sing back. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Bjork is a good singer for this.
Mhm.
A lot of her earlier songs present this negative Scorpio trait. Why are you acting so brave and everything, but why are you so timid when it comes to something emotional?
Does she have moon in Scorpio?
Let's look it up real fast. Moon, Scorpio, bam. Not only that, Bjork is a moon in Scorpio with a Scorpio ascendant. And her Mars is exalted.
She's different too. Yeah, she's very different too.
Super attractive person because of how weird she was.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the third.
Yeah. Yeah.
The third issue of Moon in Scorpio is how it affects your individuality. And it's because that's what Mars is all about, really. Mars is all about uniqueness, about individuality. Mars is all about individuality. So if the moon positive in Scorpio, then we said uniquely free. Their sense of who they are is not bound up. They are able to be whoever they want to be.
Mhm.
But if it's negative, we said defiant. For the positive version, uniquely free, we wrote able to find and provide individuality and personal freedom within the context of interpersonal relationships. This is maybe one of the nicest things about a moon in Scorpio that I think doesn't get discussed. The ability to provide individuality and personal freedom in interpersonal relationships. What that means is, I bet you if you're dating Bjork, she's not going to try to change who you are. She's probably going to be happy just to let you be who you are, and she's going to want to explore that and see who you are, because that's the nature of a positive moon in Scorpio. They provide personal space and personal freedom to the people that they're with.
Yeah. As a moon in Aries, I feel like that's true this is because of that Aries nature. They want their own freedom, and by default, they give other people their freedom because they don't want theirs infringed. Yeah.
That's why I think one of the important things for compatibility is to deal with these Mars signs and put the Mars signs people together.
Oh, put them together. Oh, yeah, they'll be free.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really important because, like, if Sally wants to give freedom to John, John better not be the kind of person who doesn't want freedom, who wants to be cuddled all the time. He better not be the kind of person who wants to spend every waking moment with his partner.
Right.
But if Sally wants to give John freedom and John wants freedom, then he's also going to give Sally freedom too. And the two of them are going to be happy as clams together.
That's so true.
Yeah, let's bring this into the concept of uniquely free also. You're able to be yourself. You don't feel like you have to compromise yourself. And I think it's because of the independence of Mars. It's able to exist on its own. So it doesn't feel as dependent upon the approval of others. It feels more free to be itself. Of course, some people are not going to like me the way I am, and that's okay. They're going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other people that are going to like me the way I am, they're going to come eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But the negative version of it is defiant, unwilling to compromise your individuality, and defiant of normal expectations and customs. I think the word defiant is really important to focus on. Positive moon in Scorpio doesn't need to compromise its individuality, but it doesn't mean that it is like a bulldozer about it. You know, these people can be quiet when they need to. I mean, they don't always have to be stating their individuality.
Right.
But a negative moon Scorpio, it's like, feels like it's always got to be asserting its uniqueness. And that's why they just won't compromise or cooperate. It has to be 100% the way they wanted it. You have to agree with them 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and then again, it's the same thing. Like there's relationship with taboo. They will just break a norm just because they feel that that establishes their freedom. Where really there was no need. There was no need to break this rule. The light was going to turn green anyway in 3 seconds. There was no need to go through the red light. You didn't have to break the rule, but you love to break rules because you feel like that shows that you're free. But actually, there's no added freedom.
Before moving on from the sign, can we talk about these are obviously negative attributes? Just to explore for a second where they're coming from, because it's very prominent when this placement's negative. Vindictiveness, being very, like you emotionally get stuck on things, like brooding on things, and jealousy.
Yeah. We mentioned jealousy, and I was going to say it's kind of all related to jealousy. Where did we talk about jealousy? In the depths, often triggered to harsh defensive responses like vindictive.
Yeah. Like they won't let go. They'll keep coming back till there's just like this feeling that they need to just get it out of them. That's where the vindictiveness is coming from. Like it doesn't matter that you apologized. You did them wrong. So you did them wrong.
I bet you if you could convince them that your apology was sincere, that they would accept it. But generally, they doubt the sincerity of things because they're obsessed with secrets. They assume that people don't really tell the truth.
So it's going back to that first one.
Yeah, but vindictiveness is not really a good trait. How would you define that?
It's like a covert revenge.
Revenge.
Yeah, but it's covert. It's like you don't let it out. You're making your way into all kinds of situation very covertly, and you're trying to get your revenge.
Might be a good time to talk about forgiveness. I'm not the hugest fan of forgiveness.
Me either.
Yeah, the concept of forgiveness has been exploited by people that really don't deserve it. However, there's a point where we have to ask ourselves, is my hatred harming me or is it serving some other purpose? And if it's just come to the point where your anger and your hatred and your, being upset and everything, it's really just harming yourself more than doing anything else, then that's the time to forgive. It's not really for the other person's sake that you forgive anything. It's just for your sake that you forgive. And then also forgive doesn't really mean, I think another thing about forgiveness, which maybe Moon and Scorpio people really should think about too, is forgiveness doesn't mean validation. Like if somebody did something very, very bad to me and then I forgive that, it doesn't mean that it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that it wasn't bad, and it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be punished for it. It just means that I forgive them. What does that mean? That means that I'm going to stop feeling angry and upset about it in ways that make me feel uncomfortable and ruin my life, and ruin my peace. It doesn't mean that I'm not still going to have justice served or, forgive a doctor for malpractice. Why? What is that? What is that? Forgive a murderer? That doesn't serve any purpose at all. But yet neither does spending the rest of your life in mourning or in anger. So I think Moon Scorpio people need to realize that a lot of times the indignation that they feel about the wrongs that have been done to them are really not worth it to hang on to that feeling. Just let that feeling go.
Right.
Yeah, vindictiveness. And then jealousy is like a proactive vindictiveness where nobody really did anything wrong to you, but you hate them anyway because it's kind of implied that they did something wrong to you, but they have the thing that you wanted. What can you do about that? It's really difficult not to be jealous. I mean, there's two things that I would suggest. One thing is you could try to reprogram your mind, but you need to be on a different level. I mean, most people can't really reprogram their minds. I wanted this recognition and respect, and this other person got it. You feel jealous of that person. Then you could possibly realize that recognition and respect is not going to make that other person happy. Wouldn't have made me happy. It wouldn't have changed anybody's world. It's okay that I didn't get it. You can try to do that kind of thought processes. And if that works, then great. You're actually getting a lot of control over your mind. That's really, you're becoming advanced as a human being. The other thing that will help with jealousy is to realize that there's just one mind and there's just one world. And we all live in the same universe. And if somebody else got recognition and respect and that makes them happy, that's good. Now I live in a happier world.
Yes.
There's nothing that harms me by somebody else prospering. The more prosperous there is, the better the economy is. The better the economy is, the more the money flows around. The more money flows around, the more I get my 0.0011% of it. So let me be happy that so-and-so is a rich, stinking bastard. Because it actually, it's good for me. Forgiveness is a difficult thing because it's actually disempowering and it weakens people. So you have to be able to forgive the person without being disempowered. You need to be able to let go of anger, jealousy, vindictiveness without letting go of justice.
Yeah, and I agree with you with forgiveness. There has to be temperance with emotion when our own emotions so high up there. That's why we want forgiveness. There's something wrong there. But there has to be some distance. But it's so hard for Scorpio to do this stoic, because that passion, that hotness, the heat that's here, the desirous nature of it, what you're saying right now is going to take a lot of self-awareness, I feel, not to feel jealous, not to keep holding on to things emotionally so intensely. Yeah.
Yeah. But Scorpio has the capacity for that. Just like I think Moon Scorpio people have this huge spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
They can go from being really depressed or really difficult people to be with, to being just the most fun and exciting people in the world to be with, the most interesting people, and the most driven and the most successful. It's like a huge spectrum of results that you can actually get out of Moon and Scorpio. Because what it's really only doing is just boiling the moon. So either that's going to let your steam engine run really good, or it's just going to scald you and give you 30-degree burns.
Now, before wrapping up, you have to answer this. Why would the moon, as a feminine planet, be debilitated in a feminine sign?
That is the thing about debilitation.
Explain.
The thing of debilitation is that there's always one hook for the planet to grab onto, because the nature of debilitation is actually that it pushes the planet. It's pushing down. It's like when you're getting stepped on. It's not just when you're feeling low, but like when you're getting stepped on and pushed down. That's debilitation. And what happens when you're getting stepped on is you fight back, you push back. When you're just feeling low, you're just low. In a sense, debilitation isn't the worst condition. And that's why I often feel like Moon in Capricorn is more difficult than Moon in Scorpio. Because Moon in Capricorn is more just like you're down. But Moon in Scorpio is like you're being pushed down. So you're trying to push back up. And the thing about all the debilitation signs for all the planets is there's always something in there that the planet can grab onto to pull itself back up and fight against the downward push. And for Moon in Scorpio, it's the femininity of the water element. But the reason why it debilitates here is because Mars. Maybe this is not so well known today anymore, but the mind is more difficult to have when it's passionate. It's easier to have a calm mind. And so because Mars is very passionate, putting the moon in Scorpio especially, it's going to just make it so passionate that it's just difficult. It makes it difficult to have an even keel.
And it's a huge deal to have the moon debilitated because it's the mind. Like it's the mind.
Yeah, it's a huge deal, but I feel like not all of the debilitations are equally painful. Moon and Scorpio, one thing that is really easy to get good out of Moon and Scorpio is that individuality and that sense of freedom from boundaries and not being afraid to go into a place where you're not supposed to go. That's really interesting. It makes people good and it makes your own life really exciting. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. Okay, so we'll talk about 3 issues and positive and negative for each one. The first issue with the moon in Sagittarius has to do with intelligence.
Yes.
Kind of obviously because that's what Sagittarius is famous for. It's interest in knowledge and information.
Mm-hmm.
If the moon is positive in Sagittarius, then you're very smart. Then I wonder if it's negative. It's not that you're dumb. But it's that you're using your smartness in a non-positive way. So we called it cunning.
Right.
For smart, we wrote, you're broad-minded and a lover of information, eager to acquire more knowledge and experience of the world. Broad, multidisciplined intellect, able to bridge various perspectives and experiences. So this is broad. The word broad comes up a lot. That's because that's the nature of Sagittarius. That's why it's represented by a bow and arrow. It's like bow and arrow covers a lot of distance. And so that's the nature of Sagittarius because it's a dual sign. Number one is a dual sign. Number two is Jupiter's dual sign. Jupiter is expanding, always expanding things. So the moon in Sagittarius is like an expanding mind, a mind that wants to expand and go new places and see new things. So eager to acquire more knowledge and experience of the world. Not just knowledge, but experience. Because it's not like Mercury in Sagittarius, it's moon in Sagittarius. So moon being mind, it's amenable to intellect, but also moon likes to feel more than just know. So it's not just like a hunger to know things, but a hunger to experience things.
It's emotionally inspired.
Emotionally inspired. And we said that broad multidisciplined intellect. So that's the other thing, though. The nature of the intellect is not going to be too focused, or it's not going to be too specialized. It's going to be broadened or branched into many different disciplines or many different aspects of something. And then we said able to bridge various perspectives and experiences, because that's the result of being smart but branching out. If you branch your experience out into many different areas, you pull them all together into one thing eventually. If you learn a lot of different things, you pull them all together into one thing. You're bridging the perspectives and experiences. So it would be a good person for actually it's pretty good for negotiating between people, because the broad-mindedness lets you see this person's perspective and that person's perspective, and then figure out a way to bridge the two.
Can I tell you an imagery I have of this placement and see if it was accurate to you? So you know when you watch movies and there's the matriarch of like the tribe or of a family, and to me this is what Moon and Sag is. They're advising everyone, they're the wise person, but it's got that like the matriarch of the family or the tribe.
Matriarch being feminine because it's the moon?
Because it's the moon. Yeah. And then being wise here, almost that smartness of it.
Yeah, and let's think about the backstory of that matriarch.
Okay.
How does she become the matriarch? For Sagittarian moon, I would imagine that she actually traveled a bit.
Yes.
She left the village. She learned things from a bunch of different places, and that's why she was accepted as the advisor, the matriarch. Then that, to me, really fits.
Okay.
Sagittarian moon has these desires that kind of don't let it sit still in the village.
Yeah. And did you ever watch that show Outlander?
I think so.
Yeah, the woman who travels through time and she goes back in time and she's the doctor and the healer, and she is, yeah, to me, I feel like she's the archetype of Moon and Sag too. That's interesting.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Because I like that there's this traveling nature with moon and Sagittarius. Like, not traveling for like vacations, but like traveling because there's stuff out there to do and see and experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if it's negative, then that smartness is not really well engaged. So what does it mean to have like an intelligence that's not positive? It's one way of saying it is cunning. Engaged in espionage. For some reason, we put that in quotes.
You put that in quotes, and I actually asked you, please explain this point to me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I said engaged in, quote, espionage to acquire as much information as possible about people and situations for your own personal ends and exploits. And then I guess when I was explaining to you, I said, see Donald Trump, Picasso, who's a very difficult individual,
Mm-hmm.
Ted Bundy, Billy Graham, Jacques Chirac. These are people that they don't really come across as being intelligent, right? Yet they somehow get their little tentacles and their feelers into everybody's business and understand what people are doing and wanting and everything, and use that for their own gain.
But tell me how, like which quality of moon or which quality of Sag is creating this concoction right now?
I think it's mostly Sagittarius. Moon is just the fact that it's the mind, so will drive your feelings. But Sagittarius is so broad, right? Like we said, it's the bow and arrow, so it's wanting to cover some distance. Broad, it wants to spread out and see everything. So if it's positive, it's going out and it's seeing all the things, experiencing all these things to do some good with it, to learn, to pull together some new ideas, to become helpful as a matriarch. But if it's negative, then it's the same thing going on. It's going out, it's learning, it's investigating, it's finding out about this and that and everything. But for what purpose? For its own selfish purposes.
What's making the moon selfish?
Just the fact that it's negative. So the moon, it's your subjective center.
Right.
If it's a positive moon, regardless of what sign it is, if it's a positive moon, then your subjective center is positive. So you don't have the sense of I benefits other people.
Mm.
But if the moon is negative, regardless of the sign, then it's a negative subjective center. The sense of I takes from other people. That's probably why I called it espionage. It's the same feeling of like going out and exploring. If you're going out and exploring because you want to learn about the other people and everything, then you don't have to hide that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going out and exploring because you want to get the upper hand on other people, then it's more like espionage. You can't really let them know that you're learning about them. It also has to do with the next thing that we're going to talk about, which is being Jupiter sign Sagittarius is a lot of relationship to morality.
Mm-hmm.
And so if something is negative happening in Jupiter's sign, then things get used in immoral ways.
That's a great point.
Yeah, so that is the next theme of Moon and Sagittarius. It's how it affects the morality. And if it's positive in Sagittarius, we said you're ideal inspired. You're inspired by ideals. And if it's negative, we say you're greedy. So for ideal inspired, we said very dedicated to lofty aspirations. Lofty is a good word for Sagittarius because that's kind of the way that they aim the arrow. The arrow has to kind of point up a little bit so that it can go far. So Sagittarian people, they tend to look up a bit. They have like a loftiness to them. Their ideals are big and high. That's what motivates them, that kind of, those big ideals that they have. Now, if you just switch that to negative, like how would you switch that to negative, looking up, having big ideals? That means you are greedy. You got your sights set higher. You're not satisfied with this lower thing. You want more, you want more, you want higher, you want to go further. Putting the moon in Sagittarius in a negative way, it's going to make the moon is desirous. It's going to make the desires drive these ambitions. So it becomes greedy. And we wrote, you're very driven by desires with little patience for normal daily affairs and little willingness to conform to social norms and expectations.
Mm-hmm.
A little patience for normal affairs. That's a negative effect of having a high ambition. The negative effect of having high ambitions, you feel like everything is beneath you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you don't want to do the dishes. And that's why you don't want to wash your clothes. And that's why you don't want to clean your apartment because it's beneath you. You have big things to do.
It's arrogance.
Arrogant. What is this about? Little willingness to conform to social norms and expectations. That's another negative effect of having high sights. I want to be up there on the top of the pyramid. I don't want to be down here in the bottom of the pyramid where I have to obey.
Mm-hmm.
The people on the bottom, the people that are low, they have to obey the people on the top. I want to be on the top. I don't want to obey. So interesting thing, like the positive moon in Sagittarius, it has a good relationship with morality. It looks high and it has high aspirations for itself. It wants to be moral, it wants to be fair, it wants to be just. But a negative is still looking high, but now in a negative sense. It wants to be above other people. So yeah, like you said, arrogance, superiority complex.
And there's a feeling of when it's negative, I feel self-righteousness. That would be coming from this place too, right?
Yeah.
It gives me the imagery of olden days, again, colonizers relative to the people that they were conquering. They're explorers too, in a sense, and they're doing that whole traveling, but there's that imposition of their own viewpoint.
Negative moon in Sagittarius really feels like the colonizers. So what would a positive moon in Sagittarius look like? Yeah, right? In that same paradigm, it wouldn't be a conquistador, it wouldn't be a colonizer. It would be like an anthropologist.
Yes. And I feel that it would have emotional generosity with its wisdom and knowledge too. And that's a rare quality. It's a positive quality when a person has that.
Emotional generosity with its wisdom and knowledge. That's another really good one. Jupiter is a generous planet, and Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius. And Moon is a nurturing planet. So Moon in Sagittarius, it could be easily become very generous. With what assets it has, which in Sagittarius is a lot of knowledge about what's right and what's wrong.
Or exploration of meaning.
Yeah. Then let's explore this third one. Actually, this is exactly what I wrote down for this third theme. It's encouragement. The moon in Sagittarius, it's going to describe your encouragement for exactly the reason we just talked about, because it's Jupiter's sign. And Jupiter likes to guide and help. And in this, the moon and Jupiter sign, the moon likes to nurture. So on the positive side, an encouraging person that helps other people a lot. And we said appealing, right? Moon and Sagittarius people are appealing because you feel like you're going to benefit by being connected with this person. This person has a lot to offer me. And then appealing in that sense. Whereas if it's negative, we said pandering, trying to use the encouragement, right? Positive moon in Sagittarius is using the encouragement to help people, and that's very attractive. But a negative moon in Sagittarius is using encouragement like as a weapon.
Right.
It's using encouragement to flatter or manipulate. Or even worse, I can envision a situation where you know somebody's going to fail, but you encourage them into doing the thing that you know they're going to fail at because you want them to fail.
Mm-hmm.
So to explain the positive encouragement, we wrote appealing. You have broad appeal. Again, the word broad. You have broad appeal to many different people from many different walks of life. Uplifting. Your positivity and optimism draws people to you.
Right.
Yeah, I think we said this earlier. It's not very highly specialized intellect from the moon in Sagittarius. It's a very broad intellect. So you're able to benefit a lot of different kinds of people. You're able to advise and guide and encourage and help a lot of different kinds of people with a lot of different types of aspirations. That makes you somebody that people want to be with. That makes you somebody that people want to have in their life. And that's what we mean by appealing. So we also mentioned these keywords: uplifting, positive, and optimistic. Very positive feeling, like a very encouraging feeling. So it's uplifting and optimistic. You can do it.
Right.
And then the negative, this is one of the more interesting things that we did. We described it as pandering.
Mm-hmm.
You ingratiate people with false or shallow flattery for the sake of bringing them under your control.
Yeah, I asked you to actually describe this for me when we were doing the editing. Can you describe it? I'm sure everyone's wondering.
So think of it like a vile, evil matriarch.
Okay.
She's presenting herself as the guide, but really she's just trying to exploit people. Yeah, Billy Graham, for example. Billy Graham has moon in Sagittarius. Donald Trump as well. Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, he looked like a regular, nice, handsome guy. Like these people, these poor people that are coming here trying to make me Jehovah's Witnesses. Somebody's just manipulating them because they want to be guided. So then somebody says, yeah, I can guide you. And they give off this false sense of positivity and optimism and faith and trust. and they play on those concepts, and they pretend that, and they, give advice and guidance and help the person how to live their life better, really just because they're just exploiting them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something very specific that they want from them, probably money, maybe something else. Maybe they like appreciation or fandom, maybe sex. Who knows what it is?
Can they be on the other side? Because you know that trust and faith that comes from Jupiter, if it's blind faith, blind trust, also makes you naive and kind of easy to be also like someone can be cunning towards you. So can the native also experience this themselves?
I would say it's not out of the question. Overall, is the evaluation of the chart that the person is a leader or a follower.
I see. Okay.
If the overall evaluation of the chart is that they're a leader, then this negative moon in Sagittarius is going to make them like a Billy Graham or like a negative Profeta or whatever those people are.
It makes them cunning.
Yeah, it makes them cunning. But if the chart doesn't show a leader at all, it shows more of a follower, then how can they be cunning? They don't have enough power to be cunning.
Right.
So it makes them more of the easily duped, the sucker, the follower. But if you take what I usually find for people that wind up being the victim of false guidance, usually they're the people with Jupiter in a difficult situation.
Right.
People who are doing the misleading, they probably have the moon associated with Jupiter in a difficult situation.
What about the fire aspects of it? Like you brought in the dual aspects, so the ambitiousness will go with the fire element of Sag, right?
It's really this unique recipe of dual fire Jupiter. And where the fire comes in really is this is why they are the leader type.
Mm-hmm.
And Moon Sagittarius is kind of like the leader type in the sense that they like to give advice because Sagittarius is fiery. Pisces is watery. It's also ruled by Jupiter and it's also dual, but it's watery. But you won't really find a negative moon in Pisces makes a person likely to be a deceptive religious figure. But the fire element likes to show other people which way to go. The fire element shows the path. So because of that, Sagittarius is a little preachy. Preachy in a negative way or teachy in a positive way. It likes to show people left from right. It likes to show people the way to move forward correctly. So the Jupiter aspect makes it be expansive and broad. The dualness makes it be broad and not just want to expand in one direction, but want to learn a lot about a whole bunch of different things. And then the fire nature is what makes it be extroverted about that stuff and like to share it and show it.
And one more quality, again, a feminine planet in a masculine sign that's not hyper masculine.
Yeah.
That works for the moon.
It works good, and that's what gives intelligence. Intelligence is kind of halfway between the two. It's a mercurial trait. So it's not fully feminine, it's not fully masculine. It's like in the border between these two. And so a sign like Sagittarius, which is dual and ruled by Jupiter, who's not particularly masculine, but yet is masculine. You get the ability to be brave enough to go out and learn, and be brave enough to share, but be introspective enough to actually learn, to actually internalize and take things seriously and be humble.
It's bringing a sense of temperance here with that.
Indian culture loves Moon-Jupiter combinations.
Why is that, do you think?
Because of this, because it makes an ideal teacher.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like a very good teacher, somebody who actually learns, because the moon is feminine, so it wants to take in.
Mm-hmm.
But Jupiter is a little bit masculine, so it lets energy go out. So you get a good combination of somebody who's not so arrogant that they don't think they need to learn and be instructed, but not so humble that they don't want to give guidance and advice and inspiration. So it's Moon-Jupiter combinations are very good for gurus, teachers.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. and I'll send it to you within a couple of days. Yeah, you ready for the moon in Capricorn?
I'm ready.
I remember I put out a video previously on moon in Capricorn, and I titled it "The Worst Moon Placement?" Because it can be pretty tough.
But only on the negative side of it. There's a good side too.
Right. So we're going to talk about 3 themes of moon in Capricorn, and each theme is going to have a positive and a negative thing. And the truth is, you can get very positive effects out of moon in Capricorn. Some people are really great with moon in Capricorn. It all depends on, how the moon is doing in Capricorn.
Okay.
All right. So the first thing is going to talk about our imperviousness. So the moon in Capricorn person becomes kind of impervious. Now, is that going to be positive or negative? Or better, a better question to ask is, what is a positive version of impervious and what's a negative version of impervious, right? So what we wrote for our True Signs report is, a positive imperviousness means that you're unaffected. And then the negative version of impervious is insensitive. What we wrote in detail for the positive version of unaffected is, your actions and plans are practical, not romantic or fanciful. So why did we start off with your actions and plans are practical? Because it means you don't really care about frivolous things like people's opinions. You care about what works.
Right.
If it's working for you, or if it's producing the output, then who cares if Johnny or Joey or Sally or Sue, has a negative comment? Your actions and plans are practical, not romantic or fanciful. Grounded and focused, you stick to your opinions, emotions, and plans without being swayed.
But I think you have to explain this for the people. Where is this where is this coming from? From Saturn sign, right? One of the factors.
Yeah, definitely. The moon is kind of a spongy planet. It's because it's your mind. It's not really anything particularly specific, because it's your mind, and it's basically like everything, because that's what the mind is. It's our gateway to everything. So it's very spongy in how the moon in a sign or a house is very spongy to the symbolism of that house. So basically, if the moon's in Capricorn, you're just going to see a lot of Capricorn traits, which is imperviousness. That's why it's called a Capricorn. So the word Capricorn means you have horn head, cap, corn. You're hard-headed. That's what Capricorn really means. Why? Because it's an earth sign that's cardinal and ruled by Saturn. So it's this really tenacious hardness, impenetrability. So that's where, and the practicality of it. I mean, that comes from Saturn. Practicality comes from Saturn, because Saturn's nature is just like to get the work done. And it doesn't care what it needs to do. It's an any means necessary planet. If it has to stoop to the lowest depths to get something done, it'll stoop to the lowest depths. If it has to rise to the highest heights to get something done, it'll rise to the highest heights. If it has to do something beautiful, it'll do something beautiful. If it has to do something ugly, it'll do something ugly. It gets the work done. It's practical. And this is why, if the moon in Capricorn is very positive, then you have that trait to you in a very positive way. Like, you don't mind how things reflect upon you. What you care about is whether or not you got your job done, which is good. Like, did you get your duties accomplished? Did you do what you were required to do? So you don't care what people are saying or thinking unless it's actually of practical importance.
So cleaning a toilet, you're just cleaning the toilet. It does not reflect on who you are. It's just a job to be done, and you just do it.
An interesting thing about Capricorn is it has a sense of loving the things that are dirty and low and difficult for other people to do. So actually, they love to clean the toilet. And they'll think, I'm better than other people, because other people are so frivolous and superficial that they won't do this.
Right. So is this seeing a purpose though? the
Yeah, of
job,
course.
or it's
Your
just
toilet's dirty. It's got to get clean. It's
okay, so it's
unsanitary,
practical.
right? It's practical. But the glorious thing, they feel the pride in that I can do this. Like another person looks at them and say, ew, you're a garbage man, or ew, you're cleaning a toilet. And they think, yes, I'm so much stronger than you. I'm so much better than you. You refuse to do this work because you're weak.
So we're going to get to Aquarius. Aquarius would, let's say, clean the toilet because they see that sense of service and duty. Capricorn's doing it because why?
Yeah, so Aquarius and Capricorn are super similar because they both have Saturn ruling them.
Yeah.
But Aquarius is much more humble.
Okay.
Capricorn is cardinal, so it's much more like assertive.
Okay.
And then it's Earth, so it's much more stubborn. Whereas Aquarius is air and fixed. So it's much more patient and kind of easier to move around, easier to push around, easier to adjust. Capricorn is very difficult to adjust. It's very difficult to push or move from where it is, wherever it is. So the Aquarian person would also be very, very happy to clean the toilet if you need to clean a toilet. But they wouldn't really. A Capricorn person is disposed to feel proud.
Proud. Okay.
I'm the toilet cleaner.
Gotcha.
This is such an important job. The Aquarius person doesn't really have that. They just feel happy that they can be of service to people. Just like minorities are allowed to criticize minorities, this guy is kind of allowed to criticize Capricorn because I'm like the poster child for Capricorn. So understand that if you're feeling criticized, it's not meant as a criticism. It's just meant to help you see what's going on. It's probably what might be going on inside your own psychology.
Right. And to say that someone's emotionally, let's say, unaffected, this is also saying something about emotional maturity of a person too, doesn't it?
Very good. Yeah, thank you. That's what I mean. That's what we mean by the positive sense of being unaffected. It's emotional maturity. It's like when you're a kid, you're very susceptible to other, right? When you're a kid, you're so vulnerable. Everything is affecting you very strongly. When you're mature, it doesn't affect you as much, right? It's the same way if we don't ever emotionally mature, then we're so affected. Of course, everybody's a little bit affected. We're social beings. Everybody's a little bit affected by everybody else's opinions. But if we're not emotionally mature, it's just like ruining our life that we only got 3 likes on our Instagram post. But if you're emotionally mature, you probably don't even need to make an Instagram post because who cares who sees it? So that's positive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Anything else?
Yes. No, that's very clear.
Okay. So then the negative of that is insensitivity. It's just the same exact thing going on, same dynamic, except instead of a positive outcome of it, it's a negative outcome of it. I don't care what you think. That means I'm not paying attention to what you think, what you feel. I mean, we need to adjust to other people. One thing I mentioned about Capricorn, it's difficult to move it around. It's difficult to adjust it. It's hard for Capricorn people to adjust to other people because of that insensitivity and not really being tuned into what other people think about what I'm doing. So I guess we should read what we wrote for that too, right? We said Machiavellian. You use emotions to achieve practical things. You are not much concerned by your own emotions, much less the emotions of others. So putting the moon in Capricorn, you're taking the emotional symbol, putting it in Capricorn, super practical thing. So if the person is going to care about anybody's emotions at all, it's going to be for a practical reason. Like that's what I meant by Machiavellian. Machiavelli, what's his catchphrase? The ends justifies the means. That's very Capricornian. If you get it done, then who cares how you get it done? You got it done. The ends justifies the means. Even if you had to do something inappropriate to get the goal accomplished, you got the goal accomplished, and that's what counts. That's Machiavelli. So if you're Machiavellian with emotions, then that means that the only reason that you really pay attention to what somebody else feels is so that you can know how to pull their strings.
So it's very manipulative.
Emotionally manipulative. So that's the negative moon in Capricorn. The only interest that it has in emotions is what practical use can I get from them?
Is this like a zero-sum game for them too, because they're just trying to achieve an end but at any cost, or?
It tends to be a zero-sum game, if I understand it correctly, because like there's the famous saying in Gita, like victory only comes through truth. So it tends to be, a negative moon in Capricorn tends to wind up being zero sum because you don't actually accomplish your goals by any means necessary. It's a false philosophy, Machiavelli's philosophy. You can't accomplish, like you can't bring peace about in the world by nuking it. It actually is not going to happen. So you can't bring peace by war. You can't bring love by hate or violence or something. You can't do that. The means has to be the ends. You have to do what it is that you want to have as the goal. So trying to take like an emotionally manipulative approach to life, you're not going to get what you want out of it in the long run because the people are going to abandon you.
Right.
Or they're going to wind up being so useless that they weren't even strong enough to abandon you. So then they're just going to be a burden on you.
Right.
So yeah, it's not like there's two options. You know, you have planets in a sign, and there's two like ends of the spectrum, positive and negative. It's not like, whoa, but it's not like these represent two options or approaches. One is the positive approach, the one that actually works, and the other is the negative approach, the one that backfires. So Moon in Capricorn, you get imperviousness. If it works, then you get a person that's really emotionally autonomous, emotionally mature, and they don't really mind the emotional reaction or non-reaction of others. But if you get that same thing not working, then you get a person that doesn't care about anybody else. And the only reason that they would ever care about them is if they need to.
And that's coming partially from that cardinal component of the sign where the person does have a goal in mind, but at any cost.
Yeah. That's part of the Capricorn recipe, isn't it?
Okay.
And also, so sometimes in the comments, people say, well, how would I move, myself from the negative to the positive? Just knowing it is what's going to let you do it. Before you know that you have a problem, you can't fix the problem. Well, once you know you have a problem, you don't really need to be told what the solution is. You can tell what the solution is from the problem. The solution to the problem is try to be aware that you have a tendency to be emotionally callous. That will solve your problem. You know, it's not like you need some fancy thing. There are some fancy ways to do it if you like. If you're into rituals or different symbolic ways of doing things, sure, you could definitely do those too. But it's not like you need that. What you really need is just the information, to, like a third-party perspective on what you're like.
I think another solution might be, well, it's not a solution, is a recognition of the problem to understand that then we lack empathy if we're in that kind of a situation. But how does one increase their empathy with the moon? Because the moon represents that empathetic feeling, but is lacking it here.
It's the same, no matter what the practice is, it's the same thing. In Sanskrit, it said, Kriti Sadhya Bhavet Sadhya Bhava. The way to get an outcome is to emulate the outcome. Whatever the practice is, whether it's guitar or becoming fit. Like really, how do you become fit? By acting like you're fit. And what does that mean? You active, you pick things up, you move things around, you run around, you act like you're fit, and then what happens? You become fit. So if you want to be more empathetic, what do? You act like you're empathetic. It's not natural, it's completely artificial. That's why it's called a practice. But by doing it artificially and forcing it upon yourself and thinking of ways, you have to be creative and think of ways to remind yourself that I need to be more empathetic. Put a Post-it note on your refrigerator, whatever it takes. Wear a different kind of shirt, put something on your finger, whatever it takes to remind you, be more empathetic. The real important thing is that you're practicing being what it is that you want to be. That's how you become what you want to be.
And having the moon here, does it make it a little bit covert too? So it's manipulative, but not out in the open, because the moon has that private inner component of it?
Yeah. And that's why they're prone to work a little bit manipulatively, emotionally Machiavellian. Ascendant in Capricorn can be more overtly Machiavellian.
They're trying to make you feel guilty maybe or something, or they're trying to make you feel bad for not having done something for them that you were supposed to do, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how they get things done. Like some examples of people, Hitler. Hitler is the moon in Capricorn. And you could see that it's working out negative, and you could see those traits in him.
Yeah.
And his right-hand man, Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels. And then there's also Hemingway, who was a great writer and everything, but was also very Machiavellian and like kind of insensitive.
Mhm.
And then there's Osho, like very emotionally blank on the face and on the surface. Osho,
Mhm.
so like tuned out. So like, otherworldly, so impervious, but at the same time manipulating everybody's sexual desires and manipulating everybody's wants and needs to get more and more money.
Mhm. But this is like severe leadership too. Where is that coming from?
Yeah, so all these people, they have all these other things in their charts.
Other things,
And
right?
the moon in Capricorn is a supporting actor. That's giving them that kind of callousness to the leadership. It's not necessarily moon in Capricorn is leadership, but it's certainly not deleterious to leadership,
Mhm.
because it's going to give you the hard shell. And leaders, they need a hard shell because leaders always have to make decisions, and people are always upset with you when you're a leader.
Mhm. Yeah, in the negative, you can totally see how instrumentalizing emotion to kill, for instance, millions of people and then being impervious to the emotions that should come with that, which is to feel
Yeah.
crazy. But he was okay.
Yeah.
Hitler, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the next trait is, the first trait was imperviousness. The second trait of moon in Capricorn is tenacity. What's positive tenacity? You're really disciplined. And what's negative tenacity? You're just overworked. The moon has that tendency to be cyclic and to understand tempo. So with moon in Capricorn, you can get a very good sense of having tempo to how you work so that you don't overwork. But if you don't have a positive moon in Capricorn, then you don't get that benefit of the sense of tempo, and then you just work.
Right.
You just wear yourself out. For the positive discipline, we wrote, you keep yourself on schedule. This is one of the beautiful things about Capricorn. Can run a train station. It's on schedule. You keep yourself on schedule and working hard without completely wearing yourself out. That's what a schedule is good for.
Right.
You keep things going at a steady pace and you don't burn out. This patient tenacity makes you good at achieving long-term goals and projects. Even in those bad names, like that like Hitler, Goebbels, Hemingway, Osho, they have this trait. Also, they're able to achieve these long-term goals or come pretty close. Because they're patient.
Right.
They're not expecting everything. I mean, Hitler failed and was put in jail. He tried to take over Germany and then he was put in jail. And then he so patiently just came back out of jail, patiently went back into the political system, and then messed around just like Trump is probably doing right now. Messed around with all the little loopholes, and all of a sudden took over a democracy and turned it into an autocracy.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for that moon in Capricorn, he wouldn't have had the patience.
Right.
Now, I could foresee a question. If somebody's listening really carefully, they might say, but you're talking about a positive trait of moon in Capricorn. And just previously, you were talking about a negative trait. And you gave Hitler as an example of a negative trait, but now you give him as a positive trait. So that's a good time to just mention that positive and negative are the extreme ends of the spectrum. But people fall always somewhere in between. So you'll always see some spark of some positive trait, even in a very negative planet in a sign. And you'll always see some negative traces, even in a very positive planet in a sign. So then depending on how that interfaces with the rest of the chart, you could really highlight it. So if Hitler has a really negative moon in Capricorn, then he's really emotionally Machiavellian, right? But maybe he has it's a little bit positive. There's some positivity to it. And the way that that's able to come out because of the rest of his factors is in how patiently he works and how tenacious he is.
Right.
So astrology, it's like life. It's actually very simple at the basis, but it's very sophisticated in how all the details interact with each other.
And patience is a virtue in itself. It just depends what is being employed towards. Like while he's in prison, he's writing a book patiently, but that book was not towards a good thing. So, yeah. So you can have the positive and the negative simultaneously too.
Yeah, and you can see his tenacity. He's in prison, but he's actually planning his victory.
Right.
It's incredible. What a Capricornian moon that is. You cannot be squashed.
No.
That's what we meant by impervious tenacity.
Right.
Okay, then the negative thing of tenacity is there's not really you're not scheduling really. See, I think.
But let's say you have this moon in the 10th house. Can you work other people to death?
Yeah.
It's in the sector of the chart pertaining to others.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. All right. So what we wrote about overworked. We said in the effort to stick with schedules, you could push yourself well beyond reasonable limits and also expect others around you to do the same. So it's not really that we would expect Moon and Capricorn to ever not want to have a schedule. But they just will make an unrealistic schedule. You'll get an unrealistic schedule. You wake up in the morning and you'll think, okay, what am I going to do today? And you write down 26 things.
Could we say also this is a moon that doesn't understand the natural rhythm of things? So it's superimposing the rhythm of the pace of work, for example.
Yes.
Anything else you want to say about this tenacity thing?
No, but can I ask you one question if you can explain it? So there's a cardinal nature of the sign that wants to move, but we got that earth element that wants to just be more fixed. How does the sign negotiate this?
It's a mudslide. So you get destruction of property. That's why Capricorn is Capricorn. So that's the bullheadedness, the strong-headedness. It's like a bulldozer. A very Capricornian machine is a bulldozer. Bulldozer has this huge thing on the front of it. It's this truck, and then you can just push tons and tons of dirt in front of it. That's a very Capricornian feel to it. A way that a Capricorn person can work and just push things out of the way and just not care about the pain and the exhaustion that's happening as a result of pushing all this weight forward. So cardinality with earth, you get this earth. You get like rocks and boulders that are moving, right? So there's a tremendous force behind it. It's not an explosive force. It's this really patient, enduring, tenacious force. And then on the other side of the rock, like if you're on the pushing side of the rock, you get this tenacity out of Capricorn. And on the other side of the rock, you're just getting steamrolled. Now, a steamroller is another good example of cardinal earth. You will get flattened if you stand in the way of Capricorn in general. Capricorn moon's a little bit softer. It'll do it more emotionally. But if you stand in the way of Capricorn in general, you'll get flattened. I mean, it's like that Monty Python skit where the guy's like, get his legs cuts off, gets his arm cuts off, but he keeps on fighting. Either that or the Capricorn person is just going to kill themselves trying to flatten you. They're just not going to give up. That's the trait of Capricorns. They're not going to give up. Because of cardinal earth, you can't stop it.
That was such an amazing usage of examples and imagery to get a feel for that tenacity, just keep coming.
Yeah, actually, Capricorn is really a wonderful sign. It's got that power that just flattens mountains. It's really great. It's just that if it's not going well, then you're just flattening soft things. You're flattening things that shouldn't have been flattened. You're insensitive. You're not noticing that you're crushing a field of flowers because you're bulldozing. That's the negative side of Capricorn.
Yeah.
So the third trait, analytical. So this is a result of taking the emotional moon and putting it in this really practical, work-oriented sign, is that the emotions aren't really out of control at all. So it becomes more practical and analytical and logical about how you feel and how you think. Now, analytical is very good for intelligence, a particular kind of intelligence, not like an inventive intelligence, but like an analytic intelligence, a strategic intelligence. If it's positive, then the person is very rational. Moon in Capricorn is real rational. By rational, we mean they think in very practical ways. They get from point A to point B in the short, intellectually from given to the conclusion in the shortest amount of steps. That's what we mean by rational. That's a positive moon in Capricorn. But if it's negative, it's not irrational. It's still rational, but it's not overly rational. It's like very Vulcan, like from Star Trek Spock, a person who just doesn't feel anything. And so they don't even realize how harsh they're being. So the word that we gave for this is cynical. They're analyzing everything, criticizing everything. So what we wrote for rational is, you are practical, pragmatic, logical, focused, realistic, and difficult to fool. Difficult to fool is kind of the new concept that's coming in here. Because if you're very analytical, then you analyze well. If you analyze well, then you see if everything matches or if something is incongruent. And if something is incongruent, if somebody's trying to lie to you or somebody's trying to trick you, you notice the incongruency. So this is like people like Hitler, people like Osho, they're terrifying to go up against this person because they have this analytical ability to just rip you to shreds and just find the one place that you're wrong and then just destroy you for it.
But that's a negative quality.
Right?
Like, no, lines are really blurred now.
Yeah, it's blurry. It's the same thing whether it's positive or negative, right? If it's negative, it just means that you're doing it for negative reasons and it's having a negative outcome. But if it's positive, it's the same thing. You see through all the crap, you see through all the bullshit, and you see exactly what the person really is. But if it's positive, that means, hey, you can't be fooled. Nobody fooled you. And you could, if it's mixed with other things, if you have like a nice Jupiter or something, then you could even use it as therapeutically and helpfully for other people. And you can really diagnose really well. With the moon in Capricorn, you can diagnose what the true issue is. And then if you have other nice placements, then you might want to help people with that diagnosis.
Can we also say the person here has very good reality testing? Because some people don't. Like,
yeah, exactly. Very good reality testing. The moon in Capricorn people are successful because they test reality to see what's going to hold up and what's not going to hold up. Yeah, difficult to fool. And then, so let's check out the negative one. We wrote cynical, pessimistic of lofty ideals, goals, and standards. You shun faith and limit your interests to the tangible and real. So if it's negative, then you will actually be throwing out babies with bathwater, as they say. Have you heard that phrase before?
yes.
After you wash a baby, the water is dirty, you get rid of the water, but you don't throw out the baby. An overly analytical person will see, oh, this apple has a brown spot on it, throw it away. But a person with a good analytical mind will say, this apple has a brown spot in it. Get rid of cut that out. Cut out that spot. So negative moon in Capricorn, it's really giving up on everything. That has a flaw, this has a flaw, that's not going to work, this is not going to work, that's going to fail, look, that has a hole in it. So I'm not going to take anything from I'm not going to take any of these processes as real. Religion is messed up. Faith, people believing in something, that's ridiculous. To a moon and Capricorn person, why would you believe in something? You don't believe it? See if it works or not. So they're very dismissive because they don't trust anything at all. If it has any flaws, they throw it out. Over perfectionist.
What's causing that though?
It's the analytics. So you get the moon, which is the mind. So what does mind do? It's not intellect, but what it is opinion. Emotion is not intellect, but emotion is opinion. And so the moon is analyzing things, not in an intellectual way. The analysis of the intellect is to figure out what something is. I see a shape and know it's a plant. And what kind of plant is it? That's intellect. Let's see a shape and to know if you like it or dislike it.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want it in your living room or if you don't want it anywhere near your house. That's not an intellectual analysis at all. That's an emotional analysis. So both the moon and Mercury are doing analytics, an analysis, both the intelligence and the emotions. So you get the moon in Capricorn, then your analysis of things is very Machiavellian or practical.
So what's becoming salient to this person is so much the problem that the thing actually loses its functionality and then becomes useless because it's just a problematic thing then.
Yeah.
Like the apple. The apple is just bad
Right.
just because of one brown spot. It's got to go in the garbage.
Because they're also lacking the trust. They're lacking faith, right? So they're thinking, if this apple has one brown spot that I saw, then it's probably got 100 other ones that I haven't seen yet. By showing me this flaw, it's ruined my faith and throw it out.
So things become disposable too then.
Yeah. And you can also see that in the list, in many of those leaders that we named.
Yeah, I was just thinking that because you brought them up. I was like, people were disposable to them.
Yeah. They'll use somebody, they'll put somebody in some big role and give them some power. And then as soon as they lose trust in them, they just kill them, or they just throw them out, or they just kick them out, ostracize them.
Brutal.
It's brutal. So in conclusion, the moon in Capricorn is brutal, right? Brutal is the negative way of saying it.
Yeah, give me like the best of Capricorn.
Just imagine somebody that's really tough.
Tough. Like that bulldozer.
Yeah, like a bulldozer. Bulldozer gets amazing things done. Imagine somebody that can flatten a mountain. You don't want them to plant your garden because that's not what they're designed for. They're designed for flattening mountains. So that's another thing too, is people have to learn to love themselves. Whether you have moon in Capricorn or any planet, anywhere, it's not going to be any use to anybody unless you can learn to love yourself. If you're a mountains flattener, but you hate that, and you wish you were a garden planter, then it's going to be very difficult to live. You're going to feel suffocation, emotional suffocation. So it's better to just learn to love yourself and to say, hey, I really love gardeners and I appreciate gardeners so much. I'm a mountain flattener. And I'm proud of that. And you know what? These people need flat spaces to plant their flowers. Maybe I'm not a gardener myself. I'm not a flower planter myself. I'm a mountain crusher. But I can crush the mountain first, and then these people can come in and they can watch them and appreciate them. See, also, once you love yourself, we love other people more.
Very true.
So moon in Capricorn, it's brutal. Think of it all the times in life that brutality is important. Mm-hmm. Maybe brutality is not really the right word, but like strength, that just imperviousness, immovability, refusal. Especially if you want to like do something amazing in life, that's going to take a lot of work for a long time, then you should really be happy and proud that you have moon in Capricorn, because you're the person who can do that. Right. Other people are planting flowers today, but tomorrow their flowers are dead. Flowers last for like a month.
Yeah.
But you are building stuff out of rocks. And stone lasts like a long time. So be proud of being a moon in Capricorn.
Like that Tupac song, Rose Growing Out of Concrete.
Yeah.
I was thinking something else too while you were talking in terms of the positive aspect of it. So much of life's suffering is from thinking fanciful about life, while life can be very hard sometimes. But to have this kind of a moon, this kind of mind that's practical, that will roll up its sleeve and do things, that takes some of life's suffering away too, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. One thing going for a moon in Capricorn is that it's not fanciful, because unobtainable desires are the cause of sadness and misery. But the problem is moon in Capricorn will have desires that are very difficult to obtain.
I tried, guys.
It'll have desires that are difficult to obtain, but it'll have the power to actually obtain them. I think a good way to actually phrase it, not being fanciful, means you'll probably actually succeed, because you won't be silly about what works and what doesn't, and what's really valuable and what's really important and what isn't.
There'll be the goat who will climb to the top of the mountain.
You see, in modern slang, goat, right? Greatest of all time. That's the Capricorn.
Capricorn. And then you get to the top and then you can lick the salt.
Yeah. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com. Click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. let's do moon in Aquarius.
Okay.
Well, Aquarius is one of the more interesting zodiac signs for me to think about, at least. It's a fixed sign, but it's air.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those strange things where the modality is combating with the element.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, air doesn't want to be fixed. Air wants to move, and fixed doesn't want to get blown around. And then it's ruled by Saturn, which is probably the only planet that could handle such a place.
Mm-hmm.
Aquarian dominant people are often dealing with like a lot of, quietly and patiently dealing with a lot of internal conflict,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion. So let's see how the moon does in Aquarius.
Okay.
The first theme for interpreting it is about selflessness. Because another interesting thing about Aquarius is just that it is opposite to Leo. Like it's physically opposite to Leo in the zodiac. So a lot of the qualities reflect the opposite of Leo.
Mm-hmm.
So where Leo has all this consolidated individuality and self-assuredness, Aquarius has the opposite. It's not that it doesn't get individuality and self-assuredness, but it doesn't get it by consolidation within itself. It gets it by kind of giving it or interweaving it into other people, becoming a part of a weave that involves others. So Aquarius people tend to be very social in a quiet way, dependent on social interaction, or very quietly good friends. So anyway, what we said for the positive side of selflessness is a distributed identity. That's what I was kind of talking about, like weaving their own self-confidence in with the self identity of other people. But on a negative side, what happens if you're weaving your own self into others? You get diluted.
Right.
You get distributed. You don't know where you're located.
Mm-hmm.
So what we wrote for our True Signs report about distributed identity, the positive trait of Moon in Aquarius: your own affections and ambitions merge and blend into the groups you belong to, creating a selfless, self-sacrificing nature.
Right.
When a person's affections blend into the group, what does it mean? It means like if this group likes trance music, then because I'm a part of this group, I like trance music. It's just a given. I don't feel like I don't want to stand out from my group. My group is me.
Right.
Ambitions too. You won't really find Aquarian moon people, unless the rest of their chart is really unlike their Aquarian moon. You won't find them as the one that's leaving the group, because their own ambitions are taking them off in a different direction, and their own ambitions are more important to them than the group's ambitions. They'll be the one that sticks with the group because the group is so important.
Yeah, it makes sense. Correct me if you feel like I'm going off here, but I see them as people who have subculture identities. They can have these belong to a tribe kind of group identity.
Yeah.
That dispersion that you're talking about, but there is connectivity to that group. So that becomes a center.
Yeah, I like that. Something about Aquarius also, well, it's described as a pot, which means it's a place where you collect things, so they get eclectic. So yeah, Aquarius does kind of go towards eclectic groups more often than mainstream groups, but it's not that it can't be. The Aquarian dynamic could be invested into like a traditional family unit as well.
How do you see it as, because the moon representing the mothering, how are you seeing it connected to the family dynamic?
Just because, like, what did we say about the distributed identity? My identity isn't just limited to myself. My identity is mixed in with other people's. The group, I become the group. My identity really goes into the group. So it doesn't matter what the group is. Your group could be a rock band, or your group could be your company that you work for, or your group could be your neighborhood, or your group could be your family. Whatever the group is, the Aquarian moon feels at one with the group. They don't spontaneously think of themselves as something very different from their partnerships. So in a negative way, like we said, that really dilutes you and makes you weak because you can't stand on your own. But in a positive way, that makes you such an important and useful part of a group. And it makes you a very like low-key loving person. I'm thinking, because I'm a musician, so I'm thinking like bass player.
That feels like Aquarius.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, because it's so low key, such a low key position in the band too, but it's so important.
You know, they don't tend to make that many problems either, bass players. Speaking from experience of having been in a bunch of bands, the problems in the band usually never come from the bass player. They always come from the singer or the guitar player. The people who are more front and center and like their own individuality is more significant to the band. Similarly, the moon in Aquarius, it doesn't tend to make problems for its groups. I've noticed with very Aquarian dominant people or moon Aquarius people, they tolerate a lot.
Mhm.
As it could be unhealthy how much they're tolerating abuse or injustice or imperfection in their group. That's why we said a selfless, self-sacrificing nature. They really don't feel like, for me, I feel like my ambitions just spontaneously come into my mind first, even when I'm thinking about how I participate in a group or a unit. It's just the way I'm built. And many people are like that. It's not like I'm a weirdo. But the Aquarian people, it doesn't happen that way. It's just not spontaneous. Like for me, I would have to try to conscientiously not have my own outlook be the first outlook that I adopt. But for Aquarius, they would have to try conscientiously to make their own outlook the first one they adopt, or something that they really consider equally important as the group that they're in.
Yeah, and that meekness that's also here, it makes them notice it uncomfortably too when they do it. I do have Moon Aquarius people close to me, and there's a sense of being apologetic if they put themselves first where they shouldn't be. It's fine. Yeah.
You know, these people are very lovable. Maybe because they're opposite to me. My son is in Leo. I have plenty of things in Leo. So usually opposite signs seem very attractive. These people seem very lovable to me and also very admirable. Like I would want to be like this person, but I could never be like that.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's talk about the negative
Yeah.
implications of the same thing.
Okay.
All right, so negative implications, your self-concept gets diluted, which like I really quickly mentioned before, you can't stand on your own. So we wrote, your subjective sense of self is difficult to define. It blends with things outside of itself and gets blurry by doing so, creating an identity that depends heavily on approval from others. Actually, since I just recently translated and published Yoga Sutra, this is ringing a bell with the Yoga Sutra. The problem of the conscious soul is that it has this Aquarian thing. It's taking its identity as the witness and merged it so deeply into the group that it's participating in, the group being the world of objects that it experiences, that it no longer even knows what it is. It no longer notices itself. The consciousness doesn't notice itself. It only notices the thing it's conscious of. And hence it loses its identity and its independence and its freedom and its individuality. So that's the negative side of Aquarius on a regular daily basis, human scale too. Like you said, like they're so apologetic when they just pour themselves a glass of milk. Like, bro, you need some milk. It's fine. You don't have to apologize for this. Take care of yourself. In negative cases, Aquarian people can be very heavy to carry.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're very difficult to support because they don't really do much for themselves. They wait for the group to move. Another thing too is how many bass players in a band are writing the songs? Not many. Most of the songwriting usually happens from a guitar player or a singer. Hey, that sounds familiar. We just said those are the people that cause the problems too. So that's the plus and the minus. I noticed this also from living in Japan versus living in America. Living in Japan is more of an Aquarian feeling. Living in America is more of a Leo feeling.
Right.
America is very Leo-ish in the sense of everybody is an individual, everybody comes first, all that stuff. It's fun, it's exciting. You get all these interesting people, you get all these interesting things happening, but it's dangerous. And it's crazy, and sometimes it just goes haywire. But in Japan, it's just the opposite. Everybody is thinking about everybody else. Nobody's thinking about themselves first. Everybody is sacrificing everything for their neighbor. And that's wonderful. It's so nice. It makes such a nice society, but it's very boring. It's very the same every day. There's not a lot of creativity. There's not a lot of expression. Yeah, and the people can't really think for themselves or think on their own or think on their toes. If it's not going along with the script or if it's not going along with the pattern that they're familiar with, they freeze. They don't know what to do. So there's pluses and minuses of both, of course.
Right. Yes.
That's the selflessness aspect of Moon in Aquarius. Selflessness can be a beautiful thing. Selflessness can also be a disempowering thing. And you'll probably be somewhere in between, depending on how positive your Moon is. The more positive it is, the more that you'll be beautified by your selflessness. And the more negative it is, the more that you're weakened by it.
Mm-hmm. So if I give you a scenario here, so let's say someone's in a relationship with someone who has Moon in Aquarius, and they're constantly deferring decisions back to the person because they don't want to, even if they know what they want, they don't want to express what it is that they're feeling that they're wanting. So how could a person deal with a Moon in Aquarius person?
I would really probably need to think about that for months, because one of the key things that I realized about life is you can't make a person somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Their Moon in Aquarius, you can't say, hey, why don't you be more like Moon in Leo? Water is not fire. You can't deal with the person by asking them to not be that way. If it's working positively for the person, then you should embrace it. Like if the person is happy being like that, and it's not disempowering them, and it's not weakening them, and it's, they're not using it as a crutch, then you have two options. One is, this is something you should love about the person, or the other option is you have to realize you don't love this person.
Right.
I'm not cut out for this person. This person is not cut out for me. Sometimes people feel like it's so heartless to break up with somebody, but it's better to break up with somebody than to break them.
Very true.
So if you can try to make somebody feel like shit all the time, you're not going to try to make them feel like shit, but they're going to feel so terrible because you're constantly dissatisfied with who they are. If you realize that there's some trait about a person that you just can't deal with, you just don't like it, then it's actually kindness and it's love to let that person go,
Mm-hmm.
I think there's various kinds of people that will work well with an Aquarian Moon in partnership. And you could just figure that out by the regular shapes, the trines and the opposition. So the other air signs would probably work well inherently. Or you could even get the sextiles, they'll be okay with Aquarius. The trines will just get along easy. The other air signs will get along easy with Aquarius, probably because they're air. They're flexible.
Mm-hmm.
The other one that's probably going to get along well with Aries, but sometimes might get along well with Aquarius, but sometimes hates it, is Leo.
Right.
A Leo Moon will generally be the one that's happy with a person that defers.
Right. Because they want to be that position.
Yeah, because they're happy to be deferred to.
Right.
So the next trait for a Moon in Aquarius is Spartanism. So that word Spartan means you don't need frills. You're not really that dependent on comforts. And so that becomes an issue with Moon in Aquarius because it belongs to Saturn. You'll also notice this with Capricorn. It's pretty Spartan. It can be very simple. It doesn't need fancy things. It just needs things that work. So in a positive sense, Moon in Aquarius is very simple.
Mm-hmm.
If it has a potato, it has a potato. It doesn't need a $5 potato. Aquarius is not trying to go out there and buy the latest potato that is the rage on TikTok.
Right.
But the negative side of Spartanism, we use this long word, existential dissatisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
See, think about the other kind of person with the potato shopper. The other kind of potato shopper is so excited. The grocery store has a Peruvian purple potato. It costs $50. I'm so excited. I can't wait to eat this. That's an exciting life. That is the definition of excitement, according to Bhagavad Gita. The definition of happiness and excitement is a desire is fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have desires, then you don't get any fulfillment. So there's people that are not Spartan. In one sense, they have a much more exciting life because they're constantly having all these desires. Unfortunately, desires generally don't get fulfilled. When they do get fulfilled, they get it's disappointing, or they do get fulfilled and it's excellent, but then it's gone after a while. So you never really come up with true happiness by just fulfilling desires. But in the immediate sense of regular life, happiness and excitement comes from desires. So negative moon in Aquarius, because of its Spartanism, it doesn't get excited about things.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel like, yay, there's a new shade of lipstick. Yay, there's a new, iPhone. It doesn't get excited about that. So it's not excited. So what is it? It's more like seeing things as negative. Why should I be excited about this?
Mm-hmm.
Same product. They just added one little more thing to it that I don't even need.
So is it disenchanted, or is it just cynical, or is just frivolous? Like why is it acting this way?
It's all of that.
It is cynical,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have the desire. So why is it becoming cynical? Shouldn't it just be careless?
Why doesn't it have the desire? That's the thing. There's two reasons why a person might not have desire. People who don't have desire are enlightened. They're the Buddha.
Right.
But people who don't have desire are depressed.
Right.
Because there's two ways that you can get no desire. One is because you're fulfilled.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like after you eat, you're not looking for more food. You're fulfilled, so you don't have desire. And the other way is because you don't like anything. So that's the negative Aquarian moon has no desire because it doesn't like things. It doesn't find anything to be worth it. Because this sign is ruled by Saturn. We cannot overlook that Aquarius is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is just negative.
Right.
And people don't like these black and whites and value judgments, but when you're in the kitchen, you have your ingredients and you have your chili peppers, and they're spicy. And if you eat a chili pepper directly, you're going to freak out.
Right.
So when we talk about things in astrology like planets by themselves, those are just the ingredients in a chart. When you combine them, then you get all these sophisticated blends. But when you talk about the raw ingredients, it is black and white. Saturn is negative, and Saturn rules this sign. So you can't expect there to be no occurrence of these trends of negativity or cynicism or disenchantment. Moon in Aquarius, when it's doing positive, it's not disenchanted and cynical, because it's very much feeling just the positive version of that, which is like low key. Everything is low key. There's no need to focus on some big detail. There's no need to make big hoopla over things. Everything is low key, and everything around me is equally important. That's a very positive, high functioning Aquarian moon. But if it's negative, that's where you get the cynical thing at the root.
So do you think it's getting that dissatisfaction because, for example, it can't extract its identity from it? Like, there has to be a reason why it's so dissatisfied. Does it have to do something with that first point that we talked about? Because people buy a car and they think they're somebody now because of that car, but
it could be mixed in with that, and it's depressing to have your sense of self turn out to be a mashed potato, turn out to be bad. So then you just start to give up on that. Could be it. But I think primarily what I'm thinking of is, although it's not like one of these big front and center billboard things that you hear about Aquarius, but Aquarius is ruled by Saturn. Saturn is negative. We already stressed that, but Saturn is very analytical.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So this is, if you analyze things, like we said too, there's two kinds of people that have no desires. One is the Buddha, and one is the guy who's going to commit suicide. So it's the same way. If you analyze things carefully, you'll wind up one of those too, because you're going to realize nothing in this world is going to satisfy me. Even the thing that's going to bring me the highest pleasure and bliss, right, is just going to fall apart, and I'm not going to be able to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. You just get dissatisfied with everything. That's the result of analytics or Sankhya.
Yeah, I think it's so important that you say this, because there's so much of that pop astrology that puts Uranus now into the sign of Aquarius as the ruler, which doesn't even make sense. but to understand it's coming from quality of Saturn. Yeah, that's super important. Yeah.
You know, to be honest, I do like pop music, but let's just pretend. Let's go along with the stereotype of punks. Yeah, we hate pop music, right? We make fun of pop music. Remember punks in the old days? That was our big thing. We hated pop music. Also, I hate pop. I hate pop anything.
Right.
Pop astrology, pop fashion. So yeah, all this pop astrology with all these weird planets and asteroids and everything, they just wind up missing the simple points that are the most important.
Just understanding Saturn as the ruler of the sign, it clarifies a lot.
Right. And also a thing about an Aquarian moon, they're not front and center. They're not putting themselves front and center. This is the kind of person that commits suicide suddenly. And you're like, why did this happen? You have to pay a lot of attention to them because they're not telling you how sad they are.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to push themselves up into the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you asked before also about relationships with Aquarian people. This is one of the important thing about relationships with an Aquarian person. You have to be the kind of person that enjoys and is willing to dig in to another person. You have to discover them. They're not going to be like telling you about themselves.
Right. Does this have something to do with the fixed nature of this sign too, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Capricorn, Capricorn being the other Saturn sign, it's not really the case. Capricorn people are pretty assertive.
Yeah.
And that's probably because of the it's not fixed, it's cardinal. Mm-hmm. So things are coming out.
Right.
It's so actually the difference between these two signs is so interesting. Capricorn is so scathing. Maybe scathing is not the right word. It's so kind of destructive. Capricorn is a destructive force. It can knock things over. It's blunt. Yeah, blunt. And, you know, it just gives you a blunt criticism, Capricorn. Aquarius would never do that. But the two of them are ruled by the same planet. So it's not like they're not thinking the same thing inside.
Mm-hmm.
Aquarian and Capricornian people are feeling and thinking the same thing. They're just expressing it differently. The Aquarian person is very demure and is not going to assert. The Capricorn person is very assertive. You don't have to be careful with a Capricorn person, except to protect yourself. But with an Aquarius person, you have to be careful to protect them because they're going to be sacrificing themselves to protect you.
Yeah, and then that air and fixed nature of the sign, it gives me the feeling of like heaviness of air, like you're suffocating. So the person could feel like that internally, like they can't express themselves, they're not understood. Yeah.
That's very well said. Really well said. Yes, so let's read this. Existential dissatisfaction, persistent unhappiness that cannot be remedied by normal means of pleasure and comfort. So sometimes they'll become extremists, by which I mean like they may take to unusual sexual behavior or unusual intoxication, you know, heavy drugs, things like that.
Okay.
Cynical and skeptical, collapsed dreams weigh wearily on your mind. Kind of a nice phraseology and similar to your idea of heavy air. David Berkowitz, Charles Manson, two people with Aquarian moons.
Can I actually ask you something before you go to the third one?
Yeah, I love when you ask me something.
Okay, so you have studied philosophy, you have a lot of depth in terms of spiritual school of thoughts. Why do you think a person would have a negative manifestation of moon in Aquarius, whereas another person will have the positive? Like, is this something karmic or is this something we choose in life for it to become negative or positive manifestation? Like, how would you describe that?
It's such a false dilemma question.
Tell me.
Because you gave me two options. One is that it's karmic or one is that it's something that we chose.
Right.
Well, what's karma?
Cause and effect, yeah.
Yeah, it's the result of things that you've done. It's the result of your choices is your karma.
I think a person who's living it from a first-hand experience and they might even have an awareness of I'm having a negative experience of life and I don't want to, but you just feel a sense of entrapment in that. No matter what you do, even circumstances unfold in a negative way. So people want to know, why am I having a negative experience of this placement? What is it negatively prominent?
Yeah. So the answer always is karma. It's like, that's another reason why the question is itself is confusing. There isn't another option from karma. So like if karma is a result of your choice, then what's the third option? There's no other option. That's it. So that's it. And actually that's quite satisfying, or it evokes peace when you think about that the right way. Is, yeah, everything that's happening is what is supposed to be happening, or what had to happen. I'm not a person that lived a difficult life. There's people that go through wars, there's people that go through abuse and everything. They have difficult lives. But nonetheless, I've lived a life that's in its own little small subjective way been difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy about that, because I can just see that this is all karma that I'm learning. It's good, because the reason why we need to go through these things is because we come out the other side different.
Right.
But at a certain, when you're stuck in the middle and someone is pounding on your head with their Doc Martin, you can't, you can't really see that you're going to come out the other side at all.
Mm-hmm.
But you will. You'll come out the other side, because there's nothing else that can happen. Just like there's nothing else that it could be except karma. There's nothing else that can happen except that the moment A changes into moment B.
Mm-hmm.
It always happens. So no matter how good you're feeling or how bad you're feeling, it's always going to change. My personal experience of having learned what I've learned and lived what I've lived through is that you should take it in a grateful sense, even when it's tough. Realizing that I'm going to come out the other side of this I could possibly come out the other side of this in a better way than the way I went into this situation. It's important, I think, to say I could possibly, because you have to do something. You have to figure out, how am I supposed to interact with this situation so that I come out the other end of this better than the way I came into it. Otherwise, I'm going to go back into this meat grinder.
Yeah, thanks for explaining. I think this is like from both of the planets that we've done so far and all the signs, this explanation is most poignant for this sign, because when that disenchantment can turn into detachment, depression, someone not feeling satisfaction with life at all. So to understand this is important.
It's a loving universe. It doesn't always look that way.
No, I was just going to say, when you're in it, sometimes it feels like punishment.
Well, I have to say, it's a loving universe, but there's agents in it that are hateful.
Right.
Yeah, and they're going against the grain of the loving universe, and that's what makes the participants in it have the opportunity to come out the other side better, because we have to learn how to deal with the hateful situations or the difficult situations. But again, I think Moon in Aquarius kind of needs help doing that. It needs a friend, because it's so social. It's an air sign. It's not social like Gemini or Libra, but it's social. It needs friends to talk to and to just be with, to share. Whereas Capricorn, because it's also ruled by Saturn, it goes through the same shit. But it doesn't need the friends so much. It kind of figures out on its own how it's going to survive, because it's so tenacious. We don't see that keyword here with Aquarius. We don't see tenacity. So where did it go? Did it disappear? What happened to that trait of Saturn? It became patience, really. In Aquarius, that trait really becomes patience, but in Capricorn, it's tenacity. And so that kind of segues into the third topic, which is not tenacity, but it is a word that starts with a T. Tactility.
Yeah, with this one, I remember I'm like, please explain. What do you mean?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting one that comes out of left field. Yeah. So think of the symbol for Aquarius, which is this is one of the rare cases where the Eastern symbolism and the Western symbolism is a bit different. Usually this way of looking at the zodiac, the way of symbolizing the signs, It's very similar between India and what do you call it? Mediterranean traditions. There's just certain places where they diverge. Like, for example, Gemini is a bit different. But usually you can figure it out. You can trace it out just to the way that things devolved over time. The Western traditions were exposed much more to change, with the Eastern traditions of astrology weren't. So you feel some of the slipping from the original symbolism in a couple of signs like Gemini. The Western concept of Gemini, the symbol is very weird. Twins. In the East, it's a couple. It's a romantic couple that are having fun. You know, it's not like a heavy, passionate, intense romantic couple. It's a couple having fun, dancing. And then the other place where another air sign, interestingly, where the symbolism differs between East and West is here in Aquarius. However, both of them seem to be pretty on point. The Mediterranean imagery became a servant pouring water out of a pot. The Indian symbolism tends to just be the pot itself, but actually they always kind of work in the symbolism of a potter with the pot. And they always whenever they're talking about Aquarius in their Sanskrit texts, they use that metaphor of a potter often. And so here now, the concept of tactility, there's actually an artistic side to Aquarius, because you can't forget about the presence of air in the zodiac. So it's tactile. It has, what is it like? Tactile sensitivity. It's sensitive. It's alert. It's aware. It's acute. But it's ruled by Saturn.
And it's fixed.
And it's fixed. So what's the perfect symbol to convey that? A potter. A potter is an artist. I mean, pottery can be so beautiful, especially here in Asia and in Japan.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's almost not an art. It's almost just a factory. You're just making stuff, that housewares. You're just making housewares. So it's like an art that's so down to earth. It's like an art that's so practical. And what are they dealing with? Dirt.
Mm-hmm.
They're dealing with dirt. So here's the Saturnian air sign, a potter.
So, and this took me back to the last conversation we were having about Moon in Capricorn. I asked you to describe the earth of Cap, and you said mud. So this is now someone doing something with the mud, like the potter.
And they dry it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
If it's positive, you have a lot of tactile skill. So we'll talk a little bit about that when we read it. If it's negative, it's too tactile. It becomes superficial. This is weird. It's kind of difficult to understand how this fits with the rest of the symbolism that we're talking about. How do you get Aquarius all of a sudden being superficial? But let's talk about that for a couple of minutes. So on the positive side, for tactile skill, you're good with things requiring movement and aided by the sense of touch and physical dexterity. So it's because it's not just anything in Aquarius, it's the moon in Aquarius. Moon in an air sign has a great sense of timing and patterning and timing and cycling. So movement is good. Anything that has to kind of move in time or move in space and then repeat. But especially if it has to do with the sense of touch. Like how much pressure do you put on a thing at a certain time? How much do you release to get that's what pottery is. Marilyn Monroe had that sense of how she moves. Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner, you can see the air element in the athletics and runner, right? They were a runner.
Right.
John Lennon, a musician, but look at the music. Even compare him to Paul McCartney, his bandmate, and you can see the Aquarian flavor. It feels like dirt. It feels like it's on the earth. It's on the ground. Lennon's contribution to the Beatles. McCartney's feels more like it's a rainbow or it's in the clouds or it's a bird or something.
So when we were having this discussion about air signs, I remember we were talking about with Gemini, it's mental dexterity, and the sign of Libra, we talked about the almost like a sensual dexterity, being able to tell taste, the senses. So here we're coming to physical dexterity of it. The
Yeah.
physical, okay, it's becoming more physical.
So the negative version of the tactility, superficiality. You focus too much on the tactility, too much focus on what's accessible by touch, and not enough on the emotional content. The air sign with the moon can dry the moon.
Mhm.
How does this go with the other things about moon and Aquarius, which is that they're so like distributed, they're woven into the people that they're with? Why would they be superficial? Just because you're distributed and woven into the others doesn't mean you're not superficial. Like, think about like these very superficial high school students. They get really distributed into their group. There's nothing particularly deep about that. So yeah, it is actually a thing for Aquarius that they have to be careful that they're just paying attention to the surface details. If I check off the list of things that I need to do to belong to this group, then I'm good.
Mhm.
It's another way actually that they hurt themselves. I'm not emotionally satisfied by being in this situation, but it checks off this box, that box, and the other box that's important to how others perceive me. So therefore, I'm going to stick with this. I'm going to stay with this. That's the meaning of superficiality. It's not flashy. Sometimes superficial means like flashy, gaudy, or something tacky. That's not really the moon in Aquarius. What we're talking about is where you're just not concentrating on the deeper things.
Okay.
So that is the moon in Aquarius.
Okay. Amazing.
So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. Just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs Report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days. If you got moon in Pisces, then I bet you're smart. At least that's what we think is the first theme, right? I wonder why.
I'd love to know.
Yeah, it's probably because Jupiter rules Pisces, right? And Jupiter is intellectual. I mean, Jupiter is learned, let's say. Plus, in addition to Pisces being ruled by Jupiter, it's also a water zodiac.
Mhm.
And water is a certain kind of intellect. One of the English connotations of the word smart is sharp. Like sometimes if something hurts, we say, ow, that smarts. It's because it's something like pinching, it's sharp. And I think it comes from the idea that intellect can penetrate into things. That's more of a fiery intellect.
Mm.
But Pisces is a watery intellect, which is soft. It's a soft intellect. So it's not a very clear-cut intelligence. So people sometimes don't really notice Pisces moon people as being intelligent because they don't really assert, first of all.
Mhm.
They don't really assert their ideas because they're very interested in absorbing and taking in. And also because their ideas are not very solidified. So when they present them, they don't sound like they've really come to a conclusion yet.
And would you say that's also coming from the dual because the sign is dual?
Yeah. Yeah. And that is the big stereotype of Pisces. In fact, it's so stereotyped that the sages who invented this whole system symbolized it by two fish. It's not two fish swimming in the same direction. It's two fish swimming in opposite directions. And it's not just two fish swimming in opposite directions. They're tied together.
Right.
So they can't get away from each other. So they're pulling each other in opposite directions at the same time. People don't usually associate that with intelligence because I think we have a masculine idea of what intelligence is, which is a decision-making process.
Right.
But that's not really the only thing that intelligence does at all. It's a recognition process, really. That's what intelligence is. Pisces is very good at recognizing, but not very good at coming to a sum, coming to a conclusion, reaching a verdict. So that's why the key word that we gave for positive moon in Pisces was creative intellect. We qualified the word intellect with creative. And then for negative moon in Pisces, we said indecisive.
Yes.
The trait which is the same in both is that dualness, that ability to span two sides of a story, to see a thing from two sides at the same time. That takes a tremendous amount of intelligence. Think about what's going on in the world today. Nobody's seeing anything from two sides.
Right.
Everybody's seeing everything from their own side only because they're dumb. They're driven by their ambitions, their passions, their hatred, their love. They're just driven by that. They're not thinking carefully and seeing two sides of the story at once. But in that same thing of being on two sides at the same time, if it's not positive, and it doesn't really come off as feeling creative and broad-minded, it comes off as feeling wishy-washy and like, what do you see? Can you even explain what you see? Yesterday you said A, today you say B. What's up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A good example of the strangeness of the intelligence that's here, you know Rick Rubin?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he's moon in Pisces, and it's very hard to even pin down what it is that he does, but he intuitively picks up on pace, motion, mood, mode, and he's able to direct the artist. There's very much an intelligence that's not obvious, but he has it.
Yeah, I've just watched a little clip of an interview with him where he was saying, if you're making art for somebody, then you're not making art. You're manufacturing a product. It's commerce. When you make art, you make it because you love it. Make it for yourself. So that's an example of that. You see, he's not bottom line driven. He's not conclusion driven. A very sharp intelligence would be like, this is to, we have to generate this much money from this endeavor in order to be able to keep doing this thing. So they would say, you have to make sure that you hit this target market, blah, 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 blah. That's the way the managers of artists think. That's a very non-Piscean intellect. They have a goal in mind. But Rick Rubin is a very artistic producer. He doesn't have a goal in mind. The art is in mind. That illustrates how Piscean moon doesn't really have a goal.
Right.
Which can seem very strange to most people. Because the other 11 of us out of the 12, we tend to have goals and work towards those goals, and everything that we do is towards a goal. But Pisces really doesn't see the goal as particularly important.
Yeah, it's working with uncertainty and it's making discoveries along the line because it's not bound to some sort of rule, direction, destination. That is the beauty of this placement for sure. Yeah.
Yes. So, by the way, it's not just Rick Rubin with Moon in Pisces. For this, that really well illustrates this. It's also to keep in mind Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, the two big names, right? Ingenious artists, inventor, creators. Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo both are Moon in Pisces, and also Martin Luther King.
Right.
Okay, so what we wrote as an interpretation for the positive side of Moon in Pisces, creative intellect, a fluid, creative mind that instinctively cognizes patterns. Instinctively cognizes patterns. That's what the mind does. It cognizes patterns. It figures out what things are. That's what I was saying before. It doesn't just come to conclusions. The bigger part of what intellect and mind is to figure out what things are. What am I experiencing? Well, Pisces moon will do that very intuitively, which means not particularly logically. It doesn't, or at least you can't really follow the logic. Logic is obscured. Connects ideas through empathic intuition. Pluralistic, ever receptive, and open to emotional, spiritual, sensual, and intellectual impressions. You find unity underlying diversity. This is one of the best traits of intellect, which is in clarity. Actually, you know how there's three gunas in Vedic, any kind of school of Vedic thought, there's Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. There's clarity, there's passion or energy, and then there's solidity. There's those three things are like the key components of everything. Pisces is the most sattvic. This is what a sattvic mind is like. It doesn't come to conclusions. Passion is what brings us to a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
because we want to get something out of the thought process. It doesn't come to conclusions. It sits and observes, and it observes very deeply. And it's able to do this thing, which we said at the end, finding unity in diversity. A passionate mind finds diversity. This champagne is better than that champagne. That's a passionate mind. It's very interested in differentiating things. But a very clear mind sees, this and that champagne are different, but underneath they're both the same. In this way, that way, this way, and the other way. And it's unlike the dark mind, the very solid mind, the very sluggish mind also doesn't see very differences between things, but that's just because it doesn't notice details. So Pisces is actually really noticing details and seeing how things are detailed and different, but it's more interested in the connections between things that are underneath. And that's why it makes those intuitive leaps between things, and they're hard to follow in a conversation. You thought you were talking about one thing with this person, and all of a sudden you're talking about something else. And it's kind of exhausting because you were invested in talking about the first thing, and then they move on to the second thing.
Yes.
For negative Pisces, we said indecisive. You feel that you don't know enough to draw a conclusion, so you find it very difficult to make decisions and wind up in a passive role or avoiding deadlines and choices. Fear of choices, fear of deadlines, real procrastination, like serious procrastination. Handing off your agency to others because it's just more relaxing that way. The submissive archetype rather than the dominant archetype, where they just want somebody else to be dominant and take control, because then somebody else gets all the blame too.
Right.
But this is why Moon and Pisces people can feel a little strange and weird. It's because they're seeing this underlying diversity underneath all the details of things, and they're making these connections between things that we don't notice. So to us, it seems strange. They're not seeing the world that we're seeing. They're not seeing the same things that we're seeing.
The way I'm thinking about it, you're giving still a good slant to the moon in Pisces, because you're still saying that it can still recognize patterns correctly. But can we say a negative moon is actually not recognizing correct patterns underneath things? Because this is one of the features of, I feel like, moon in Pisces when it's not operating properly. It's making irrelevant connections almost, where it can feel delusional sometimes. The things that they say don't have correspondence to reality. It's more imaginative.
Moon in Pisces, period, across the board, is always making the connections between things that most people don't see. So it's taking these leaps that seem like intuition. If it's positive, then that's great. They're connecting these things that you would have never thought to connect. And when they connect them, it's great. Chocolate and peanut butter, wow, But if it's negative, then that same thing is happening. They're connecting things that you would never think to connect, and they should have never been connected. I don't know what they do in Japan with the pizzas. That's like an example of a negative Moon in Pisces. They'll put anything on a pizza. So, yep. But I think with people, especially with a Michelangelo and a Da Vinci on the list, and and a Rick Rubin too, you can see how it can really work out positive.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that are thinking about things, connecting things in completely new ways.
Yeah.
And I would think to sort out this interpretation of, how positive or negative this dynamic is going to work out with your Moon in Pisces. Of course, you do the standard thing of just judging the dignity of the Moon in Pisces. But I think it's also important to look at Mercury, because we're talking about an intellectual function of the mind right now. So now, is Mercury in a really strong position? Is Mercury very strong in the person's chart? Then it's probably going to help the Moon in Pisces be very good. But if Mercury is also kind of weird, watery, Mercury in water signs with the Moon in Pisces, then you probably get a person that's like too far out in the deep end.
I don't know if this one can fit under this heading. I'm trying to think. This sign, when it's negative, this placement, when it's negative, it can also do a lot of projection, deflecting. It's like it can't relate to what it's conveying to the other as the truth, as something real. It can actually become hurtful in dynamics with Moon in Pisces people because of that. And I'm thinking the moon here is got that receptivity, that desirous component where it doesn't always find the right correspondence to the external world. So, but it's projecting its own imagination onto other people, for example.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we said in the negative side of the next theme.
Oh, it's the next theme. Okay.
Want to go to that?
Yeah, let's do it.
So yeah, so the next theme, if you have the moon in Pisces, you're probably a very deep person.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably pretty smart and you're probably very deep. And those two, of course, mush together. Deep smart, deep intelligence. And that's what we were talking about already. But now let's look at the depth itself. Because actually, anytime you have a water sign in the zodiac, you're going to be talking about depths because that's what is the salient feature of water. It has deep depth to it. So if you have moon in Pisces positive, you're a deep person. We wrote you're perceptive, intuitive, attuned to psychologies, emotions, and other subtle aspects of life. Positive moon in Pisces makes you a very good psychologist. Or at least I can say I've met a lot of really good psychologists. Or many of the good psychologists I've met have had moon in Pisces. It's just well cut out for understanding what's going on underneath the surface, which means seeing the mind behind the actions, understanding the mind behind the actions. So that's why the depth of moon in Pisces lets a person be psychologically and emotionally attuned, but it's also going to make them, well, we'll see what we're going to say with the negative version of this. So the way that we described it for a negative moon in Pisces on this issue of depth is disconnected, which is interesting because that doesn't sound like it has anything to do with deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it does. Imagine if you go deep into the water. So yeah, it's a result of being deep that you lose contact with stuff that's superficial, which is what everybody else is connected to. Therefore, by losing contact with the stuff that's on the surface, you lose contact with everybody else. What we wrote for disconnected is hoping to escape to an idealized inner world with no black and white. You become distanced and disconnected from people and the world. Thoughts and feelings out of sync with others. People sometimes doubt your sanity. So here's the thing. We wrote hoping to escape to an idealized inner world with no black and white. The black and whiteness and the need for decisiveness and the need for conclusions that happens in the real world on the surface level is very stressful to a Pisces moon. They don't want to deal with that. If it's positive, they'll figure out a way to deal with it in a healthy way. But if it's negative, they'll try to escape from it. So by trying to escape from it, they'll come up with some kind of a world where that stuff doesn't matter. It's not important.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep themselves in that world. And they don't want to connect with the real world that everybody else is in. So they'll start ignoring a lot of things.
So escapism, it's again losing touch with reality in some sense. At least one's own reality relative to the external world and other people's reality, losing correspondence.
Right. And that's what can make the people, moon and Pisces people, seem nuts.
And as sensitive as this sign is with this placement with moon here, they can make emotions that are, let's say, real, like this is how humans generally feel, and it seems that they can make it into an abstraction almost, because they're thinking about it like in a context of a totality, or it's making it into an abstraction almost, where it becomes hard to deal with them, or they have a hard time dealing with real graininess of emotions.
Yeah. Also, like when moon in Pisces is positive, then they're good psychologists. They're on a deep level, so they're attuned to mind. They're attuned to emotions. But when it's negative, it's going to make the opposite. They're not going to be good psychologists. Why? Because they're deep inside themselves. They disconnected from other people. Okay, we got one more trait. It's the receptivity. If you have moon in Pisces, one of your traits is receptivity. You're very receptive, but it could be positive or negative. If it's positive, it means you're very observant. If it's negative, we wrote you're very impressionable, too receptive. For observant, we said you approach all situations quietly and receptively, making you an excellent observer. Again, that's so well suited for therapy, a therapist, psychologist, or any kind of student. It's very receptive, observant. It's paying attention, but in a quiet way.
Is it like a sponge?
Yeah, it's like a sponge. It is a lot like a sponge. Yeah. It's not like a gung-ho student who's very like active in the class, but it's a very spongy student that's sitting there quietly thinking deeply about all the deep things that are being explained, possibly missing some of the simpler things, but really absorbing in all the deep concepts. And then, yeah, if that's negative, then it's too much absorbency.
Mm-hmm.
You get squished very easily, your shape gets changed very easily, your emotional shape gets changed very easily. You're impressionable. We wrote, your openness to many subjective opinions and your inability to reach many firm conclusions makes you more easily impressionable and manipulated by others. People love receptive people. I mean, yeah, you know, people that are very dominant love people that are very submissive because they like to, you know, control other people.
There's a whole subculture online right now about narcissism, which who they attract are empaths. So it's actually become like a terminology, narcissist and empath.
Oh, wow.
And I'm thinking like this whole subculture of empath right now falls in this part of Pisces too. That's you're absorbing other people's emotions and
For sure. Let's see if we can wind up with some advice for the people with Moon in Pisces.
yes.
Your strength is how deeply your comprehensions work. So rely on that. Rely on the depth of your comprehensions and be okay with the fact that you're observing, not concluding. That's your asset. Don't apply for jobs where you need to be making conclusions all the time. Apply for jobs where they need somebody who's a good observer, who's going to notice little things that people don't notice. Not little details, but like little under the hood things that aren't part of the regular surface appearance of how things are working. So that's, you know, that's your asset, is the depth of your perception and your ability to intuit that A is connected to B, even though you can't really see it. But on the negative side, what you need to protect yourself against, the real thing is the disconnection. There's two things really, the gullibility and the disconnect. You got to realize, I think, that not everybody else is a good person to see. You know, the Pisces, empathic Pisces attitude has the feeling that it's so interested in knowing what's underneath everybody's face, what's underneath everybody's actions. But some people are better left alone. You should see enough of their external actions first to decide whether this person is good for you or bad for you. Don't just go out and absorb everybody's wavelengths.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people want you to absorb their wavelengths because they want to stick nasty wavelengths into you and put hooks and everything and pull you along on their own rope. And then the disconnect thing, my advice probably would be always remember that the outer layer of things is the outer layer of things. The superficial things in the world are not disconnected from the deep things. They're the outer layer of the deep things. Realize that it's the internal thing actually creates the external appearance. Your better connection to the external experience will give you even better depth.
And can you explain this? I think it's not a direct connection unless someone's experienced in astrology. And I remember you telling me this in one of our lessons back in the day, that Jupiter, when it's dysfunctional, is gullible.
Yeah.
And this is Jupiter's sign. So, and you were just talking about being gullible in that sense. Can you explain how that is and how that's relating to the moon right now in terms of the mind?
Sure. Because Jupiter is faithful. That's why it's associated with religion, priests and religion and everything, because it's optimistic. At the root, Jupiter, the ruler of Pisces, is optimistic and positive. And so therefore it believes things. Jupiter, a great trait of Jupiter is it will believe in you like a great parent or a great teacher. That's why Jupiter represents parents and teachers. Believe in you and give you the ability to believe in yourself. But also, if I believe, you do a lot of believing in things, then you get taken for it. You become gullible.
Mm-hmm.
You believe anything. You have to be some rational about what you believe. So that's why Jupiter's very trait of being positive and optimistic, when Jupiter is negative, becomes gullibility. Why were you optimistic about this thing that was obviously flawed? Should have some negativity. You have to have a balance of positivity and negativity.
This can give someone magical thinking too, especially with the moon and the sun too, like over optimistic.
Sure. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I sure believe it's going to work out. And then, 1 out of 10 times, you'll be lucky that you felt that way. But 9 out of 10 times, the surface signs that you're getting that a boat is sinking, that's because the boat is sinking.
And this sign can be with the moon here too, because it's so much about emotions and wanting to have your emotions, your desires met, that like you can get lost in your dreams too, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a dream or a vision of how you want things to be, and then the magical thinkings come in, the gullibility, being impressionable, not a good combo in that sense.
Yeah.
So what does one do? This is like huge in life.
What do you mean? Like a person is too magical thinking?
Yeah, magical thinking, gullible, because you're always dealing with other people. And like you said, not all people are operating from a premise that's good.
Yeah.
So if a person's wired that way, how do they protect themselves? Because they've probably been hurt many a times in life by such things.
It's never easy to change yourself. So if you got wired this way, then you got wired that way. However, it always starts with like recognizing that you want to change something. So if you recognize that this isn't really good for me to be this way, then you'll wind up eventually being able to change it. You just have to keep reminding yourself that it's not really good for me to be this way. And my most practical advice for that is, especially in the beginning, try to put somebody in your life who is the way that you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Just find somebody that's got a very positive Saturn. If you've got a very weak Jupiter feature, like a weak moon in Jupiter sign, weak moon in Pisces, then find somebody that has a very strong Saturn feature. Or if you can't think of it astrologically, just find somebody who's very analytical, very down to earth and practical, and a little bit negative, critical. And instead of, thinking this person is garbage, this person is so superficial, this person is so negative, value that person's opinion because that's what you need. And then I think the people will always rub off on us. So step 1 is just to realize that you're doing something that isn't so healthy. Step 2, try to keep reminding yourself of that when you do it. And step 3, try to find somebody that doesn't do it and see if they can help you, see if they can help you with your thinking, bounce some ideas off them.
This is actually great advice for Moon and Pisces, because I have that thing of absorbing things, observing the changeability. So yeah, if they're having that kind of an influence, then they can also embody that and mimic that. So eventually becomes their habits and way of being. Yeah, I can see that's a good advice. Yeah.
It's so interesting how you can get such a spectrum of results out of one thing like Moon and Pisces. I always laugh at like the modern pop science thing trying to prove or disprove astrology. It's such a hopeless thing to do with your armchair interest in it. You just like, if you did a survey of people like, hey, this is the description of Moon and Pisces, does it fit you? Of course, it's going to be 50-50 hit or miss, because there's such a spectrum that's available, from anything simple like Moon and Pisces, what to speak of all the complex things that actually start going on in charts of how things interact with each other.
And from all years of before studying with you, but watching other astrologers, you were the first person I came across who you were making that distinction between, let's say, a positive moon and a negative moon, and how it has this gradation and this spectrum. Because it was just assumed that this is good, this is bad, like splitting the signs and the placements like that.
What I noticed by studying is that the ancient teachers used to do it like the way I'm doing it, but they baked it in a little bit because they liked to be very terse in the old days, because they used to have to copy books by hand. So they like to be short. But the very fact that they would say something like, If you have moon in Sagittarius, you're basically a king, and everything's going to be great. And if you have moon in Scorpio, you're basically a wretch and a wanton prostitute, right? They'll make these really ridiculously over-exaggerated black and white descriptions of various placements as a way to illustrate to the student the mechanisms behind which they got to that. Like, so why is Moon in Scorpio getting this super negative review from all these ancient books? Because it's debilitated there. And why is it that if it's in Sagittarius, it's getting such a positive thing? Because Sagittarius belongs to Jupiter, and Moon and Jupiter do very well together, right? So they're actually teaching the mechanics behind how you need to think. But lazy people of the modern era just think that the actual interpretations that they're giving are the thing that you're supposed to learn. But what you're supposed to learn from these ancient books on astrology is the mechanics of the teacher and how the teacher arrived at these different conclusions. And you don't just take the text right out of those books and walk with it, work with it. It doesn't work. So that's actually how I got to the place where we're at now, is by doing that, by taking the text out of the book and thinking, how did this author come up with this? Why?
And I think this is the last moon in the last sign for moon and sign series. Just one more time, like for this placement specifically, what makes the moon positive or negative? What factors should one, they can get the report and it's fully detailed, but to think from off one's head.
Yeah, the most important thing is the dignity of the moon. And that's what the old texts really were illustrating most simply. Well, moon is debilitated in Scorpio, so of course it's going to get a lousy interpretation. And it's exalted in Taurus, of course it's going to get, right? So basically, it's the basic dignity of the moon in a sign that's going to make it more positive or negative. They hard-coded it in, thinking if the moon is in Scorpio, it's debilitated. But they also taught you how to do real dignity in the same books. So the real dignity is done by degree of the sign, because the dignity of a planet changes depending on what degree it's in, because it exposes it to other like fractal signs or subsigns, subdivisional signs. And by the way, we have a subdivisions report also, if you want to see that one, what all your subdivision signs are. So that's the most, if you can only do one thing to figure out how positive or negative a planet is in a sign, or your moon is in Pisces, then just check the signs that it's in the classic subdivisions. Navamsha, that's what I mean. Navamsha is the most important one. Even if you can only do one thing, just check what Navamsha it's in. If the moon is in Scorpio Navamsha and Cancer Navamsha in Scorpio, then it's not going to be bad. Or if it's in Taurus, but it's in Scorpio Navamsha, then it's not going to be as great as you thought. The other things would be a whole bunch of other runner-up important things, like how's the Lord of the sign doing? Is the Lord of the sign aspecting the planet? Who else is there in the sign? What other planet, is there in the sign with this planet? Who's aspecting the planet? A whole bunch of other mustard and ketchup and relish that you put on top. Yogas, a whole bunch of stuff. You have another question? Boom, want to ask it right now?
Yeah, because earlier in the video, you said that when we talk about water signs, we are talking about depth. And I'm sure there are people who are interested. What is the difference between the depth of Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces?
Well, the two things are different, the ruler and the mode. The mode is going to be the cardinal fixed or dual. In Pisces, it's a dual depth. So it's like going down into the ocean and sticking around there, going back and forth down there. Whereas with Cancer, it's a cardinal depth. So they go in for something. They have something specific on their mind why they dive down there. And then they'll probably pop back up with the result of what they got. It doesn't have the same depth feeling as Pisces does because it lacks wishy-washy. Pisces has a trait of going down there and just sticking around and never coming back up with anything. Cancer doesn't have that. It's going down for something specific, or for some specific reason it's going in, like avoiding something, getting away from something, protecting itself from something, going in. And then when the danger is gone, comes back out. And then Scorpio is fixed. I would say the best way to visualize this is like pulling you in also. It's kind of pulling other things in with it. It's heavier.
So taking the symbolic component of water, which all these are water signs, which is emotions, moon also being about emotion, considering the depth, if you were to explain these three signs in terms of how they feel emotions.
Cancer feels emotion and doesn't really let you know. That's because they're going into their emotions for a purpose. They have goals that they want. It's usually something nurturing or protective or domestic. They have some kind of protective goal in mind. And that's why their emotions are the way they are. So they don't tell you what their emotions are because that would be dangerous. Scorpio wants you to feel their emotion. And Pisces, it feels like so many emotions at the same time. It doesn't mind if you come in. It doesn't mind expressing itself to you, but it doesn't really do either one on its own. If you let it be by itself, it'll just be quiet like Cancer. If you investigate it, it'll let you come in like Scorpio. But unlike either Cancer or Scorpio, it's not very clear cut even about what it's feeling. So what happens with Pisces is the way Pisces is different from Scorpio is you don't really participate in a scorpionic experience. You become the audience. But with Pisces, you get sucked in, becoming like a participant in this ongoing emotional experience. Like, in other words, by which I mean your input is going to change what's down there in the Pisces emotional experience. With Scorpio, your input really doesn't change it. If it's incompatible input, you just get kicked out.
And that goes again to that indecisive quality with the emotions too, right? Because there's that changeability, the dual aspect of the sign. Could they be seen as kind of being chameleon with the emotions, like being able to embody like I've seen this in Moon and Pisces people. It's a talent in some ways because they can embody the other person's demeanor's emotion. It's almost as there's a change suddenly.
Yeah. And then the other difference between the three signs is the ruler, which is super important, maybe even more important than the mode. So Scorpio is ruled by Mars, Cancer is ruled by the Moon, Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. The three planets are quite different in what they represent. So that's why scorpionic emotional processes are very hot. They have passion, they have like energy to them, they're energetic, they're hot, they're like focused. Completely different from a Piscean emotion. It's very deep. All three of them are very deep. But scorpionic emotions are very focused. They will actually the rest of the world will disappear. And only the emotion that they're experiencing will continue to exist. Whereas Cancer is very private. It's because the moon is it's a nighttime planet. It's not a showy planet. It's a quiet planet. It's a cooling planet. So it's experiencing, like I said, it adds to that feature of Cancer, which is it's experiencing an incredible amount of emotions, but you wouldn't know. They keep it to themselves. It's private. And then with Pisces, it's Jupiter. So it has more of an exploratory feeling to it. It's wanting to learn and so forth. It's learning about the emotions. It's not really sure what it is, what the emotions even are yet.
I was just thinking, we can say that, like in Cancer, there can be a devotional feeling, and Scorpio, there can be a feeling of passion in terms of like the stick-to-itness that it gives someone to be able to stay with someone. And Pisces, what makes them emotionally connected to something? Because they're seeing all this gradation. They're seeing the spectrum of things. They don't have to locate and position themselves. So what's making them emotionally be connected to the external world? That's
their connection, really, is that they enjoy experiencing all these different things.
Or they want the diversity.
They want the diversity, and they want the growth, the inner growth that comes from, comprehending either a new emotion or the same emotion in a new situation or new interactions of emotions. That's what inspires them to interact with people and things. So I'm sure you would love to know what your true signs are and all the different facets and details that the True Signs Report would say about you and your birth chart. That is easy to get. just go to my website, victorcara.com, click into the reading section, select the True Signs report and any other reports you want to include, and then go ahead and order it. And I'll send it to you within a couple of days.